All right, folks, we are live again. Welcome back. This is going to be part 3 of analyzing Professor Dave's, I guess what I'm calling now, propaganda video targeting Destiny. We've already put in 10 hours. Let's see how many hours we can put in today. I'm going to do my sharing and stuff first. Let's make sure the stream is all healthy and whatnot. Ooh, I also need to make sure the playback
in control before this term is over and they lose their chance to clamp down. These monsters will not stop until they get the techno-theocratic dystopia they're lusting for. Orwellian surveillance with flock cameras on every corner.
All right, looks like audio is good. Now let's do some sharing. Oh. All right. Gonna let Discord know and then X know. Then we'll get started. All right. Rock and roll. Yo, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I don't think it's the right way to frame this as Dave Farina or Professor Dave has fallen. It's just that there are, an incredible amount of falsehoods and misinformation in this video. It's obvious to anyone who just, you can, from the comfort of your own home, you can do your own fact checking on the things that are said in this video. That's why I'm referring to it as a propaganda video. There are some facts that Dave gets right in the video, but the majority of it is just propaganda. And it's a shame. It's a bad look for Dave. We were joking last night on the Discord server, like, is Dave gonna like release a video tomorrow being like, now if this was a test to see if any of you have learned anything throughout the years following my channel. If you fell for yesterday's video, you are a complete idiot. Like something like that we were trying to rationalize it, trying to make sense of this video by Dave. But so far, like almost every you know every 10 seconds there's seemingly a piece of misinformation or incomplete information, and once we complete the information, it kind of is clear as to why Dave, given his views, wouldn't want to give the full factual picture. It doesn't fit into the narrative Dave is painting. Some of the horrible things that stand out to me is like the awful depiction of the Jewish merchant image. I don't know if I spent enough time on that, really chastising Dave ethically and, I mean, epistemically in what it was referencing on that particular issue. But the Jewish merchant image was just, it's like something someone would post if they know nothing about World War II history. And, the equating the Israeli flag to the Nazi flag is just another example of either um, sheer ignorance or potential uh, like I'm hesitant to say anti-Semitism with regards to Dave. I don't think Dave is an anti-Semite, but there are things he is talking about and posting in this video that experts in anti-Semitism and in the Holocaust and things like this would look at and be like, yeah, this is, anti-Semitism adjacent, or this is actually anti-Semitism. So I don't have any good reason to believe at this point that Dave is actually an anti-Semite, but this is a propaganda video that we're going through. And based on my memory of the first time I watched it through, it kind of starts, well, it does get worse in some respects. Yeah, Heavens Feel says his resurfacing Twitter posts unfortunately seem to contradict that theory. Yeah, my dear friend Don shared them with me this morning. Let's see, I got to scroll all the way up here. A lot's been said today. Yeah, of course, there's the horrible image of the devil horned Jewish merchant that would have been, prime welcomed Nazi propaganda in World War II. This is the kind of stuff that was being shared around about Jewry and the Jew. Um, yeah, but anyways, we are focusing on the video for now. Someone, a couple people have mentioned to me now, like, Trav, you're going to be the target of the next Dave Farina video, because now apparently in Dave's last email to me, which I haven't responded to, Dave said we can no longer work together after he, uh, viewed some of, if not all of my fact checking content. So Alex says, I think I like to think he is a closet anti-Semite. It could be wrong. Yeah, there's been a lot of insane claims in this video. But we're going to get at it. And thank you for being with me. Let's go. Oh, by the way, I meant to put something up on the screen. Let me do that. Let's get some text going here. I will respond to all super chats. There. If I don't get to the super chats right away, I will, like last night, eventually get to them. And if I haven't got to yours, call me out in the comment section, and one of the admins or moderators will let me know. Okay, here we go again. Hold on to your butts.
Corner to track every citizen and everything they do. ICE thugs terrorizing every neighborhood. Digital IDs required to access any website. The prison is being built around Americans as we speak, and the campaign is beginning to ruin the life of anyone who tries to organize against it. With these acts that can arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods.
All right, NSPM 7, we're going to go through. NSPM 7. I know I have a section on that somewhere here. Oh, I got to reorient this. The quote is, the US NSPM 7 criminalizes anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, and migration advocacy. That's the gist of what's being argued here. This is an unsupported description of the text. The memorandum expands investigation of domestic political violence and raises genuine civil liberties questions, but Dave's video presents ideological examples and feared applications as though they were express criminal offenses. Let's get more on the we'll do some more on the NSPM 7.
They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists. He's required to access any website. The prison is being built around Americans as we speak, and the campaign is beginning to ruin the life of anyone who tries to organize against it. With these acts that can arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods. They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism.
They will send ICE agents and drones to murder them in broad daylight.
Are now terrorists according to the state. Israel has their hands in absolutely all of this. All of it. There is not a single nook or cranny of any of this shit that doesn't involve Israel.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like absolute claims. They have their hands in all of this shit. A lot of this rhetoric, I hate to say it, is the same kind of rhetoric you hear from anti-Semites. This old, conspiracy theory that the Jews have their fingers and hands and everything, and they're controlling things. I mean, if you read Mein Kampf, you're going to see the same kind of rhetoric, that they are enemies of the state and they have their hands in everything, and they're they're just a kind of people that are hungry for control. Now, I know Dave here is pointing to Israel, but he is also bringing up Jewish supremacy, and eventually we are going to get to some of the things related to race. We got a super chat here. Oh no, I think it's a new member. New member Kelly. Hey Kelly. I think it's Kelly from our other live stream channel. Thank you so much for signing up to be a member. I really appreciate that. Okay. So more on the NSPM 7, which is something that was just listed, and then all of these horrific conclusions or predictions from Dave after that, that included the overall summary that Israel has their fingers in all of these pies. Um, NSPM 7 signed on September 25th, 2025 is titled Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence. It directs the FBI-led Joint Terrorism Task Force, Justice Department, Treasury, IRS, and Homeland Security to investigate and dismantle networks associated with political violence. So I'm someone who's completely against political violence as a moral well-beingist. It's completely counter to what I think is good and righteous in the world. I think you should do politics within the law of the land, wherever you find yourself. There are some obvious caveats to certain political situations in some parts of the world, but ultimately, what I'm going to desire when it comes to outcomes, what I want to promote are systems and actions within systems that are seeking to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for oneself and those around them. And I see political violence as something that is counter to that. There are obviously particular situations that I could see some righteousness in political violence in really extreme situations, but in general, no political violence. In general, it is it's almost always anti-human flourishing. So the memorandum expressly identifies the following as alleged, quote, common threads animating violent conduct: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity; extremism concerning migration, race, and gender; hostility to traditional American views about family, religion, and morality; self-described anti-fascism. Dave's says federal agencies are directed against groups associated with political violence, and then asks what are the targets before reproducing this ideological list. The crucial qualification is that NSPM does not literally say that anti-capitalism, criticism of Christianity, progressive gender politics, or immigration advocacy are crimes. It describes those beliefs as motivations or indicators allegedly associated with some violent networks. That distinction is, of course, legally important. But that doesn't mean there isn't any kind of civil liberties problem here that Dave is trying to point to. But one thing that's very important with regards to the fact checking of this video, the NSPM 7 does not literally say that anti-capitalism, criticism of Christianity, progressive gender politics, or immigration advocacy are crimes. What NSPM 7 actually orders: so number one, a nationwide counterterrorism investigation strategy. The National Joint Terrorism Task Force and its local offices are directed to coordinate investigations of individuals and entities associated with political violence, intimidation, recruitment, and radicalization. The strategy is intended to reach beyond the person committing an offense to the surrounding organization, network, and funding structure. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It's like, I promote all kinds of events through the United States and produce events in the United States through our, United States LLC, that are could easily be viewed as anti-Christian. We're promoting the No God debate tour right now. By the way, we just added San Francisco and LA to the No God debate tour. The first date is in New York City on October 10th. And then we have, two events, November 13th and 14th in San Francisco and LA. This debate tour is about getting theists and atheists together to have good faith, helpful debates. And and if you want to come out and check out those events, I hope you do. Pick up a ticket. Go to pang-burn.com/tickets. But I'm promoting that. I've been promoting the anti-Trump debate tour across the United States featuring Destiny, who's maybe one of the most polarizing, left wing debaters um, in the world, and that event has brought a lot of Trump supporters and you know left wing people together to have good faith, helpful conversations. You can see all of those conversations on our channel here. Ultimately, that's my goal. I want to see maximization of well-being born out of the kind of events that we produce at Pangburn. But yeah, all of that is being done within the confines of the law of the land in the United States. We're not breaking any laws in any way. And we've not had a lick of trouble. Nobody's contacted me. Why are you promoting this anti-Trump? What about this, anti-Christian thing? I haven't seen any of it. And there are a few things I think that are more, people would consider the lensing of it more extreme than the anti-Trump debate tour featuring Destiny on stage, So investigation of, but my main point for bringing that up is that I just think the United States of America is still this place where I can do that and not be harassed. Not one iota of harassment by any law enforcement or government officials or anything like that. And it's not like this was is a low profile tour. So the second part is investigation of donors, employees, and organizational leaders. The memorandum specifically directs investigations of institutional and individual funders, officers and employees of organizations, nonprofits, Americans abroad or people with close foreign connections, people or entities potentially violating FARA or money laundering laws by supporting organizations linked to domestic terrorism. The language is nominally limited to those who sponsor, aid, or abet criminal conduct. So yeah, don't do criminal conduct and you're fine. And then if the government comes after you or law enforcement comes after you and you haven't committed criminal conduct, get a lawyer and sue their ass and get your money back, because lawyers dream of those kinds of cases to take those on. You know how easy it would be to find a pro bono lawyer if you brought a case like that to them in any city. But it creates a mechanism through which an allegation against one activist can expand into scrutiny of their employer, nonprofit, donors, officers, and associated organizations. So like say, a Pangburn employee or a Pangburn staff member, a Pangburn contractor, is engaging in criminal conduct. And I would suspect the FBI or someone else to investigate further and talk to me about it and say, well, what the hell is going on? Didn't you see this coming? Or didn't you know about this? It's like, no, I didn't know about this. I hand over my books to them. I hand everything over to them. And that's that. I just do things within the confines of the law. If you don't like the law, if you don't like particular legislation, get politically active. That's what democracy is all about. Financial surveillance. Treasury is instructed to trace financial networks and provide guidance, encouraging financial institutions to submit suspicious activity reports concerning possible funding of domestic terrorism or political violence. I think that's a good thing. SARS do not require, SARs do not require a criminal conviction, and their existence is ordinarily confidential. This means that lawful donors or nonprofits could potentially experience financial scrutiny because of alleged relationships with people accused of political misconduct, even before criminal responsibility is established. Yeah, I mean, as a business owner, I understand that I can receive scrutiny or financial scrutiny because of any alleged relationships I would have with the people who are accused of political misconduct. I mean, with certain people I work with already, I receive a lot of scrutiny. But I mean, Yeah, receive, potentially receiving some scrutiny. What are we giving up? While we're giving more power for financial networks to be uncovered that could be funding domestic terrorism or political violence. I'm fine with that. I want to catch people who are engaging in domestic terrorism or political violence. IRS scrutiny of nonprofits. The IRS is directed to ensure that tax exempt organizations are not directly or indirectly financing political violence, and, where appropriate, to refer organizations, employees, and officers to the Justice Department. Okay, I see no problem with that. Preventing charities from funding actual violence is legitimate. The danger lies in how broadly the administration interprets indirectly financing. Well, I mean, like, at the end of the day, this is going to come up not to the administration. This is going to be worked out in a professional court of law, right? So whatever the administration has to say, and maybe that's included in the use of administration here. So yeah, sure. What is going to be considered a legal standard of indirectly financing, support for a violent network, radicalization, encouragement, political intimidation, a nonprofit paying for transportation, legal observers, protest training, or bail support could become subject to scrutiny if the government alleges that associated demonstrators later committed trespass or property crimes. That outcome is not mandated by the text, but the MEMO's network-oriented model. MEMOs, but the MEMO's network-oriented model makes it a plausible avenue of enforcement. Ordinary public order offenses place inside a terrorism framework. So the Attorney General is directed to make domestic terrorism priorities, including politically motivated doxing and swatting, rioting and looting, trespass, property destruction, threats and assaults, civil disorder. Some of these are genuinely serious offenses, of course, but trespass and civil disorder are not ordinarily synonymous with terrorism. Incorporating relatively low-level protest offenses into a counterterrorism strategy gives the government considerably more rhetorical and investigative leverage than prosecuting them as ordinary offenses. I mean, yeah, it's to me, what I would be curious about, like if I was someone who committed, an offense of trespass and civil disorder, I would want to know if this is being treated as some, soft serve ice cream level of terrorism. What is the difference from a legal perspective, like when it comes to time needing to be served for a crime, fines, etc. Interrogating people about organizers and funders. Federal law enforcement agencies are instructed to question individuals accused of political violence or lawlessness about who organized and financed their activity before adjudication or a plea agreement. I don't have a problem with that. That facilitates an intelligence gathering model in which minor defendants may be pressured to identify organizers, donors, organizations, and associates. Yeah, I mean, I don't see a problem with that. Minor defendants may be pressured to identify organizers, donors. Yeah, I mean, whether they're pressured or not, people should always have legal counsel there. Whether they're allowed to do it under the law is what really matters at the end of the day. Organized crime methods. The memorandum instructs agencies to adopt strategies resembling those used against organized crime and to prioritize statutes including conspiracy, RICO, money laundering, arson, soliciting, and material support. This is significant because conspiracy and RICO-style investigations are designed to expand outward from individual misconduct and map broader networks. They may be justified where a genuine criminal organization exists, but they are dangerous when applied to decentralized political movements with loose membership and protected advocacy. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but that would be sorted out legislatively. So, domestic terrorist organization designations. NSPM 7 tells the Attorney General to recommend groups for designation as domestic terrorist organizations, but Congress has never created a domestic equivalent of the formal foreign terrorist organization designation system. Federal law defines domestic terrorism, but there is no standalone federal crime called, quote, domestic terrorism, and no statutory domestic designation regime with the legal procedures applicable to foreign organizations. Therefore, such a designation is principally an executive and investigative label, not a new statutory status automatically making membership or support criminal. Nevertheless, the label can still produce surveillance, financial scrutiny, loss of institutional relationships, donor flight, and severe reputational damage. So what NSPM 7 does not do, it does not make anti-capitalism or anti-Christianity illegal, make peaceful anti-fascist activism terrorism, create a new federal domestic terrorism offense, allow someone to be imprisoned merely for criticizing the government, automatically make membership in a designated domestic organization criminal, override the First, Fourth, or Fifth Amendments, eliminate the requirement to prove the elements of an existing criminal state. The memorandum itself says implementation must remain consistent with applicable law. There you go. The law hasn't changed. CRS confirms that protected political speech, independent advocacy, and mere association cannot ordinarily be prosecuted as material support for domestic organizations in the same way coordinated support for a formally designated foreign terrorist organization can be. Does it specifically target pro-Palestinian activism? Not expressly. NSPM 7 does not mention Palestine, Israel, Zionism, Gaza, BDS, or campus encampments. Okay, and let's take another look at what Dave had to say about it here. What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Just going to make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, we got a super chat here. Thank you so much for the super chat. A Numa. Progressive Zionism, an inclusive movement centered on the protection of Jewish people whose ultimate goal is to create a world where Zionism isn't needed and anti-Semitism is no longer a problem. Yeah, I support that, an inclusive movement centered on the protection of Jewish people whose ultimate goal is to create a world where Zionism isn't needed and anti-Semitism is no longer a problem. Yeah, I'm in support of that. It's not that I have to say this next part, but I also like to say, just so people are clear, that I am also in support of helping the Palestinian people to create a new foundation for flourishing and the maximization of well-being like the people there have maybe never had in the past. I want to see resources, businesses, philanthropists doing their best to help Palestinians build a society that they are proud of and that can function outside of any worries of offensive or defensive war. That's what I want to see as a moral well-being. Is thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. $3 super chat from Fabian Padilla. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, let's go back a bit and see what Dave said. A lot of stuff.
Even among conservatives, the oligarchy knows it, and they are doing everything they can to secure authoritarian control before this term is over and they lose their chance to clamp down. These monsters will not stop until they get the techno-theocratic dystopia they're lusting for. Orwellian surveillance with flock cameras on every corner to track every citizen and everything they do. ICE thugs terrorizing every neighborhood.
Orwellian surveillance. I kind of missed that one. So thank you so much for this super chat. Hedonic Samuel says, it's a shame that Dave officially cut ties with you over this. If you create content on the internet, how can you not withstand basic scrutiny? Yeah, I mean, it's a real shame. I think I do real fair um, uh, video analysis. Um, from the heart, from the brain, from my good, sound, solid epistemic standards, from a well-beingist perspective. I'm not trying to spread hate about Dave or anything like that. It's just, it's just too bad. I haven't responded to Dave's last email to me, but I think Dave should be able to, from someone like me, who I'm friendly with Dave, we should be able to tell each other when we think we're dead wrong about things. And we should do that in a conscientious, good faith, helpful way, which I think I am delivering here. Thank you so much for the super chat, Errorbot. Afternoon, good work so far. Just wanted to ask if you're going to review Destiny's response after Dave's. I am going to be doing a full analysis of Destiny's response to Dave's video after this, which is probably going to take another 15 hours. But hopefully you are all here with me for it. It makes it a lot more enjoyable. I want to give you guys an invite, just since we're paused for a second here. I want to give you guys an invite to the Pangburn Discord server. This is where our community gets together. The entire community on Discord is governed by the Pangburn communication maxim, which is that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. So everyone who joins our community is tasked to bring their best good faith, helpful effort. So you can join the Pangburn Discord here. And yeah, we would love to have you. So many people have made such great relationships, and it's not that we don't have passionate disagreements. And sometimes we do this during live shows, but yeah, hopefully you'll join us on Discord. If you don't know what Discord is, it's just an app that allows people to video and voice chat and text chat over the internet. We have all kinds of people from all around the world. We have Muslims, Jews, Christians, atheists. Those are the only categories, right? Hindus. Raven says, what's the purpose of this channel? The purpose of this channel is to maximize well-being for humanity. That's the ultimate purpose. That's the Pangburnian moral quest. This outlines the second Pangburn virtue, which is well-being, with the corresponding maxim that to maximize well-being for yourself and those around you. So when you see these live events drop, I've been doing this for 10 years. I've worked with Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, Brian Greene, Destiny as of late, Constantine Kissin from Trigonometry, who else? Matt Dillahunty, a lot of different people throughout the years, but that's the ultimate goal. When we put these events on stage, the Pangburn stage is governed by that same communication maxim. All participants on the Pangburn stage are tasked to bring make their best effort at a good faith, helpful interaction. It's not always 100% of the time, but that is the difference between the Pangburn stage and many other stages out there. We actually have articulable rules of conduct for our stage. It's not just everyone can get up there and start yelling slurs or bad names at each other, and we're not, doing the thing that some platforms like Modern Day Debate does out there and tries to trick people into thinking that they have a truly neutral platform. It's not a neutral platform. That's a right wing or right leaning platform that seems to mainly for the most part use Andrew Wilson as kind of their prized possession and give Andrew Wilson opportunities. But that's not a neutral platform. Don't get confused. And this isn't a neutral platform. There's no such thing. Those things don't exist. But Yeah, maybe that's another video I should do is, doing an analysis of modern day debate. Okay. So in saying that, let's watch some more.
Digital IDs required to access any website.
Oh, I wanted to look up like say is moving towards Orwellian. Oh, and I should just to be rigorous, by good faith, I mean honesty and sincerity of intentions. That's the colloquial and, for the most part, the academic definition of good faith. And helpfulness, we should all know what helpfulness means, but it's basically working to assist others or yourself. Basic definition.
Prison is being built around Americans as we speak, and the campaign is.
I don't think prison is being built around Americans as Dave speaks here.
Beginning to ruin the life of anyone who tries to organize against it.
I am currently living proof of someone who is very publicly organizing against it. And I haven't been harassed or gotten any trouble.
With these acts that.
But I am doing it within the confines of the law. There's no nefariousness happening at Pangburn.
Can arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism. They will destroy livelihoods.
They can't arbitrarily label anything as terrorism.
Arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism. They is required to access any website. The prison is being built around Americans as we speak, and the campaign is beginning to ruin the life of anyone who tries to organize against it. With these acts that can arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods.
No, they can't just arbitrarily label anything as terrorism. These are we just went through all of this. It's a directive, right? It directs the FBI-led Joint Terrorism Task Force, Justice Department, Treasury, IRS, and Homeland Security to investigate and dismantle networks associated with political violence. I'm not going to read this all again. I'm just summarizing since we're going through. It does not make anti-capitalism or anti-Christianity illegal. It does not allow them to just slap an arbitrary label of terrorism on anything they want. Make peaceful anti-fascist activism terrorism, create a new federal domestic terrorism offense, allow someone to be imprisoned. So Dave's just wrong about this. People can, of course, look it up themselves if they want as well.
They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight.
They will send ICE agents and drones to murder people in broad daylight. Now, it's not that there hasn't, like, I am not up to date on what happened with that ICE shooting with that woman, whether they determined it to be a righteous shooting or not based on the law. But we can look into that as well. Let me double check something here. Thanks for being with me, everyone. Hopefully you're subscribed to the main Pangburn channel here. And just take a quick second to smash that like button on the stream. That would be great. Yeah, obviously, if that happened, that would be bad. But it seems like Dave's pointing that the United States will get to a point where, ICE will just and drones will be going around killing people in broad daylight, and that that's kind of the security state that we're headed towards. I don't, or maybe he believes that the United States is already in that security state, but
Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists, according to the state.
no, that's false.
ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists, according to the state.
That's wrong. So yeah, Dave is saying that things that you determine to be Israeli terrorism, if you sympathize with victims of that, then that makes you a terrorist. No, it doesn't. That's just absurd. Wrong. That's not legally the case. Nothing has changed legally, and I don't know how much of this Dave is, pulling from the NSPM 7, but yeah, that's just not the case, obviously. All right, thanks for the another super chat there. Hedonic says, I'm also honestly confused about how this came about. Did Dave and Destiny have Twitter beef or something? Just seems like a very loaded video title. Well, Destiny did a recent critique of Dave and said that he was reading something and he said, like, this is Nazism right here. This is what Nazism looks like, with regards to something Dave said in a video. And we'll get more into that when I do the analysis on Destiny's response video. But as far like, and I don't know exactly when that happened, but I'll have to look back in my emails, and maybe I'll do this as like when I finish off with this video of Dave's. I don't know if we'll finish it off today, but I can look through my email history and see at what points I had offered event dates with Dave and when he turned them down. Actually, let me take a look in my email here. Dave Farina, Destiny. um, First time I mentioned Destiny. Let's see. Oh, I asked Dave if he would be interested in reviewing a recent debate between, or our recent debate between Destiny and Konstantin Kisin. Dave said that Destiny dog walked him. Yeah, he did bring up, and this was in March 16th, he did bring up, as hard as Destiny goes against mega anti-woke chodes, his Zionist views are abhorrent to me, and I can't support him as a creator for his stance on that one topic alone. So I would not defend him publicly out of my own volition. Okay, and this was July 6th. I offered him a debate with Destiny on Zionism. He refused that. And then we were going to do another tour. Yeah, and then that's when all of this stuff started happening. So he felt as though Destiny slandered him, and he says he doesn't interact with Zionists. Yeah, then all this stuff happened. Okay. Davo says maybe he's fucking busy. That wasn't what Dave said in his emails. He didn't say he was busy. He made a principled stance saying that he doesn't debate Zionists. He doesn't want anything to do with Zionists, and he considers Destiny to be a Zionist. And I'm not. I'm probably considered to be a Zionist now in Dave's eyes. What up, everyone? Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If it's not too much trouble, just take 1 itty bitty second to smash that like button. We're getting through it here. We're getting through it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats before we continue. Oh, okay, good. We are caught up. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm getting so many freaking notifications here. Dave said they will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. This is like, some things we've been seeing in this video, just another unsupported prediction presented as fact. So there's nothing in the NSPM 7 that authorizes ICE agents to execute political dissidents, killing people for peaceful protests or pro-Palestinian views, domestic drone strikes, extrajudicial assassination. NSPM 7 orders federal agencies to investigate and prosecute networks allegedly connected to political violence. ICE officers are armed federal law enforcement personnel and can use lethal force, but DHS policy permits deadly force only when an officer reasonably believes someone possesses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. Deadly force cannot legally be used merely because someone is undocumented, protests ICE, criticizes Israel, holds anti-capitalist or anti-government views, damages property without threatening human life, is being investigated as an extremist, etc., etc. DHS policy specifically prohibits deadly force when a person threatens only themselves or property. That does not mean that there aren't going to be mistakes and there aren't going to be horrible anecdotes you can point to have been like, see, this is where ICE effed up. Of course, there's going to be cases like that. There's cases like that all throughout law enforcement and through military action as well. An official order to intentionally kill peaceful political opponents would therefore be unconstitutional and criminal, not an ordinary implementation of NSPM 7. ICE and CBP do use drones. The publicly documented purposes include surveillance, tracking people or vehicles, supporting investigations, locating border crossers, gathering video and radar information. ICE's own privacy documentation describes small unmanned aircraft as surveillance technology, while GAO describes CBP's Predator systems as sensor-equipped reconnaissance platforms supporting ICE and other agencies. There seems to be no credible evidence of an ICE program involving weaponized drones for domestic assassinations. Therefore, moving from the government uses drones to survey people to the government will use drones to murder political opponents is an enormous evidentiary leap. Of course, it's not supported. Like so much in this video, Dave. So a more defensible thing that Dave could have said here, if we're being empirically rigorous, using science as a way of knowing and the kind of thinking that comes with that. Could have said something like NSPM 7's broad political terrorism framework, combined with expanding surveillance, aggressive ICE deployments, and weak accountability, creates a serious risk that federal agents will use excessive or even unlawful lethal force against civilians and protesters. Yeah, it's just completely irresponsible to say that the government will send ICE agents or armed drones to murder people in broad daylight. This is cuckoo stuff. Like, Dave knows better than this. Dave would be doing what I am doing right now if this was seemingly a science related topic and there were this many exaggerations and unsupported claims in the video. Yeah, we are going to get to some more wild things here pretty soon. All right, let's get into some more.
Israel has their hands in absolutely all of this. All of it. There is
No,
not
they
a
don't.
single nook or cranny of any of this shit.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if there's any good reason to believe that Israel has their hands in all of this. I don't think they do.
That doesn't involve Israel. Israel is pure poison, and Zionism is the ideology behind it. An ideology of Jew.
Israel is pure poison. Like, that's such a disgusting thing to say, Dave. It's just a really, really bad thing to say. Like, Israel is full of diversity. Like, do we need to go through the diversity portion again? I think so. All right. We'll go through that.
Jewish supremacy, ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization. Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most...
Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity, apparently. Like, how would you even, like, I know he's going to make the, like, you know, Israeli Jews have their, or he might just want to say Israel has their hands or their fingers in all the American pies. And it's not just the United States. It's, you know, all over Europe as well. Like, we've heard these kinds of overgeneralizations, these arguments before. And when you're asked to provide the evidence, you get a propaganda video like this that's literally equating Israel to Nazi Germany. This image right here has been used multiple times in the video, and it's just so insensitive and ignorant to the actual history of Nazi Germany that and that's something that's very clear to me, and it should be clear to anyone that Dave is just deeply, he's not only ethically just bankrupt, like from a moral well-beingist perspective, from my perspective, wanting to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for oneself and those around them, which I really think the good life is rooted in that. Dave's doing the counter thing to that. He's using propaganda to try and convince people that Israel, current modern day Israel, is equal to Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany, who is engaged in, I think, the first instance in human history of a full industrialized mass killing, murder, Holocaust of 6 million Jews. That's once they got fully organized. Let's not forget the mass graves that Nazis were shooting men, women, and children in the back of the head, and they were all falling into the pits. And even the most dedicated Nazis needed to be drunk and on drugs to be able to perform these kinds of horrific acts. But then it got easier. Then the gas trucks came along. Oh, I forgot to do something with my video. But yes, then the gas trucks came along, and then eventually we got to the full industrial level death camps and gas chambers. I just need to switch this. There we go. There we go. So now, and this is much worse. If Dave is not ignorant of the history of Nazi Germany, and he's still making this equivocation, making it seem like Israel is equivalent to Nazi Germany, then he's doing some pretty evil stuff here. He really is. And like I've said throughout this entire series, it may be the case that the ICJ determines that Israel has committed a genocide in Gaza, which would mean that there was an intentionality to do so at some important level. And I'm going to rely on the ICJ to make that determination, because I am not well suited to make that determination. All of the resources and everything that are required to determine whether or not this was in fact a genocide. There's almost certainly been war crimes committed by Israel, and Gaza is a ruin. It's an awful situation, and I really do feel for the innocent Palestinian people, and so I understand the rage and anger behind that gets attached to when even if it wasn't intentional, at the end of the day we look at this destroyed land and destroyed people, right? And that's an awful thing. And my full sympathies and empathy is with the Palestinian people as well. And I think it's incumbent upon the powers of the world to come together and help to rebuild and assist the Palestinians in creating a nation of well-being maximization. That's what I care about at the end of the day. And but that does not excuse the propaganda and misinformation in Dave's video here. I can see how that could lead to releasing a video like this, but it's irresponsible, bad, wrongful from my perspective as a moral well-beingist. Someone said, Pangburn, are you spiritual in some way? No, I don't believe in God. In fact, I'm a what some people would call a Gnostic atheist, where I know that gods don't exist, and I argue that all the time. But no, to give you a short answer, I wouldn't be considered a spiritual person unless we're talking saying that spirituality is to mean something like uh, aspects of transcending experiences. Like, are those things that I seek out? Of course, through music. I play piano and write music. Through parenting, I have two children. uh, I try to, create these moments of transcendence by way of my moral quest throughout my as I move through life. um okay, I have some more reading to add here. Israel and Israeli surveillance companies have a documented footprint in important parts of the American security apparatus. We talked about the new AI and surveillance technology in police vehicles. Um, let's go up to, well, let's see here. Let's do this first. So the NSPM 7, all of that stuff that was just talked about by Dave, there's no demonstrated Israeli role connected to that. NSPM 7 is American presidential memorandum directing American agencies, like we talked about, the FBI, DOJ, DHS, Treasury, and IRS, to investigate networks associated with domestic political violence. That's what we talked about. Israeli technology is embedded in U.S. border surveillance. So this part is true. Elbit Systems, a major Israeli defense company, received a $145 million CBP contract for integrated fixed towers along the U.S.-Mexico border. The system combines radar, long-range cameras, command centers, and networked towers that continuously monitor areas of the southern border. Elbit later received additional contracts to expand the system. Israeli phone extraction technology is used by DHS. We actually talked about this in the last episode, I believe it was. So Celebrite is organized under Israeli law and headquartered in Petah Tikva. It sells tools capable of unlocking, extracting, and analyzing data from mobile devices. CBP has purchased Celebrite UFED licenses, extraction subscriptions, hardware, and training. Other DHS components, including the Secret Service, have also contracted with the company. This creates a serious privacy issue because information extracted from seized phones can include contacts, photographs, messages, location histories, and other personal data, subject to the capability used and legal authorization. But that is something that needs to be sorted out. Like, what does the law have to say about, about these privacy issues? That's something I'm interested in. But again, two propositions must be distinguished. U.S. agencies use Israeli-developed extraction technology. That is true. The Israeli government automatically receives the extracted data. That is not established. A foreign headquartered vendor's involvement justifies strict examination of remote access, software updates, telemetry, data storage, subcontractors, and audit logs. It does not by itself prove espionage. Cognite supplies U.S. law enforcement surveillance systems. So Cognite, headquartered in Israel, sells investigative analytics and communication surveillance technology to law enforcement and intelligence customers. It has publicly announced multi-million-dollar contracts with U.S. or North American law enforcement agencies, and procurement records show interest in its FalcoNet systems for American policing. So yeah, those FalcoNet systems we went through earlier, and we'll take a look at we'll retake a look at those quickly. This is about moving through all of this stuff slowly and thoroughly. For anyone that's not used to doing this kind of analytical dive, but the key is to get as close to accurate as we can with regards to the actual facts. It's not about scoring political points or anything like that. I want to know what the actual facts are so that when I give my moral prescriptions, my moral determinations, my predictions, that they are actually grounded in the facts. And, in the first two videos that we've done here with regards to analyzing Dave's video, there's been a lot of misinformation, a lot of propaganda, a lot of just hopefully not disinformation. Let's go to not the Futures Act. I don't want that. I want APAC, we already went through that. Terrorism, Germany. I'll have to re-pull that up. But basically, there it is, FalcoNet. Yeah, so the FalcoNet is just another genuine Israeli connection to domestic surveillance. It is especially concerning for some, where cell site stimulators collect identifiers from every nearby phone rather than only the intended suspect. So the careful conclusion here is Israeli surveillance vendors are expanding within American law enforcement by way of FalcoNet, but that is different from Israel operates American law enforcement. So and that information that is gathered through FalcoNet, it hasn't been determined that Israel has access to that information. Palantir, there's some overlap here, but Palantir is American. We talked about Palantir last episode. Palantir is a US company, not an Israeli company. ICE uses Palantir's investigative case management system as its official investigative case record and has pursued further modernization through Palantir. Palantir also entered a strategic partnership with Israel's Ministry of Defense to provide technology supporting Israel's, quote, war-related mission. That means the same American contractor serves both ICE and the Israeli military. It is entirely reasonable to investigate whether technologies, methods, personnel, or institutional lessons move between those environments. It does not yet prove that ICE receives the identical system used by Israel, that ICE data are accessible to Israel, that the Israeli military can query Palantir's American databases, that Palantir takes operational instructions from Israel when working for ICE. So shared vendor relationships create some risk and potential cross-pollination, but this is not proof of shared databases or foreign command. The main American surveillance systems remain American-driven, so several major components have no demonstrated Israeli origin. NSPM-7, we already talked about that. ICE is created, funded, and directed by U.S. government. Flock Safety is an American company founded in Atlanta. CBP's MQ-9 surveillance drones are manufactured by the American company General Atomics. CBP says its MQ-9 aircraft are not capable of being armed and differ from the military variant. So the prediction that the government will send drones to murder people cannot presently be traced to an Israeli program. No domestic weaponized drone system has been demonstrated, Israeli or otherwise. So yeah, I mean, in the past 10, now I guess 12 hours of reviewing this content, a lot of these conspiracy conclusions or conspiracy theories are going to tie back to a lot of the same things that are being referenced.
Vile source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively.
Let's hear one more time what Dave just said when showing us that map.
Ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization. Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most vile source of pure evil since the Nazis?
So he said Israel there, not just Zionists, right? So Israel is highly diverse demographically, religiously, and culturally. As of April 2026, Israel's population was approximately 10.24 million. 7.79 million, 76% were classified as Jews and others. 2.16 million, 21% were classified as Arabs. 296,000, 2.9% were foreign nationals. So is Dave referring to, this blanket statement of Israel when he's referring to all this different diverse group of people that live in the country? Israeli Jews are not a single ethnic or cultural bloc. Major backgrounds include Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews with roots in North Africa, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Syria, Turkey, and elsewhere. Ashkenazi Jews with roots in Central and Eastern Europe. Approximately 170,000 to 180,000 Israelis of Ethiopian origin, a large Russian-speaking population originating in the former Soviet Union, smaller communities with roots in India, Central Asia, the Caucasus, Latin America, North America, France, and other regions. These categories overlap considerably. For example, Sephardi can describe religious tradition as well as ancestry, and many Israelis have parents or grandparents from different backgrounds. Israel's official statistics, therefore, do not provide a clean Ashkenazi versus Mizrahi percentage. Jewish Israelis also differ sharply in religiosity. There are many secular people, traditional people, modern or national religious, ultra-Orthodox, including numerous Hasidic and non-Hasidic communities. These divisions affect schooling, marriage, military service, neighborhoods, and voting behaviors. Arab and other minority communities. Israel's Arab population includes several distinct communities, approximately 1.85 million Muslims, including settled Palestinian citizens and Bedouin communities, roughly 145,000 Arab Christians within a total Christian population of approximately 184,000. Druze, I think it is, communities concentrated principally in northern Israel and the Carmel. Small Circassian community. The CBS estimated Muslims at 18.6% of Israel's population. So you don't really think of like such a large, or many people don't think of such a large portion of the population. Nearly 20% of Israel's population is Muslim. About 79% of Israel's Christians were Arab Christians. So the point here is that this is a diverse nation. There's a lot of diversity. There's a lot of diversity of opinion. I think this is important to bring up again. So Israeli public opinion, the video claims, so Dave's video claims that more than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of Palestinians. We already debunked that. That was false. There is, and then here's some more polling evidence with regards to differing opinions. So a 2025 Tel Aviv University survey found that 63% of Jewish respondents supported transferring Gaza's Palestinian population elsewhere. Approximately 46% supported rebuilding Israeli settlements in Gaza. Support reached roughly 80% for some proportions among respondents identifying with the political right, not among all Israelis. That was some of the support for approximately supported rebuilding. Oh yeah, support for rebuilding. In the same polling, about 65% of the Israeli public prioritized securing the hostages' release over eliminating Hamas. So that's a really important polling statistic. In the same polling, about 65% of Israeli public prioritized securing the hostages' release over eliminating Hamas. So support for transfer, support for settlements, and support for annihilation are not interchangeable concepts, is kind of the greater lesson there. So yeah, Israel is just not a monolith. And I think Dave's treating it like this, just like this evil monolith that like thinks in one way and is all about this and all about that, and enough so that he's just going to hyper overgeneralize the entire nation, as opposed to saying like there is a lot of evil in Israel. He's saying that Israel is equal to Nazi Germany, and under most moral foundations I can imagine, that's going to be at least problematic. Farlado, thank you so much for the super chat. Someone might have already pointed out to you, but the reason Dave treated that one Israeli official's comment about 9/11 as a threat is because he believes Mossad did it. Well, that's something I'm actually going to put that into my system here. And we're going to investigate that. I'm trying to scroll up, make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Okay, there we go. Moto X Freak, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, you let me into the San Francisco anti-Trump event and it was awesome. Keep it up, buddy. Free Palestine from Hamas. Yeah, free Palestine from Hamas. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, and the San Francisco anti-Trump debate event was so much fun. It was awesome. We were in this really cool little theater. It was packed in there. A lot of great energy and good sportsmanship between the Trump supporters and those who don't like Trump. I really like seeing that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Just going to get caught up on any other super chats here that I can see that I might have missed. Looks like I didn't miss any more. Great. How's our connection doing? Yeah. I live in Oaxaca, Mexico, and my internet sometimes is really bad. So I apologize if I cut out sometimes. Well, and also hopefully we're coming back to San Francisco on November 13th for the No God debate tour featuring Justin Deconstruction Zone, Dr. Blitz, and allegedly Ian. These three atheists will be on stage going toe to toe, head to head with any theists, religious people, God believers that want to debate with them. But we're going to have a lot of fun, just like we did when we were last in San Francisco. All Pangburn events, you can go to pang-burn.com/tickets to see what we have coming up. And of course, everyone from all walks of life are invited. Everyone is invited. Okay. Where are we at with Mr. Dave here?
Evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively committing genocide like 100% without a doubt, and anyone who says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot? Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and talk about his rose-colored relationship with this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Okay. So, yeah, and earlier in the video, Dave says, you know, if you don't believe a genocide is happening, and again, I'm waiting on the ICJ investigation, the International Court determination, and we're probably not going to get that until 2030. It's probably going to be maybe 2031. So I'm waiting for that. I think that's the responsible thing to do. Someone can sit there all convinced as much as they want that, there's a demonstrable intentionality connected to how Israel conducted themselves in Gaza. But I think it's epistemically responsible and ethically responsible to wait to see the International Court's investigation and their determination. And I think it's important to have that weigh heavy, just due to all of the mechanisms, access that the International Court has to be able to adequately investigate these claims of genocide. And if it is in fact the case that the ICJ makes a determination that there was intentionality, and they make the final determination that there was a genocide, then I'm going to accept that determination. They are the best situated to make that determination, and hopefully we will be able to have access to the proceedings so we can follow the proceedings along. But I hope that Israel that there is no secret intentionality to, carry out a genocide in Gaza. I'm not convinced that they have. I'm seeing like an unable to connect to chat message here. Can you guys still hear me? Hopefully you can still hear me. Check. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Check. Says I still have internet, but anyways, I'll just keep going. Oh, I wanted to look at this. So Dave did not merely imply generalized suspicion of Israel. In January 2024, he apparently responded to an image of the World Trade Center attack and said, allegedly the Taliban, but let's be honest, probably the Mossad. A preserved screenshot documents the post. Let me see if I can find the actual post. Dave Farina. Let's go to Google. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like Dave did say that. I will always, of course, correct myself if that was not the case. Um, for some reason, I can't see chat. Maybe I need to refresh this page. Let me try refreshing. Now I can see chat. Sorry. There we go. Sorry, I just needed to refresh. Okay. So let's continue with the information here. So yeah, it seems like Dave did say that. He tweeted with regards to an image of the World Trade Center attack, allegedly the Taliban, but let's be honest, probably the Mossad. A preserved screenshot documents the posts. We can't retrieve the original X post, so the evidentiary basis. I wonder if Don Don. I wonder if Don Don sent me that post. No, I don't think it was included in the screenshots. Okay. Anyways, but I was able to find it online. So uh, obviously, that statement by Dave contains two factual problems. The Taliban did not carry out 9/11. The plot was conducted by Al Qaeda. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was its principal architect. And the FBI says the hijackers were trained by Al Qaeda under Osama bin Laden's organization. So, right off the bat, allegedly the Taliban was just incorrect and shows Dave's ignorance on the issue with regards to that tweet. And then there's, of course, no credible evidence that Mossad organized 9/11. So Dave's showing his conspiratorial thinking in these examples. And it sounds like, yeah, he posted this in January 2024. So there was a statement where earlier in the video where Dave was referencing Benny Sabti's statement, quote, maybe USA needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to remember who is the enemy and who is the friend. Dave then says, sounds like a threat, doesn't it? Yes, Israel can and would commit a terrorist act on American soil. Blame it on the Arabs. So when we kind of like connect the sentiment shared, pointing the finger at Mossad and that other comment he made, that's not a good look epistemically. I mean, he he might actually believe it, but seemingly you would have to buy into some kind of deep underground conspiracy theory, just like a lot of this video is pointing to. All of the propaganda in this video has constantly been pointing in that direction. Making primary conspiratorial line drawing as opposed to good sound epistemic standards of empiricism and science as a way of knowing, which Dave is known for. But there's very little, if anything, that is scientific or forensic about the video Dave has created here. So somewhat reasonable to infer that Dave treated Sabti's comment as a threat, partly because Dave already entertains the belief that Israeli intelligence may conduct spectacular false flag attacks against Americans. His previous probably the Mossad comment makes that inference considerably stronger. However, saying that this was definitively the reason still involves some mind reading, so we shouldn't do that. Dave didn't explicitly say, I interpret Sabti's post this way because I believe Mossad committed 9/11. So this would be a, stretching a bit for an inference, but it's still information that I think is important to the context of this video. Okay. So thanks for that super chat. That was interesting and I think important information. Just want to make sure I didn't miss any more. Okay, good. We're good. What up, everyone? If you're not subscribed yet to Pangburn, please hit that subscribe button and smash that like button. It attracts more people to what we're doing here, which is a slow-moving, meticulous work through of Dave Farina's viral video going after Destiny and giving his thoughts on Israel-Palestine. So far, I judge this to be a propaganda video. Propaganda videos will, or propaganda materials will often include some grains of truth in there, and those grains of truth will be used to suck people in and keep them around. And then the conspiratorial line drawing and the extrapolations and the extremisms drawn from those small micro facts become the overwhelming body of the information. And that's how I think propaganda functions. Okay, now we're going to finally get into the Destiny stuff, it looks like here. But thanks for being here with me, everyone. I really do appreciate it.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about where I'm at.
You just think that Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility.
So to me, that's a clip of Destiny, and partly this is because I've come to get to know Steven and his content, the kinds of jokes he makes. I think Steven is making a joke there. Is it a joke I would make? No. Is it a joke I would advise him to make on a show where he's debating these issues? No. I don't think it's a wise thing to do at all. I think Destiny can, he can be wiser in how he uses his
talk about his rose-colored relation.
But you don't want someone like Dave and like Destiny to lose their lightheartedness. Lightheartedness is the fifth Pangburn virtue with the corresponding maxim to refine and express your sense of humor. So much of lightheartedness is connected to high levels of health, because lightheartedness tends to lead you to less cognitive rigidity and more cognitive flexibility. There are good health reasons as to why we want to, maintain a lighthearted relationship, for example, with our ideas. It doesn't mean you can't take things seriously, but lightheartedness as a general posture, it's just so important to maximizing health in this world for human beings' well-being. So yeah, you don't want to see them lose it, but that doesn't mean there aren't legitimate criticisms as to when you went too far with a joke or when it was unwise to joke in a particular way. And I didn't see the leading up context here to why Destiny made what was almost certainly a joke. If it's not a joke, and he actually thinks they should be committing genocide, then it's a deeply immoral position that Destiny should not hold. But judging by how he just delivered that information
with this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about where I'm at.
You just think that Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like
it also does look like the other two ladies in the room there. If I'm misgendering anyone, I'm sorry about that. But it looks like they took it as a joking part of what Destiny was saying, because they were smiling in their reactions, and same as the other caller who jumped in there.
There is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth, he is pro-genocide. He supports the genocide of Palestinians.
Dave, I think your audience is smarter than that. I don't think they're going to see that and use that as direct evidence, as see right out of the horse's mouth, he is pro-genocide.
Across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East.
And we didn't get much context. Like, that was a very short clip. Like, we heard the joke, we saw the reactions, we heard a little bit more, and then that was that.
Right out of his own mouth, he is pro-genocide. He supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is just a bunch of dirty anti-Semites, so poor Israel gets to do genocide. Ethnic cleansing is super awesome.
I mean, let me know what you guys think in the chat. Like, do you guys agree with me there? Like, we can give both sides. Like, I gave my side if Destiny is being truthful. I just have good reason to believe he's joking there. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section. I'd be interested to hear your takes. But anyways, I'm going to continue, but I'll come back and read your take. Someone says it was a joke. I remember the stream. Someone says, what are you saying no to? Try to be more specific than just saying no or yes. So Finn Hammer says it was a joke. I remember the stream. Well, there are many different versions of genocide, right? And my understanding, and let me double check that, intentional displacement is a type of genocide as well. I want to make sure we get this right. Let's see. So just to send someone like he's pretty obviously it was an edgy joke. Yeah, I think I've seen clips where Destiny clarified it was a joke from a long time ago. That's my memory anyway. Destiny has made the same joke about Israelis. He was clearly joking. He was obviously joking. He seems to be half joking and desperate when it comes to solutions to the conflict. Someone says he wasn't joking. He was ill-informed, and there was context that wasn't showing. Yeah, but that would you're saying he wasn't joking because he was ill-informed, but he knows damn well what a genocide is. So it sounds like you don't think he was joking. Someone said it's not a serious statement. You're right. The clip doesn't demonstrate the claim out at all. Obviously, an edgy joke, and way before October 7th happened. He was absolutely joking, regardless of it. It was whether it was appropriate or not. Yeah, I mean, like, I've been trying to, in my work with Stephen a bit, try to get him to embrace a little more good faith and helpfulness in the dialectic. Not directly as his coach, but indirectly, sometimes by way of example. Someone says he was joking. This was pre his research arc into Israel. Someone says, thanks for doing the Lord's work, so I don't have to be up in the comment section arguing. Call me biased, but if a person jokes about considering genocide as a legitimate solution, I would outright disregard their take and label it as bigoted. Why can't we joke about things like that, Mr. Sophisticat? Why can't we joke about things like that? I think I think context matters. But to put to just say if someone jokes about that, your mind shuts off and you disregard their take. I think that's really bad a really bad way of thinking. Just as in general, I don't think it's a good heuristic. I don't think it's a good mechanism of getting to truth, because the next things they say after the joke, might be very important based on your epistemic or ethical standards, right? I think joking and teasing and things like this are well within the bounds of good faith, helpful communication. Let's see. Oh, sorry, my thing jumped. Yeah, it is my understanding as well that this was a joke made before October 7th. Destiny also reiterated it was a joke. Yeah, I mean, like, if we make bad jokes at the wrong time, I think we need to be forgiving of that. We've all done that. Like this, there is this purity culture out there that says, like, oh, if you've made problematic jokes in the past at the wrong time, some of those jokes cannot be forgiven. Why? That's an anti-well-beingist posture. It's a negative utilitarian suffering avoidance calculus lensing of reality, lensing of the intersubjective space we all live in. We all make communicative mistakes. We need to have an avenue to quick repair, so things like this don't turn into what Dave is doing here. Now, here's an interesting question. Does Dave, in seeing that, does he truly believe that Destiny is seriously just coming out and saying, I support genocide? That's hard for me to believe. Just looking at the entire context of this video, understanding who Dave is as a thinker, it's hard for me to believe. It's hard for me to believe that Dave actually believes that was Destiny's like true, honest position. And maybe Dave's joking. I don't know, but it sounds like by the tone of his voice, he's being dead serious here, and he's delivering this message to his audience that this shows you what this guy is like when it comes to Israel Palestine. And I don't think that's good journalism. I don't think it's good research. I don't think it's factual. I mean, the responsible thing to do here is to also show like where Destiny has spoke favorably about Palestinians, and spoke negatively about things that could be on the edge of genocide in the way that the IDF is operating in Gaza. Nobody Chefs, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It's best to just have Destiny on to talk about it. No one in chat will be able to put his perspective as concisely. No, that's fine. This isn't about bringing on guests, this particular part of the process, but I can get Stephen to come on at some point and we can discuss his thoughts to make sure we do a very thorough treatment of what I think is a very rare phenomena, the kind of thinker that Dave is, to release this video. I'm still freaked out about it. It's wild. Okay, we have a lot of takes here. That clip was from before October 7th and not from a debate about Israel Palestine. I mean, to me, it's like if that was actually his take before October 7th, it's a terrible take. It's a horrible thing to say. It's a horrible thing to believe. Yeah, it's terrible. But if in fact he was joking, which it's almost certainly the case that he was, with all of the evidence that we've looked at here so far, All right, and I will answer and get to any super chats. Everyone, it's hard for me to follow all of the chats, but if you have something important to say and you want me to read it out or investigate it, I will do so if you send me a super chat. All right, so the International Court of Justice applies the definition in Article 2 of the 1948 Genocide Convention. Genocide consists of specified acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. So the 5 qualifying acts are killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately imposing conditions of life calculated to bring about the group's physical destruction, wholly or partly, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring the group's children to another group. So many things there that were committed by Nazi Germany. So genocide requires 2 elements: actus reus, which is at least one of those 5 prohibited acts; mens rea, the special intention; dolus specialis, to physically or biologically destroy the protected group wholly or substantially in part. The special intent is what distinguishes genocide from war crimes, crimes against humanity, persecution, and other atrocities. It is not enough to show mass civilian deaths, discriminatory hatred, indiscriminate attacks, forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, an intention to defeat, terrorize, or expel a population. So those acts may constitute other grave international crimes, of course. For genocide, they must be accompanied by an intention to destroy the group as such, rather than merely remove it from a territory or inflict severe harm upon it. So the intentionality aspect is what has to be demonstrated. It's the hard thing. It's the hardest part to demonstrate in criminal court, especially if you can't get a confession. So if you think of the true crime world, it's much easier to get a confession from someone to try to understand their intentionality. In this case, you might uncover a confession when you do a investigation, or you won't cover it, and then there wouldn't be a demonstration of intentionality. Okay, I just wanted to add that to the record. I believe we did it on the first episode. But it's important for us to know what we're dealing with here. Oh, thank you for the super chats, General Grievous. $5 super chat says Professor Dave would legit say Jews invented time travel to go back in time, pose as Germans, kill their people, so the world would make Israel for them. So to me, when I read that, I see that as a joke. I don't see that as an actual perspective of General Grievous 696. But it's possible that that is their actual stance, that Dave would believe that. But possibility ought not weigh into our epistemic standards. Plausibility should. I harp on this all the time when it comes to good sound epistemology. Epistemology, for those of you who don't know, is just the study, the mastery of knowledge. And with regards to what I consider good sound knowledge, we shouldn't ever be making any appeals to certainty. Certainty is almost certainly unattainable. That's just logically the case. That is the first Pangburnian maxim, and that is born of fallibilism as a first virtue. So what that tells me is that certainty, it would be irrational to make any mention of certainty, which is an unattainable goal, within our epistemic framework. So we should, make reference not to possibility, but to plausibility. Plausibility deals with likelihood. likeliness. And it also leads us to start dealing with epistemic values and commitments on a confidence spectrum as opposed to like a spectrum of possibility or a spectrum of certainty. Why do we eliminate possibility from epistemology? Because from a classical logic perspective, everything is seemingly possible. And what does that mean? Is that we seemingly can't logically rule anything to be impossible. I can go a lot more in depth to that, but it's just something to think about with regards to your own epistemic frameworks. Noonian Star, thank you for the super chat, says, if you pull up the video debating Destiny on his takes on Palestine, the full clip is shown. Okay, thank you for that. Was there anything else I had to read before we... No. I just wanted to...
According to Destiny. Did you think I was exaggerating about this piece of shit? I'll take your apology now. And don't worry,
Well, Dave, you just showed one video as reasonable to suggest that, could a person really sit there being that evil? Or, with the reactions of everyone in the room and of the way Destiny delivered himself? Or is it reasonable to infer that he was making a joke? So you're acting like you've given someone enough that would call for you to demand an apology from them if they didn't believe you. And it was literally like a 5 to 10 second
we're just
clip.
getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
Again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this? Well...
The interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So, like, why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point, that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at? Or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any
like
problem.
Destiny might be painting his own conspiracy theory here. Let's take a look.
Again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this? Well...
The interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So, like, why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point, that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he...
Why do we know this is going to happen? Why do we know he's going to get killed? Weren't they... I mean, according to this video, weren't they doing what they're supposed to be doing? Crossing into a different zone? I would like there to be more information.
Sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here.
I want to hear
so
what
now
Dave
he can
has
capture
to
the
say
footage
about
right
this.
here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry.
Act 1, 2, and 3. So I think Destiny is insinuating that this is like these people put themselves in harm's way to farm TikTok clips. And they're actually, they died as a result of wanting to farm TikTok clips?
The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone, in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's, like...
Well, how are we distinguishing between people who are just trying to document, horrifying situations with people who are apparently doing some kind of Pallywood, though? Like, how are we determining the difference between that?
Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing.
But why was this a justified action? And how does Destiny know that that's what was happening in this particular instance?
That's right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farming for TikTok clips.
I wish I knew more about... Oh, this is a horrifying image. I hate seeing it. It's terrible. I wonder... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use my system and a screenshot here.
Rating about this piece of shit, I'll take your apology now. And don't worry, we're just getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
Again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told.
I'm going to get this screenshot. Let's get on this. Let's do this right. All right, take that screenshot. Okay.
Told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this? Well...
The interview complete.
I'm going to get a screenshot of this. My system should be able to find this information because it has the video titles. Okay, here we go. God, I love my system. By the way, if anyone's wondering what I'm using, I am using the customized Pangburn AI system that has downloaded into it and is working from my rigorous epistemic standards, the things I need to see, the kind of things I need to see in order to pursue knowledge about things. It also has within the system my ethical standards whenever I want to do a quick assessment of an individual. If someone asks me, like, what do you think of Marjorie Taylor Greene? And I'm like, oh, I don't know shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I run her through my virtue scorecard system, and it'll give me a general view and give me some of the important piece of information I need to see as a moral well-beingist. Okay, so this first screenshot from the guy who's doing the video where the people were doing what they were supposed to be doing. They had white flags, multiple children. This is from an ITV news investigation, first broadcast on January 23rd, 2024, titled "Moment Innocent Civilian Brandishing White Flag in Gaza Safe Zone is Shot Dead in the Street." The footage was recorded the previous day, January 22nd, by ITV cameraman Mohammed Abu Safia near Al Aqsa University in Khan Yunis. It shows several Palestinian men standing with their hands raised and displaying a white flag. They said they were attempting to reach relatives and escort them out of the fight, out of the fighting. Minutes later, 51-year-old Ramzi Abu Salol was shot in the chest and died. The red circles, and labels such as white flags and multiple children appear to be annotations added to the video or screenshot. Yeah. They were not part of the raw camera footage. Yeah. Thanks for being thorough, though. Sometimes I have to pat my system on the head and say thanks for being thorough. The IDF initially said it was unaware of the incident and argued that the footage had been edited. ITV later obtained a second continuous camera angle and conducted geolocation and audio ballistic analysis. Its investigation estimated that the gunfire originated roughly 330 meters away, consistent with the location of Israeli tanks east of the cameraman. An Israeli brigadier general later told ABC News, "Yes, those are my troops and I'm investigating that incident." He denied that Israeli forces intentionally shoot civilians carrying white flags, adding, "There are mistakes. It is war." So this is of course authentic ITV footage of a documented fatal shooting, not a staged image or an unidentified social media clip. The evidence strongly indicates that Israeli forces fired the shots, although there's not found a publicly released final military or judicial investigation establishing individual criminal responsibility. So this is one of these situations that I'll point to that the ICJ really does need to look at with regards to war crimes, right? This could be a potential war crime. But again, me, myself, I rely on the International Court of Justice to investigate things like this. Obviously, this is public and documented. Is there any evidence that I've seen so far to suggest that this was a manufactured TikTok farming situation? No. But I also want to check in on the other screenshot I took from Destiny's video. This one. What about this reaction video to it by Destiny? While this is loading, I'm going to come over and say hi to you guys in the chat. It'll be interesting to hear what you guys think about this. I got lots of super chats here. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. We're going to be here for a long time tonight, by the way, so strap in, order some food, get your Cheetos together. Germ, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, says this was a no-go zone. Watching Destiny respond to this. This is a bad empanada video, and several of these things he says are objectively false. Okay. Thank you for your take. We'll look into that. I want to see if this was actually a no-go zone, because that's going to change things. We have another super chat. Thank you so much to Async. I like both D and D, so won't take sides. The real question, why the fuck are you doing this? You could have just let these two fight. Well, I care about truth and the maximization of well-being, and I see a piece of propaganda like Dave put out as something that is acting detrimentally towards well-being, because it's not depicting a factual picture of what's going on in Israel with regards to Israel-Palestine, and I'm not sure yet, because I haven't finished, if he's actually painting a reasonable picture with regards to Destiny. And the reason why I'm doing this in this way, another reason, nobody that I can see is doing this level of analysis when it comes to epistemic analysis and ethical analysis, play by play, going through slowly, not running things at 2 times speed or 1.5 speed and getting through it and making a few comments here and there. I'm dealing with all of the claims, all of the perspectives shared, all of the seeming propaganda that exists in this video. So I also async offered Dave opportunities to debate Destiny. In a last-ditch effort, I said that I think we could raise $1 million easily between all three of our platforms. We would do this in a day, by the way. But we could raise $1 million for Palestinian children, plus to bring these two together for a debate or a conversation. And that was declined by Dave, accepted by Destiny, declined by Dave. Dave is traditionally someone who calls people out for not accepting debates with others. Async also, thank you so much for the second super chat. It says, let me do the continuation. You claim to be about serious debate and been shilling for your Philbro stuff. What? What Philbro stuff? What are you talking about? Are you talking about academic philosophy? Like, what do you mean? But you're behaving like a BS commentary drama YouTuber. Why would you do this if you didn't have to? How am I behaving like a BS commentary drama YouTuber? Have you not been paying attention? I did 10 hours yesterday of meticulous fact checking and sharing factual information that was correcting where Dave was sharing misinformation. To me, this is a virtuous thing to be doing. It's a good thing. It's a righteous thing to be doing. And it's suspect to me that you think, yeah, just leave it to them to sort out. What if they don't sort it out? This stuff still needs to be, straightened out, in my view. If I see propaganda that I think is going to cause detriments to well-being, I'm going to challenge it. I'm going to fact check it. I'm going to give my normative ethical opinions on it once we get the facts straight. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's see. Oh, very, very, very quick bathroom break. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Believe it or not, I am back. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Back to yeah, thanks, Don Don. Yeah, I did. It looks like Destiny might be building his own conspiracy theory that's not well founded here, but we'll see. So let's see what information I can pull about Destiny's reaction video. So the reaction is real, and Destiny's analysis seems to be drastically badly wrong. In the segment, he speculated that the civilians might have been hoping to get shot, accused them of framing TikTok clips, questioned whether Ramzi Abu Salul was actually dead because the wound was not shown closely enough. He suggested they were provoking Israel into attacking what he called a largely justified action. So this was apparently this was not reasonable evidentiary caution. It was a sequence of unsupported exculpatory inventions. What the evidence established: ITV identified the victim. Okay, we already went through the evidence. The origin of the ITV broadcast contained a 5-second interruption because the cameraman stopped recording when shots were fired. Israel initially cited that interruption when claiming the footage was, quote, clearly edited. ITV then obtained a second continuous camera angle showing what happened during the gap. That directly answered the insinuation that the shooting sequence had been deceptively manufactured. ITV also conducted geolocation using satellite imagery, synchronization of multiple camera angles, audio ballistics analysis, examination of visible Israeli military positions. The ballistics analysis estimated that the shots came from approximately, okay, we already did that. The Israeli Brigadier General, we already did that. Specific problems with Destiny's response. Were they hoping to get shot? There's no evidence for this. Their stated objective was to collect endangered relatives. Their hands were raised and they carried a white flag. Speculating that civilians deliberately sought death is not an inference generated by the evidence. It is an ad hoc theory invented to avoid accepting the most obvious interpretation. Yeah, I don't think there's, based on what I'm seeing, I don't think there's any reasonable justification to think that they were hoping to get shot. And it's not a reasonable question. Like, were they hoping to get shot? Well, almost certainly not. Obviously, the answer should be obviously not. People don't hope to get shot unless you're trying to paint some massive conspiracy theory at like a level we've almost never seen before, right? Like people actually like, you know, killing themselves and family members and people around them and children, whoever was involved there, right? You know, just to prove a point. I don't see any good reason to believe that. They were farming TikTok clips is what Destiny says. I don't know if he asks, were they farming TikTok clips, or he makes the claim that they were farming TikTok clips. I'm going to watch it again. My system says he says they were farming TikTok clips. So again, there's no supporting evidence of that. The footage was recorded by a professional cameraman working for ITV News, not by the victim filming personal TikTok account. The family reportedly asked the cameraman to release the footage. Do we know he was actually dead? Yes. ITV identified him, interviewed his surviving family, and documented his lifeless body, requiring a graphic close-up of the entry wound before acknowledging the death is not a normal journalistic standard. The footage shows the shooting, collapse, blood-soaked flag, unmoving body, and grieving family. So yeah, that's not a normal journalistic standard unless you're trying to like dig for some like false flag conspiracy like some people did, like Alex Jones during the Sandy Hook situation. They the quote, they provoked a largely justified action. So this is currently unsupported legally and factually. Presence in a combat area or even in an area subject to an evacuation instruction does not make a civilian a lawful target. Civilians may be deliberately attacked only when they directly participate in hostilities or otherwise become lawful military targets. The footage shows no weapons, hostile movement, or threatening act. A white flag does not create absolute immunity where someone is feigning surrender or posing an immediate threat, but there is no visible evidence of either circumstance here. The relevant evidence points in the opposite direction. Raised hands, a white flag, communication with the journalists, and an attempt to recover relatives. ITV also found ambiguity surrounding the evacuation instructions for the precise area. The cameraman believed it was safe. Displaced civilians were sheltering nearby, and the IDF did not clearly establish when or how a relevant evacuation order had been communicated. Was Destiny missing later evidence? This is especially important. The ITV investigation providing the second angle, geolocation, and ballistics analysis was published in April 2024. The live stream title in the screenshot I provided is associated with the November 2024 stream. Thus, this was not merely a mistaken first impression formed before verification became available. The corrective evidence had been public for months. So if Destiny was having these like conspiratorial thoughts, he should have further looked into this. Maybe he did. I'd have to see if there's other videos of, were there any follow-up videos or later opinions? This will be something I want to ask Stephen about if I bring Stephen on to talk about this. All right. Let's see. Someone's saying people don't expect to be shot, but a martyr that dies for the cause to paint Israel in a certain way, maybe Hollywood is a... No, come on, Merc. This is the same crap that Dave is engaging in this propaganda video. We shouldn't be excusing away bad conspiratorial thinking here. Just because it's possible that someone's trying to do some like martyr conspiracy thing by getting shot just to show how bad Israel is. I mean, a reasonable person is going to understand that at the end of the day, when all of this is done, hopefully sooner rather than later, this is either going to be considered a war crime or not. It seems to be well documented, and it seems like there's going to be potentially a case for this to be chalked up as a war crime. I have eaten foliage says, I think the key claim was we can see the ambulance already set up along with the camera crew. That's just doing what Dave is doing throughout this video, conspiratorial thinking, trying to draw a line to draw a leather lifeline to keep that conspiracy alive. It's just almost certainly the case that this was just people got shot for bad reasons. That's what's almost certainly the case here. Is it possible there was a conspiracy? Yes, but possibility ought not weigh into our epistemic standards. I would say the same thing to Dave. I'm saying the same thing to Desi here in his digestion of this video. Marfin says, with all due respect, you have no context on this conflict. There are multiple misuses of white flags to ambush soldiers, and even the use of out-of-uniform plainclothes soldiers to attack. Even if that is the case, that doesn't mean this is one of those cases. And you don't know how much context I have on this conflict. I've been talking about this issue in great detail for many years. The reason why I don't just pick from my memory and give my opinions based on what's readily available in my memory or what I might be able to find in a simple Google search, because it's far more accurate to use my Pangburn AI system to disseminate misinformation from good information. So you don't know what context I have. I understand there are misuses of white flags to ambush soldiers. That's a horrible thing. I have eaten foliage says it gets tough when many news organizations in Gaza are also an arm of Hamas government for the sourcing. I'm going to double check your claim and see if that's true. Let's fact check that claim. Marfin says, again, Hamas fighters will attack with plainclothes soldiers. That's fine. again, how is that relevant to this situation? Please, you do not know anything about this conflict. Yeah, I think you're wrong about that. Mythos says this sounds more like Destiny explaining reasons he's initially skeptical of the claim being made with the limited evidence based on what is known to have happened in the past. It's not just being skeptical. Like when we're skepticism is not cynicism. So what I'm seeing is like a cynical approach that's putting conspiratorial answers as the first initial reactions and the questions that are popping into Destiny's mind with regards to this issue in this clip that's provided. Carmel Cold Brew says, with all due respect, thanks for your work. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the super chat. Fran says, I agree it's a reach, certainly for this clip. At what point would you consider it? I mean, when there's good, compelling evidence that would warrant belief. There, of course, are situations. I think of the horrible situations, the explosives that were set up in the vehicle. I think this was in Afghanistan. I forget what year, but this was a trusted informant who drove into a American ran compound with explosives in the vehicle, and I can't remember if it was a S-side bomber, but or like if it was strapped to his chest. But once they got in, blew up. He was in plain clothes. So yeah, these kind of tactics happen. So someone said it gets tough when many news organizations in Gaza are also an arm of Hamas government for the sourcing. So what is true here? Hamas does operate and influence media outlets in Gaza. Reporters Without Borders specifically identifies Al Aqsa Media Network and Shihab News Agency as Hamas-affiliated outlets. Gaza also lacks a free press environment. Hamas authorities have arrested, interrogated, intimidated, and restricted journalists, particularly those viewed as politically hostile. Therefore, information originating from an explicitly Hamas-affiliated outlet should be treated like information from any belligerent state or military media. Identify the affiliation, demand supporting evidence, corroborate it independently, distinguish reporting from propaganda. What is misleading here? Gaza's entire media ecosystem is not an arm of Hamas. It includes Hamas-affiliated organizations, outlets associated with Fatah or the Palestinian Authority, independent Palestinian media, freelancers and civil journalists, local employees and stingers working for Reuters, AP, AFP, BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, and other international organizations. RSF expressly distinguishes independent, factional, and internationally affiliated media rather than describing Gaza journalism collectively as Hamas-controlled. Israel also has prevented foreign journalists from entering Gaza independently for most of the war. As a result, international organizations have necessarily relied heavily on Palestinian reporters already inside Gaza. More than 24 major newsrooms have demanded independent access precisely so they can scrutinize claims from all sides more effectively. So therefore, it is circular to argue Israel prevents independent foreign access. Reporting consequently depends on local journalists. Local journalists are then broadly dismissed as Hamas sources. So and of course, affiliation is not the same as fabrication. Even journalists working for a Hamas affiliated outlet do not automatically fabricate everything they report. State affiliated outlets exist worldwide. Xinhua is owned by China's government. Voice of America is federally funded, and Stars and Stripes is connected to the U.S. Defense Department. Their work still has to be judged claim by claim. CPJ's methodology excludes people actively participating in combat or inciting imminent violence, but does not exclude someone merely because their employer is state or faction affiliated. Likewise, employment by Al-Aqsa TV does not by itself make a journalist a combatant or lawful target. The relevant question is whether that individual directly participated in hostilities. That's what's important here, not whether their outlet has a political alignment. So now, like I've been saying about Dave, as I've been, going through this video for, about 13 hours now. Because of Dave's failures in this video, I don't hate Dave. I wouldn't want to stop working with Dave. Dave wants to stop working with me. That's his right. And Destiny and I may disagree about his take and approach on this video. It doesn't mean that friends can't disagree or critique each other. Destiny might fire back and critique me on this. That's part of the war of ideas. I think it should be done in a good faith, helpful way with passion. Passion's great. But at minimum, good faith and helpfulness, honesty and sincerity of intentions, and literally trying to assist each other. Me, in this situation, I'm trying to assist Destiny in what I think is a better approach to, reacting to situations like this. It's just almost certainly the case that situations like this are not setups. They're not conspiracies. So that's where our minds should be going, not to some conspiratorial zone, conspiratorial line drawing. I got to get to some super chats here. Thank you so much, Germ, for the super chat. $10 super chat. Wow. This was a no-go zone. Civilians were ordered to evac. Mother and brother did not. Israeli soldiers wouldn't let the brother leave. This video is the family attempting to walk in and get the brother. Okay, let me check that. Of course, that's not going to demonstrate, any of the conspiratorial thinking. But yes, this is going to be very relevant to whether or not this is going to be considered a war crime by the ICJ if they hear this. Someone said your system didn't account for the 4 minutes prior to when it started. It's accounting for the entire video reaction to that particular incident. If you think there's an important piece of information that I'm missing in what you're saying is 4 minutes prior to when this started, please let me know. So the claim was this was a no-go zone. Civilians were ordered to evac. Mother and brother did not. Israeli soldiers wouldn't let the brother leave. This video is the family attempting to walk in and get the brother. The description is partly accurate, but no-go zone and did not evacuate are misleading. What is supported, the family had been ordered out of the building where they were sheltering. Ramzi Abu Salul, I'm really sorry about how I pronounce these names. I'm Canadian. Give me a break. Said Israeli soldiers had ordered the evacuation but did not allow his brother to leave. He and the other men were trying to reach and escort his mother and brother out, not merely wandering into the area without a purpose. The group was therefore approaching an active combat area and Israeli positions. That context should have been included in the original description. So good. That was an excellent part to point out. What is not established? Calling it a clearly designed no-go zone is too confident. ITV investigated the evacuation timeline and found that the closest publicly documented order for the relevant blocks was posted on January 23rd, the day after the January 22nd shooting. When ITV asked when an earlier order had been communicated, the IDF declined to provide a definitive time. The IDF may provide necessary information about this to the ICJ when the time comes. Maybe not. I hope that this is professionally adjudicated in court. The ITV cameraman said he believed the location was safe and had not been ordered evacuated. Satellite imagery also showed displaced civilians sheltering around the nearby university. Likewise, saying the mother and brother simply, quote, did not evacuate suggests refusal. The available evidence instead indicates that at least the brother was prevented from leaving, while other relatives had become separated during the evacuation. Does this added context justify the shooting? No. Even when an evacuation order is valid and effectively communicated, civilians who remain behind or return to retrieve relatives do not become lawful targets merely by being inside the area. The ICRC states that civilians remaining in an encircled area retain protection unless and for such time as they directly participate in hostilities. A warning or evacuation order does not convert the area into a free fire zone. The footage showed raised hands, a prominently displayed white flag, no visible weapons, no threatening movement, an explanation that they were retrieving trapped relatives. So this so I don't know, I don't see that this justifies the shooting. It might be relevant information, but all right. That was a deep dive. Took a while. How's everyone doing? You hanging in there? Make sure you take a second to smash that like button on the stream. Consider joining our Discord server. If you want me to investigate something while I'm live on the stream, just super chat me, and I will investigate a particular thing. There's the link to the Pangburn Discord server. We have good faith, helpful conversations happening all the time. Germ says I wasn't just to dying the shooting. Oh, sorry, I wasn't justifying the shooting, just giving context. I really appreciate that. It actually did add to the collection of work here. My system said that this context you gave should have been included in the original description. It didn't change the conclusions, but it was added context. That is important added context. So thank you for that. Really good job. Thank you so much. New member, keep your Bill Steins. Thank you so much. New member sign up. Love it. Well, Chitters, I am reviewing this video. I can't go start reviewing a whole bunch of other videos included. I mean, what are the chitters? I want to know what is said, or what do you think is important in the first four? You know what? Actually, my system probably can do it. You said, is there anything of relevance to Destiny's position in the minutes prior to the but yeah, it would be really helpful, Chitters, if you actually say, or if someone says, what was so relevant about 4 minutes before, instead of just saying watch the stream. Just give me the information, and I can investigate to see if the information is correct. Okay. Okay. Let's go.
Our cameraman walked away.
So like why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed. Basically, that's what's gonna happen. We know from this point that's what's gonna happen.
No, we don't know that, Destiny. We don't know that's going to happen. They could have not shot him based on the evidence available. They could have just not shot him, right? Doesn't seem like it seems like this could be a war crime here.
So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually...
He's saying he's following them knowing they're about to get shot. He's reading the mind of the cameraman. Yeah, we can't get into mind reading. This is not a good epistemology. We need to move away from conspiratorial line drawing, away from mind reading.
Eventually they get shot and everything is... This is it. It's like Act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The track...
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Deuce Halcyon, for the 5 Pangburn gift memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all for the support. Thank you so much.
Tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this? But they probably...
Well, I mean, Stephen, when you're, I mean, I see that kind of footage all the time in these action scenarios in the true crime world. Like, I see it all the time. I don't know what you're getting at there. Yeah, I think there's some mind reading and some conspiratorial line drawing, conspiratorial thinking by Stephen here. This was a couple years ago, right? I mean, yeah. Anyways.
We're hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? Yeah. I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean...
I don't think there's any good reason to believe that they're farming TikTok clips here, Stephen.
Remember, these people, not these people, I mean these people, actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is...
No, it is a stretch. There's a difference between, the world of suicide bombing and the world of, wanting to get shot to prove a point. Like, that's categorically different.
Is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. Right? It seems like they don't have any problems showing anything else. Like, why just the white?
So Destiny had, it seems like he could have found this information. Like, when you're asking these questions, do we even know if this guy's dead? That's when you want to do the empirically responsible thing and search to see if there's any more information relating to this.
White flag so that it can look all bloody, like show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release some...
Yeah, there's no evidence that this is Pallywood. No good reason to believe that. We can look at any scenario. You can look at the Sandy Hook scenario like Alex Jones did and other people did, and draw these lines and look at the face of like, that guy's obviously acting like the father of a dead child. Like this is the kind of, we got to really be careful with this stuff. It's very insensitive. It lacks conscientiousness. When we're thinking out loud, we still have to be conscientious. We still should be trying to maximize well-being for ourselves and those around us. So we do have to be careful with the kinds of things we say relating to incredibly emotionally charged topics like this, with related to someone who just lost their life. Calling it conspiracy is not a good thing to do. It's just not. You need to have, really good sound reason to believe that. It's almost never the case, by the way. Conspiracies happening like this are just almost never the case. We can look at that's something I want to okay, so I want to see, is there any good reason to believe any of these TikTok clip farming atrocities, false atrocities were happening? I want to know if there was a significant frequency of these false atrocities being created by Palestinians or Hamas in order to garner support. I hear that claim sometimes, but I want to see what that frequency is, what's been demonstrated at this point. We will, after we get through this Professor Dave video, it might not be today. It'll probably be tomorrow. We are going to transition into doing a full analysis of Destiny's reaction to the video. Don says, "Never hear Pollywood from me." Yeah, that's a very insensitive conceptualization. Thanks for being with me, everybody. I really do appreciate it, and thank you so much for the super chats. Well, Marfin, some people are saying they are faking it, but I want to know about. I want to know about both of those scenarios, the ones that are being faked and the ones that are true tragedies that might be getting framed as human rights violations. Yeah. The information environment was exceptionally contaminated. By March 2024, NewsGuard had cataloged 111 distinct false narratives about the war, and its later tracker reached 261 false narratives. The misinformation came from pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, and unrelated influence accounts, and included recycled footage, video game material, AI images, fabricated news reports, and footage from entirely different wars. Bellingcat documented several cases in which real footage from Gaza in 2021 or May 2023 was falsely presented as new footage from the current war, alongside videos from unrelated countries and conflicts. There were also genuinely false or premature pro-Palestinian claims. For example, old attacks were relabeled as current, unrelated videos were attributed to Gaza, early casualty and responsibility claims were sometimes asserted before verification, some commentators categorically denied documented October 7th atrocities. So a responsible viewer encountering an anonymous TikTok video should ask, who filmed this, when and where? Is there an original source? Is the footage edited? Is there independent corroboration? This is a kind of reasonable skepticism, reasonable questions. So the question of whether or not the footage is edited in a nefarious way, reasonable question. I think Destiny brought that up. Who filmed this, when and where? Is there independent corroboration? These are the kinds of things I would look for. But the Palestinians routinely fake casualties premise is very weak. When prominent, quote, Pallywood examples were investigated, many turned out to be false accusations of staging, not actual stage atrocities. So fact checkers found that supposedly incriminating footage was actually a 2022 Palestinian short film, a Lebanese film production, a Moroccan movie, an Iraqi artistic project, Jordanian telecommunications advertisement, a Palestinian television drama, a Malaysian funeral management class. Reuters, AFP, and AAP repeatedly found that these clips had been removed from their original context and falsely presented as evidence that Gazans were manufacturing casualties. In one notable case, an Arabic language spokesperson for the Israeli Prime Minister's office shared film set footage as evidence that Palestinians were staging war injuries. AFP established that it was a Lebanese fictional production. So the available evidence supports there was extensive misinformation about Gaza. It does not establish there was a widespread Palestinian practice of creating fake atrocity footage by intentionally getting shot or pretending to be dead. Yeah. Forgive me for my Canadian pronunciation. Reuters. Yeah, people pronounce it Reuters, Routers.
Somebody that was captured, like that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian
Yeah, this is very insensitive.
killing.
That's right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farming for TikTok clips.
And Dave said it was deemed a safe zone. Let me just double check that. I think it was calling it clearly designated. I want to check that. Was this a safe zone?
They have to provoke Israel into violence because Israel would never be violent on their own. The rhetoric here is beyond vile. This is like telling a rape victim she was asking for it because of her short skirt, but 1,000 times worse. Anyone who uses the term Pallywood is a fucking monster. Once again, if you actually truly want to see what happens in Gaza on a daily basis, you can head over to archivegenocide.com and look for yourself. Bring a barf bag. People are ruthlessly slaughtered every single day, and the thousands of videos on that site are only a tiny fraction of the carnage that has been inflicted on Palestinians over the past 2.5 years. Pretending that they're faking it is identical to Holocaust denial, except way worse since this is happening today.
So the shooting occurred in an area where civilians were sheltering, and the cameraman believed he had not been ordered to leave, but ITV could not establish that the precise location was an officially designated Israeli safe zone. So officially designated humanitarian safe zone, that has not been established. So this, I think Dave is wrong about that. it wasn't established as a safe zone. I don't think that's been established yet. Maybe it actually was. We'll find that out later. An area the cameraman and civilians reasonably believe was safe enough to occupy, that's supported. An active combat or military controlled area is also supported. So it was an active combat or military controlled area. It was an area the cameraman and civilians reasonably believed was safe enough to occupy. It hasn't been established that this area was officially designated a safe zone, like Dave is claiming.
Now here he is doing a fan meetup in Israel, giving advice to young IOF soldiers on how to hide their war crimes.
I do have this little worry that in the media and in the global, opinion, it's not such a good thing to be an IDF soldier.
It's not. It's absolutely. The opinion is really bad. Yeah. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see it.
Yeah, he's saying, Destiny's saying, stop taking stupid fucking videos. It reminds me of, like some of the videos that emerged from Afghanistan, after 9/11, where sometimes when a male will die, they will, they'll die with an erection. And there were some soldiers playing with the erection with their rifles and laughing about it with a cell phone video, which should be in anyone's eyes just absolutely disgusting. So when I hear what Stephen says there, I'm hearing him say, don't do shit like that. It's, this is one of the reasons why, hyperbolically, the world hates you because you're doing, you're taking videos and doing shit like this. Leave your cell phones at home. Let's go back a little bit.
It's absolutely. The opinion is really bad. Yeah. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it.
No, you shouldn't be wearing dresses. You should be conducting yourself professionally as a soldier. To me, you have a duty as a soldier, a very unique duty to be engaging in very careful conduct. Obviously, when you're in combat, stuff can happen. But when you're just like rummaging through houses, looking for evidence or whatever you're doing, and there's some guy like putting on a dress of some woman's and joking around, deeply immoral and wrongful. Shouldn't be happening. So no, if you're going to do that, don't film it. No, the prescription should be, you shouldn't be doing that. It's a bad thing to do. You want to have a better reputation internationally? Don't do shit like that. It shouldn't be viewed as funny. This is serious, heavy-hearted work, the kind of work that militaries have to do. And many lives are being lost. Many children losing their lives. People losing members of the family, children being made fatherless and motherless. I'm not saying that soldiers cannot have a lighthearted relationship with these situations, but it should not be at expense of civilians or combatants. They should be treated with respect. So don't do shit like that. It's infantile, immoral, bad, wrongful.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah, Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians. And when you're done...
He didn't say it's cool to murder Palestinians. No, he didn't. Destiny did not say, Dave, that it's cool to murder Palestinians. How did you get that from that clip? Keep your Bill Steens, thank you so much for the super chat. That was bad empanada's claim. A serial fabulist. I don't know what claim you're talking about, but I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Is there any more I have to scroll back on? Nope, we're good.
It's super funny to go through their belongings and even try on their clothes like a little trophy. If you
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this shit I'm seeing right here.
didn't know that IOF soldiers do this all the time, now you
No, now Dave's saying they do it all the time. So I want to check at the frequency of this kind of shit happening. Yeah, this is fucking disgusting, stupid, immoral shit to be doing. Yeah, like imagine if that was your mother's bra, or your daughter's bra, or your sister's bra, right? We just have to put ourselves in their shoes and imagine that, you know, a couple of your family members were killed, and maybe you remember your daughter wearing those bottoms or that dress. Reuters verified 8 posts uploaded by Israeli soldiers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 posts uploaded by Israeli soldiers themselves showing troops in Gaza displaying or playing with lingerie found in Palestinian homes. Examples include dangling women's underwear over another soldier's face. Yikes. Posing beside beds covered with lingerie. Yikes. Handling dolls and sexualizing female mannequins. Yikes. Reuters said these were part of dozens of similar posts circulating online. The UN Human Rights Office called the images demeaning to Palestinian women. Yeah, of course. There was also a verified example of a soldier actually wearing a Palestinian woman's underwear. In January 2025, a soldier conducted a raid inside a Bethlehem home, was filmed wearing a pink undergarment. Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing here. Wearing a pink undergarment and bra over his uniform while mimicking a striptease. The IDF called it a serious incident inconsistent with its values. Okay, good. And announced that the soldiers would be questioned and subject to disciplinary measures. Okay, that's good. I want to know if they actually were. The mistreatment extended beyond clothing. Associated Press verified footage of Israeli soldiers rummaging through private homes, destroying merchandise in a toy shop, attempting to burn food and water supplies, and chanting derogatory slogans. The IDF said such videos did not reflect its values and promised disciplinary action. This is also not entirely new to the current war. After Israel's 2008-09 Gaza operation, Amnesty International inspected homes used by Israeli troops and reported furniture overturned or smashed, clothing and documents thrown across floors and soiled, and personal property urinated upon in the house. Yeah, all this stuff, like, this isn't new to the IDF, but this stuff needs to be policed within military, needs to be educated on, and it needs to be dealt with strong disciplinary action. It just can't be tolerated. And it seems like the IDF agrees. So the evidence supports multiple Israeli soldiers have entered Palestinian homes, handled or worn women's intimate clothing, mocked the absent occupants, rummaged through possessions, and damaged personal property. It is not established that every Israeli soldier behaves this way, of course, or that wearing Palestinian women's clothing is an official IDF policy. But the number of soldier-produced posts and the recurrence across Gaza and the West Bank make it more than one invented or wholly isolated viral clip. International humanitarian law requires protected civilians to be treated with respect for their dignity, honor, and family life, and protected from insults and public curiosities. I love that. International humanitarian law is good and correct here. They should be protected from this. Taking private property can constitute pillage, while destruction of civilian property is prohibited unless absolutely required by military operations. When Destiny advised soldiers not to photograph themselves going through Palestinian women's drawers, wearing their clothing, he was referring to documented behavior that Israeli soldiers had publicly displayed. It did happen. I can see how his response could be taken as being very dismissive of that actual problem, that the filming it isn't the problem. The fact that they're doing it is the main problem, right? I could see how his reaction, could lead people to believe otherwise. But my initial reaction was that, he was getting at, not to do that. But I want to watch it through one more time.
Fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture,
nope.
Okay? Jesus.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, that is a bad and wrongful thing for Destiny to hand wave away there. So yeah, that's another thing I'd like to, if Destiny wants to do a stream, we can talk about that one as well. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians. And when
No, he didn't agree with that.
you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings and even try on their clothes like a little trophy. If you didn't know that IOF soldiers do this all the time, now you know.
They don't do it all the time. That's wrong, Dave. There's not evidence that supports that they do this all the time. There are 8 posts uploaded by Israeli soldiers themselves showing troops in Gaza displaying and playing with lingerie, etc. That's 8 too many, but it's not all the time. The broad brushing, the overgeneralization performed by Dave in this video is one of the reoccurring issues in the way he's thinking about this. I'm going to overgeneralize this things to the IDF, or he calls it, I think, the IOF, the Israel Offensive Force. Maybe that's what he means. But
anyway, yeah. Destiny is totally on board for the post-slaughtering fashion show. But you guys...
No, it's not the post-slaughtering fashion show. That's not what he was, quote unquote, on board for. He was saying, if you are going to do this stuff and if you want to put on a dress because it's funny, like, don't film it and share it with the world. That's still a bad prescription. He should have been saying you shouldn't be doing that. He should have said what the international humanitarian law requires of people. That's for civilians to be treated with respect for their dignity. That's what should be said.
Stop taking pictures and posting them to social media. You don't want the world to know what complete fucking monsters you are making a joke out of genocide. Keep it to yourself, okay?
He's not making a joke out of genocide there, Dave.
By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024 where Destiny went all around Israel interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda. trip.
Was Destiny's trip funded by Israel? Like he's talking about like Israel, the country. It would be much like saying like, or the state, whatever you want to call it. But it'd be like saying like, so and so came over to do a speaking tour, funded by the United States of America. So what does that mean? By taxpayers? Was it tax money that funded Destiny here, this trip? That's apparently a propaganda trip. Async says, I distorted that one. Which one? What did I distort? I want to hear what Async thinks I distorted. Tiro says Pangburn was obviously funded by the U.S. government for his anti-Trump debate tour in America. Oh yeah, I'm just haven't received those checks yet. I'm still waiting on checks. Let's go back. Is it just
Do this all the time, now you know. Anyway, Destiny is totally on board for the post-slaughtering fashion show, but you...
So Async says Dave didn't say Destiny was joking about genocide. He was referring to the soldiers taking pics of it.
Guys, stop taking pictures and posting them to social media. You don't want the world to know what complete fucking monsters you are making a joke out of genocide. Keep it to yourself, okay?
Making a joke out of genocide. You said Dave didn't say Destiny was joking about genocide. That's exactly what Dave said, making a joke about genocide. Those were his words verbatim.
Okay. By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024 where Destiny went all around Israel interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip. Here he is with Elon Levy.
I'm just seeing if there's no good public evidence that Israel funded Destiny's trip. So why does Dave think that this was obviously an Israel-funded trip? So things that may have been facilitated, it is evident that Israeli and pro-Israel contacts helped him obtain interviews, tours, and access. For example, settler spokesperson Yeshia Fleischer personally toured Destiny and Loner Box through Hebron. Thanks, honey. Hebron, and interviewed Destiny during the trip. That could involve ordinary in-kind hospitality like introductions, transportation to an interview, meals, security coordination, access to officials and locations. But facilitation is not the same as financing the trip. And it certainly is not evidence of Mossad recruitment. Journalists routinely receive access and logistical assistance from interested parties while retaining responsibility for disclosing significant benefits and independently evaluating what they are shown. So Israel definitely supported it, or it's obvious is not supported.
Shitstain, who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of the genocide. So basically, he's the guy who sold the world on this genocide more than anyone else. He's the one who amplified narratives about beheaded babies and a baby in the oven on October 7th that definitely didn't exist. Hamas using Palestinians as human shields when that's actually what Israel does. The ultra-sophisticated Hamas bases.
We're on to human shields now. My wife just brought me homemade dried mango with chamoy. We're getting there, folks. How far? We're at the 105-minute mark. Wow. We're getting there. So just so you all know what I'll be doing after, I'll be taking the master transcript from all of this information that I've spoken into the record and seeing if there is anything that I need to correct in the video descriptions and pinned comment of the video. Oh, I'm behind. Oh, so IOF stands for Israeli Occupying Force when they use it. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah. I knew it was like some kind of pejorative. Or I know it's the IDF, but both Israeli forces and Hamas-led Palestinian armed groups have used civilians as human shields. The evidence, however, is not symmetrical in form, and the phrase is often used too loosely. Under international human law, human shielding means intentionally using the presence or movement of civilians to protect fighters, military positions, or operations from attack. Merely fighting in a city, being near civilians, or storing weapons in a residential area can violate other laws of war, but it is not automatically human shielding unless that protective intent is established. Israel forces. The evidence here is direct and repeatedly verified. A 2024 UN Commission of Inquiry found that Israeli forces used Palestinian detainees as human shields in Gaza and the West Bank by placing detainees on military vehicles during exchanges of fire, forcing detainees to enter tunnels ahead of soldiers, sending detainees into buildings before troops entered. The commission classified these practices as war crimes. So these would be other things that are going to be obviously brought up when, with regards to the ICJ determination, the International Court. The UN Security General's 2025 report on children and armed conflict separately stated that the UN had verified the use of 27 Palestinian boys as human shields by Israeli forces during 22 in Gaza and 5 in the West Bank. This is also a long-standing practice. Israel previously used what was called the neighbor procedure, forcing Palestinians to approach wanted persons, inspect suspicious objects, or enter buildings before soldiers. Israel's High Court prohibited the practice in 2005, but UN investigations and Israeli human rights organizations have documented later recurrence. So the statement, Israeli forces have used Palestinians as human shields, is seemingly unequivocally supported. I also want to know, like, how many documented cases have there been from Israel on this after October 7th? Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups. There's also credible incident-specific evidence. Human Rights Watch identified at least 2 human shield incidents during the October 7th attack. In Be'eri, fighters held civilians in a house during a confrontation with Israeli troops, forced some hostages into the yard between themselves and Israeli forces, and one fighter used hostage Yasmin Porat to shield himself while surrendering. In Nahal Oz, a fighter forced 17-year-old Tomer Arava Elias to walk ahead of him from house to house, knock on neighbors' doors, and look through windows, apparently helping shield the fighter and expose occupants. Tomer was later found dead. Oh, that's terrible. Human Rights Watch therefore concluded that Hamas-led armed groups committed the war crimes of using human shields during October 7th. The UN's 2025 Children in Armed Conflict report also recorded reports that Hamas Qassam brigades and other Palestinian armed groups used human shields inside Gaza, but the wording is important. The UN said it had verified 27 cases involving Israeli forces, while referring only to reports involving Palestinian armed groups in Gaza. Human beings need to stop using human shields. The clearest count is in 2024, 27 Palestinian boys, 22 in Gaza, and 5 in the West Bank. This is for Israel. 2025, 2 Palestinian children, 1 in Gaza and 1 in the West Bank. That gives 29 verified victims since October 7th. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question, Don. If these have been prosecuted. Yeah. Yes, those were Hamas instances I was reading. Yeah, so Don asked a really good question. I want to see which of these have been prosecuted. Professor Dave approaching 2,000 deleted comments on that video. Is that true? How do you determine that number? That's scary. All right. Israel acknowledged in May 2025 that its military police criminal investigation division had opened several investigations into allegations that soldiers forced Palestinians to enter buildings and tunnels ahead of troops. The IDF did not disclose the number of suspects, units involved, investigative outcomes, or any resulting charges. As of July 30th, 2026, today, I found no public announcement of an indictment or conviction specifically for this conduct. The only clear Israeli conviction specifically involving human shielding, occurred before the present war. So in 2010, 2 Israeli soldiers were convicted for forcing a Palestinian boy to open bags suspected of containing explosive during the 2008-09 Gaza war. They received suspended 3-month sentences and were demoted. Neither served prison time. So for the Israeli personnel, post-October 7th investigations, yes. Public post-October 7 Human Shield indictments, none found. Public post-October 7th convictions, none found. Historical convictions, 2 soldiers in 2010 with suspended sentences. Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups. Human Rights Watch documented specific October 7th cases in which Palestinian figures, we already went through that. There's no public evidence that Hamas prosecuted any of its fighters for human shielding. The former Hamas-run Gaza authorities conducted an independent criminal investigation. The Palestinian Authority prosecuted an October 7th participant specifically for this offense. Israel has detained hundreds of alleged October 7th participants, but their major criminal trials had not yet begun. Israel only enacted the special tribunal legislation in May 2026, and military officials previously estimated that preparations could take approximately a year. The proposed prosecutions cover offenses including murder, kidnapping, sexual crimes, terrorism, and genocide. Public summaries do not identify human shielding as a separate announced charge. Therefore, on the Palestinian armed group side, documented human shield incidents, yes. Hamas internal prosecution, there's none found for Hamas. Israeli prosecution specifically for human shielding, none publicly identified, and broader October 7th prosecutions being prepared but not yet completed. So there's a few instances. Well, Israel is investigating, and then there's the 2 Israeli soldiers that were convicted for forcing the Palestinian boy to open bags during 2008-2009 Gaza war. They were suspended 3-month sentences and were demoted. I feel like this needs to be taken seriously, and I don't see any criminal investigations that are being carried out by Palestinians, Hamas, or whoever. The Palestinian authorities are not seemingly investigating anyone. All the investigation seems to be happening from Israel. Yeah, I'm interested. Index CA audit. Let's take a look at this. Oops. Oh, this is like a YouTube audit, I think. Okay. Threads with creator activity 496. Wow. Creator comments 616 comments by Dave. Is that what that means? Detected deletions 1937. Wow. I wonder if that's like a record. I don't know. Maybe. Oh my God. Like, I'm just trying to think of that. Like, is that like, I wonder if there's any way to discern whether or not YouTube deleted the comments or Dave did. I'm just scrolling Dave's comments here. Okay. All right. All right. Let's watch some more. Was I waiting on something here? No, I was investigating that terrible. The use of human shields.
Under the hospitals
Awful.
that were never there, shouting about how anyone exposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as illegal settlements continue to expand against international law, and a Kahanist who served as a political advisor to Ben-Gvir. Here he is with Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who tried to whitewash the 1948 Nakba, which is the true beginning of this campaign of ethnic cleansing and dispossession of Palestinians. He also did a 2-on-2 debate with Benny against Norman Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services of Israel, Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician, and Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier, Yosef Haddad, genocide propagandist. That's not even the full lineup. He has long playlists with way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. We won't dive into all that. Israeli politician, Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services of Israel, Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician, and Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier, Yosef Haddad, genocide propagandist. That's not even the full lineup. He has long playlists with way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home.
All right, we got a lot to check there. Okay. Gonna have to do a deeper dive for this. It's gonna take a second. I mean, for that, a lot of that section, Dave was just, representing his normative opinion on some things. But there are some things I want to look at with regards to this Israel trip, what the tone of the conversations were like, etc. This is a good time for a quick bathroom break. Oh, right. Oh, wow. So what my system's doing right now is going through all of these transcripts and video content. Oh, how's everyone doing out there? You guys hanging in there? I know it's a lot of work, but I'm glad you're here with me doing it. Let's see. My light's pretty bright, huh? It's probably destroying my eyes. There we go. Fix my hair a little bit so I'm not looking like such a boob. What up, Avery? I'm glad you're having a good time. Finn Hammer says 3:34 a.m., but I'm enjoying it too. Nice. Mega Wavy P, Mega Wavy Perry, the perennial one, says thanks, Tevis. I'm making pasta sauce, says newly born corn. I hope it's yummy. Okay. Okay, just as a general sense, just to get a general gist of the Israel trip conversations, the dominant tone of Destiny's Israel trip conversations was cordial, curious, and comparatively non-confrontational. He generally behaved more like an interviewer on a fact-finding trip than the aggressive debater seen in many of his live streams. With Israeli establishment and pro-Israel figures, these were usually friendly and ideologically comfortable. Destiny asked clarifying questions, allowed long answers, and frequently worked within the interviewee's framing rather than aggressively testing its assumptions. The Ilon Levy interview is the clearest example. Its premise was openly pro-Israel. The program described Hamas as conducting a, quote, brutal psyops campaign, and presented the discussion as an examination of why Hamas could manipulate international opinion. Destiny was described as being in Israel, quote, to learn and to be challenged, but the conversation largely took place inside a shared concern about anti-Israel misinformation rather than functioning as an adversarial interrogation of Israeli conduct. His interview with Tamir Dortal was similarly calm and reflective. They discussed history, Hamas, peace, negotiations, Palestinian motivations, religion, the right of return, and possible solutions. The chapter structure indicates some engagement with Palestinian perspectives, but the encounter was primarily a cooperative exchange about understanding Israel's circumstances rather than a hard cross-examination. With settlers and the Israeli right, the West Bank material facilitated by Yishay Fleischer contained more disagreement, but remained personally friendly. It was a guided encounter. Fleischer, an advocate and spokesperson for the Jewish community in Hebron, controlled much of the itinerary and supplied the historical and political interpretation of what Destiny was seeing. Destiny sometimes challenged arguments, questioned settlement policy, and pushed on Palestinian rights, but he generally did so through extended discussion rather than hostile confrontation. That's good. Destiny's own release describes the material as a combination of interviews, discussions, and debates, which is a fair characterization. The result was not simply Destiny nodding at everything, but neither was it an independent investigative tour in which the guide's claims were systematically checked against Palestinian residents, human rights documentation, or opposing experts in real time. With Israeli peace process and anti-Netanyahu figures, the conversations with figures such as former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert were substantive but cooperative. Destiny asked open-ended questions about previous negotiations, Jerusalem, refugees, territorial compromise, and why peace efforts failed. He generally allowed Olmert to construct his account rather than prosecuting inconsistencies. The eventual release was framed around Olmert's criticism of Netanyahu and his near agreement with the Palestinians. Overall assessment: personal civility, high. That's good, Stephen. Curiosity and willingness to listen, high. Aggressive scrutiny, low to moderate. Challenge to pro-Israel premises, intermittent. Israeli control of framing and access substantial. It would be inaccurate, like Dave says, to call all these encounters, scripted propaganda performances. Dave called it a propaganda tour. I believe he put it that way. Yeah, it wasn't adversarial journalism either. But I just wanted to read that. I'm sorry if you already knew that, but it's for me to learn as well.
We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbara field trip. Destiny was recruited by Israel to publish content to brain.
Thank you so much for the super chat from Keep Your Blistines. Says, God's work, Travis. P.S. There are no gods. Well, I agree with that. That's for a different show. I swear if we break into God debates here when I'm trying to get this project done, that would be the true conspiracy theory.
Brainwash American liberals into denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out in his home.
Let's see this.
We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbara field trip. Destiny was recruited by Israel to publish content to brainwash American liberals into denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian.
Let's take a screenshot here. Destiny mocking an innocent university professor who was killed alongside his entire family, including children. You're telling me this guy had no children that he kept in the north after Israel warned people to flee south and they died as a result? So he's not just a garbage human. He was a trash father too. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, Destiny knows how I feel about this kind of stuff. I'm a moral well-beingist. I don't see any good in this kind of communication. Sometimes the sharper, passionate attacking of one's ideas that could maybe become highly exasperated and full of energy and passion. Like, I'm all for that kind of stuff. But I don't think it's a good thing to do or a righteous thing to do to refer to people as garbage humans or to call them trash fathers. I think it's more wise and more good by my standard of wanting to maximize well-being for myself and those around me to target the problems. The problems is not them. It's not them as a human. That's not the problem. It's the behaviors. It's the issues. It's the ideas that you want to go to war with. That's what should be getting targeted. So he kept his children in the north after Israel warned people to flee south, and they died as a result. You can make a claim about how that's negligent. Why would you keep your children in the north? If there was a warning that you got to get your family out of there and flee. Yeah, I mean, that is frustrating. As parents, when it comes to your kids, you got to protect your children in the worst circumstances. And I don't know the details as to why. You know what? Why don't we figure it out? Whenever I say I don't know. Let's figure it out. That's what we're doing here. Let's not get lazy. Oh, we're doing it, folks. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Very good. Very good. Sorry, I'm just checking my notifications really quickly here. Okay. Let's take a look here. Oh, still looking. I'm going to get more information on this.
Poet Rifat Al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out against genocide. And what a
he didn't say that he's a garbage human that deserved to be killed for speaking out against genocide. That's not what this tweet says, Dave.
horrible father he is for having children absolutely anywhere, since Israel bombs literally...
No, not having children absolutely anywhere. Yeah, Dave is overgeneralizing again. It's not absolutely anywhere. That's not why. That's not what Stephen is getting at here. He's getting at that the guy had kept his children in the north after Israel warned people to flee south. And I think if we were to steelman Stephen here, he's going to say that that is negligent.
Everywhere all the time, including and especially for having children absolutely anywhere, since Israel bombs literally everywhere all the time.
Israel at this time was not bombing everywhere all the time, Dave. That's not true. Okay, let's get down to the facts of this. I have them here. Oh boy, we're opening up a new can of worms every 20 seconds. The Post-Destiny was answering, said Al-Arir had been killed with his entire family, including children, which was incorrect. So the tweet Destiny was responding to is incorrect. Rafayat Al-Arir's wife and 6 children survived the December 2023 strike. He was killed with 6 members of his extended family, generally reported as his brother, sister, and 4 nieces or nephews, while sheltering at a relative's home in northern Gaza. Therefore, Destiny's response, this guy had children that he kept up in the north, and they died as a result. It accepted the false premise. His own children did not die. So what happened? Al-Arir was a 44-year-old professor of English and creative writing at the Islamic University of Gaza, an editor of Gaza Writes Back, and co-founder of the youth writing project We Are Not Numbers. He and 6 relatives were killed in an Israeli airstrike on the evening of December 6th, 2023, although several reports announced or dated the death December 7th. Sources broadly locate the strike in northern Gaza City, but differ between Shajaya and the nearby Al-Sidra al-Daraj area. Reports also differ slightly about the 6 relatives' precise relationship. CNN and We Are Not Numbers reported his brother, sister, and her 4 children. Euromed Monitor reported his brother, Salah, a child of his brother, his sister, Asma, and 3 of her children. The consistent point is that 6 extended family members died with him, not his wife and 6 children. Doesn't seem to be any publicly released Israeli account identifying a military target inside that apartment, alleging that El Arir was a combatant, or explaining the operational purpose of that particular strike. So this might be another thing that's going to be up for investigation with the ICJ. Oh, I gotta turn on this light a little bit. There we go. Okay. Why was he still in northern Gaza? On October 12th to 13th, shortly after Israel ordered approximately 1.1 million people north of Wadi Gaza to move south within 24 hours, El Arir told CNN that he, his wife, and their 6 children were debating whether to leave. He said they had, quote, nowhere else to go, and described the choice as remaining under bombardment or undertaking an unsafe displacement without protection. His family did not simply remain comfortably in their original house. Available accounts say their home was bombed in October. Approximately 30 relatives had been sheltering there. They subsequently moved through a school and several other shelters. On December 4th, El Arir wrote that some of his children and relatives remained trapped in Shayajea amid intense bombing. At the time he was killed, he was sheltering separately with his siblings' family. Ugh. God, that must have been terrifying. Horrible. So it is fair to say that El Arir's family remained in northern Gaza despite Israel's general evacuation order. It is not fair to reduce that to a father casually refusing a safe opportunity and thereby causing his children's deaths. Yeah, because that part wasn't true. The UN called moving 1.1 million people within 24 hours impossible without devastating humanitarian consequences. The ICRC said people had nowhere reliably safe to go. Many could not evacuate, and both those leaving and those remaining continued to be protected civilians. The evacuation warning is relevant to assessing precautions and risk. It does not transfer legal responsibility for every subsequent civilian death to parents who remain, nor convert those civilians into lawful military targets. Again, this is going to be important for the ICJ to investigate. Potential war crimes here. Was El Arir an entirely uncontroversial, innocent professor? Civilian and politically unobjectionable are different questions. El Arir made genuinely reprehensible public statements. On October 7th, while the attack was unfolding, he described the Palestinian assault as legitimate and moral. Yikes. And compared it to the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. The BBC subsequently called his comments deeply offensive. He also responded with a cruel baking powder joke to an allegation that Hamas had burned a baby in an oven. The underlying oven story was later found to be unsupported, but his response was understandably regarded as callous toward reports of murdered Israeli children. Those facts are relevant to evaluating his judgment and rhetoric. But they don't establish his participation in hostilities, that he was a Hamas fighter, his home was a military objective, killing him or the children beside him was lawful, or that he deserved to die. So people who engage in simple-minded eye for an eye morality will look at some of the things he said and been like, well, if he said those things, I'm glad he was killed. That's deeply immoral. That's like ancient Sumerian eye for an eye morality thinking that needs to go the way of the dodo in the human zeitgeist. It's just so awful. Euromed Monitor alleged that the apartment containing Alir was struck precisely while much of the surrounding building remained standing. It also reported that he had received online death threats and a telephone threat from someone claiming to be an Israeli officer who knew his shelter location. It therefore called for an investigation into a possible deliberate killing. Yeah. Well, this could be a murder case, right? All righty. We keep at it.
Including and especially the places where they specifically tell Palestinians to go.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going into the country, that has been kept on a caloric deficit. And now here we are, months and months and months in. Where are all the people dying for starvation? Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation during this genocide. He asks,
let's look at the starvation details. Actually, I want that screenshot. God, Dave, give us the video information.
Months in, where are all the people dying for?
There's no way my system is slick enough to pick up what this is from. This is going to be slow moving through this section, I think. Okay. I'm going to get into the starvation issue.
Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation during this genocide. He asks where the dead people are and can't even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another genocide-supporting piece of shit and incredible disappointment of a human being. Who knows, he may deserve a video at some point as well.
So you don't even deserve to be in
What
that
do you want him to
conversation.
admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah,
you tell me. Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel is preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated by military.
Why were cookies being prevented from going in?
And
what were custom rockets fueled with?
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah,
with sugar and fertilizer. Yes, that's how they made the early rockets. The first generation that was
so we're going to deny
used.
Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used.
You know what? First of all, they're allowed back in because they use more sophisticated rockets.
You might know.
That's right. There has to be a blockade to prevent food from getting to starving Gazans because they will use the sugar to make rockets. That just came out of his dumb fuck face. Starving 2 million people to death is cool because we can't have tiny dinky little rockets damaging a bus stop while Israel continues to carpet bomb Gaza on a regular basis. Fuck me, what an asshole.
Genocide is a special crime that has two elements. One of the elements requires some kind of destruction of a people or taking away of their children or sterilization, something like that, an obvious thing. But the second part is a highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent is what makes genocide so unique. And there are so many things related to genocide that don't apply to modern military conflict that you should take note of, because when you start to apply genocide in the way it's being applied to Israel, it basically would be applied to every single conflict.
No, it wouldn't, you delusional asshat. Israel Israel's genocide is not a military conflict. Palestinians don't have a military. They're a prisoner population being indiscriminately slaughtered while their land is demolished and stolen. That's
All right. I'm just pulling up some information here, folks.
why it's a fucking genocide. There is no conflict happening in the world today that better fits the definition of genocide that he just listed.
Well, Dave, you got to deal with the intentionality. Some might say that it's a unfair burden to prove intentionality of genocide, but that's one of the main things that separates it from other things like war crimes or ethnic cleansing or things like this. Oh, okay. I was able to find this clip. So Destiny's saying, people have been telling us that Palestinians are starving to death for decades. Where are all the people dying of starvation? Something is not adding up. The math doesn't work. The Fuller March 2024 exchange shows that he acknowledged Gaza might be approaching a famine, but argued that words such as starvation and famine have been used so loosely for years that they had lost evidentiary value. There was a legitimate point buried in the argument. So Gaza was not experiencing officially classified famine before October 7th, 2023, and food insecurity, hunger, starvation, and famine should not be treated as interchangeable. But the central challenge, where are the people dying, was already contradicted by available evidence when Destiny said this. So starvation versus famine. Starvation can describe an individual or household suffering extreme food deprivation. An entire geographical area does not need to meet the technical famine threshold before people begin starving or dying. And IPC, area level famine, requires evidence that at least 20% of households face an extreme lack of food. Acute malnutrition exceeds the applicable threshold, traditionally 30% of children using weight for height measurement. Non-trauma mortality exceeds 2 people per 10,000 per day, and 4 children per 10,000 per day. Consequently, thousands of people may experience catastrophic hunger, and individual starvation deaths may occur without the whole territory yet qualifying as an IPC famine. So what was known when Destiny made the statement, at least publicly known? The conversation occurred in March 2024. February 19th, WHO, so this is all prior to Destiny making these statements. WHO, UNICEF, and WFP reported that 15.6% of children under 2 screened in northern Gaza were acutely malnourished, compared with a pre-war acute malnutrition rate of approximately 0.8% among children under 5. They described the 3-month deterioration as unprecedented in speed. March 3rd, UNICEF reported that at least 10 children had already died from malnutrition and dehydration at Kamal Adwan Hospital. March 11th, OCHA reported 25 deaths from malnutrition and dehydration, including 21 children. I hate reading that. Based on Gaza Health Ministry reporting. March 15th, UNICEF reported that acute malnutrition among children under 2 in northern Gaza had doubled to 31%. Roughly 1 in 3, at least 23 children had reportedly died from malnutrition and dehydration. And 4% of screened children were suffering severe wasting. March 18th, the IPC Famine Review Committee concluded that famine was projected and imminent in the North Gaza and Gaza governorates, expected to become manifest between mid-March and May unless conditions changed. Approximately 1.1 million people across Gaza were experiencing IPC Phase 5 household level catastrophe, while roughly 210,000 people in northern governance were projected into famine conditions. So when Destiny asks, where are all the people dying of starvation? The honest answer was they were already being reported in northern Gaza, principally among children, and objective malnutrition measurements showed an extreme rapid deterioration. The direct count was still in the dozens, not thousands at that time. It was fair to qualify the number as preliminary and dependent on a collapsing health surveillance system. It was not fair to act as though no evidence existed. Did the predicted spring 2024 famine occur? This is the strongest fact available to a skeptic. In June 2024, the IPC review concluded that the available evidence did not demonstrate that famine was then occurring in northern Gaza. More food and other supplies had entered the north than the March projection assumed, and nutrition, water, and health responses. Oh man, I really, really hate reading and hearing about starving people, but specifically starving children. It's an issue. Like, I've seen a lot of terrible things in my life, and some of the content I've covered in, like, researching other wars, famines, mass death, but the starvation of children, man. It hurts to think about that. It really does. But just because this famine wasn't demonstrated did not mean that the original warning was fraudulent. The March forecast was explicitly conditional on conflict, access, and aid levels. When those variables improved, the outcomes improved. That is how early warning systems are supposed to work. Even in the improved June assessment, 96% of Gaza's population, approximately 2.15 million people, remained in crisis or worse. Approximately 495,000 people remained in household level catastrophe, meaning extreme food deprivation, starvation, and exhausted coping capacity. The IPC still described a high and sustained risk of famine. Therefore, a famine was not conclusively established in spring 2024, was defensible. Gazans were not starving, and the math disproved the crisis. That was not justified. The crisis continued through late 2024. By October 2024, approximately 1.84 million people were experiencing crisis or worse acute food insecurity, including about 664,000 in emergency and 133,000 in catastrophe. Roughly 70% of Gaza's crop fields had been damaged or destroyed, and renewed operations and aid restrictions again raised the risk of famine. Satellite analysis by FAO and UNOSAT found that by September 2024, 67% of cropland had been damaged, 52% of agricultural wells had been damaged, approximately 95% of cattle had died, only about 1% of poultry remained. This removed local vegetables, dairy, eggs, and meat from much of the population's diet and increased dependence on imported humanitarian supplies. The decisive deterioration in 2025. A January 2025 ceasefire permitted a major aid surge and pushed starvation risk back. WFP reported that it delivered nearly 47,000 metric tons of food during the first week, several times the quantities entering in preceding months. Israel then stopped humanitarian and commercial supplies from entering Gaza on March 2nd, 2025. The complete closure lasted nearly 80 days before limited deliveries resumed in May. The May 2025 IPC assessment found the entire population facing crisis or worse, approximately 1.07 million people in emergency, approximately 470,000 people, 22% of the population, in catastrophe, famine becoming increasingly likely. Local production was also approaching physical elimination. Famine was eventually confirmed. On August 22nd, 2025, the IPC formally confirmed famine with reasonable evidence in Gaza government, reflecting conditions measured as of August 15th. It projected possible expansions into Deir el-Balah and Khan Yunis. More than 500,000 people were facing famine conditions across the assessed territory. The evidence includes 39% of surveyed people reporting that they were going entire days without eating. More than 12,000 children identified as acutely malnourished in July alone. Nearly 1/4 of those children suffering severe acute malnutrition, worsening malnutrition, food consumption, and mortality indicators. Adults routinely skipping food to feed children. By September 5th, 2025, WHO reported 361 recorded deaths attributed to malnutrition, including 130 children. Citing Gaza health authorities, the true nutrition-related toll cannot be clearly calculated because many people die from the interaction of malnutrition, diarrhea, infection, and untreated chronic disease, rather than receiving starvation as the sole cause on a death certificate. Why counting only explicit starvation deaths is misleading. Destiny's proposed arithmetic was medically and statistically inadequate. A malnourished child may technically die from diarrhea, pneumonia, sepsis, or organ failure. Malnutrition weakens immunity and makes otherwise survivable disease fatal. The IPC mortality criterion therefore includes deaths caused by the interaction between malnutrition and disease, not merely people whose official death certificate says starvation. Direct mortality surveillance was also exceptionally difficult because hospitals, laboratories, civil registries, ambulances, and communications had been damaged or rendered inoperative. People dying in homes, tents, or inaccessible areas were less likely to be clinically examined and recorded. The argument also mistakes a lagging indicator for the crisis itself. Waiting for an enormous verified death toll before acknowledging famine is analogous to refusing to acknowledge a fire until the building has completely collapsed. Yeah, that's a decent analogy. Destiny was reasonable. Destiny was entitled to distinguish chronic pre-war food insecurity, individual starvation, household level IPC catastrophe, and an officially classified area level famine. In March 2024, an area level famine had been projected, but not yet conclusively demonstrated. What was unreasonable here is he treated the absence of a massive, perfectly enumerated starvation death count as evidence that the underlying crisis didn't add up. By the time he spoke, children had already reportedly died. Acute malnutrition had risen from under 1% before the war to 31% among screened children under 2 in northern Gaza. and the principal international famine monitoring system had issued an imminent famine warning. In 2025, famine was formally confirmed in Gaza governorate, accompanied by widespread days without food, rapidly escalating child wasting, and hundreds of reported malnutrition deaths. So, being responsible, so just quick summary. Destiny had grounds to criticize imprecise use of the word famine, especially claims that Gaza had literally been in famine for decades. He did not have reasonable grounds to dismiss the documented starvation and malnutrition crisis in March 2024. His "where are the bodies" argument ignored evidence already available and relied on a misunderstanding of how famine mortality is measured. So many better things could have been said with regards to the struggles in the Palestinian struggles. And all it took was some good empiricism, some good epistemology, asking these questions, then looking them up. Now, I don't know if after this clip, Destiny goes and does that. I don't know. It would be something interesting to look at. Let's see. Okay. Keep your, Bill Stein says, I was deployed to Kosovo, Serbia, and Iraq. It always can get worse. Now, as a patient, I think you're saying, instead of patent, it is excruciating. Oh. Well, if you did mean patient, I hope you're not in any kind of terrible situation. Heaven says Israel highly criticized these claims up until this day due to IPC's methods. Let's take a look at that. All right. Oh, I gotta give my little boy a kiss before bed. Hi, sweetie. Come give me a hug. Yeah, give me that. Did you bring a dinosaur? Oh, God. Kiss. Kiss. Yeah. Daddy's working. Yeah. That's the microphone. Yeah. Have a good sleep, my love. Okay. All right. Thanks for the comment, by the way. And the comment was Israel highly criticized these claims up until this day due to the IPC's methods. So yes, Israel has consistently and strongly disputed the IPC's Gaza assessments, including the March and June 2024 reports, and most forcefully the August 2025 finding that famine existed in Gaza governorate. Israel alleged non-representative data, selective use of evidence, inflated mortality estimates, insufficient consideration of aid entering Gaza, and improper application of famine thresholds. But Israel's objections should not simply be treated as having disproved the IPC, where Israel raised legitimate concerns. The Gaza data were unusually limited. Full representative nutrition and mortality surveys were often impossible because of the fighting, displacement, and collapse of medical surveillance. The IPC therefore relied partly on telephone surveys, community-based arm circumference screenings, and expert inference. That creates wider uncertainty than would exist with representative household surveys and comprehensive death registration. The IPC openly acknowledged these limitations. The August 2025 finding also did not directly measure mortality above the conventional famine threshold. Sorry, 2 seconds. Sounds like there's a party going on downstairs. The IPC reasoned that mortality was probably above that threshold because food deprivation and acute malnutrition thresholds had been crossed, while many non-trauma deaths were going unrecorded. It therefore classified famine with reasonable evidence rather than claiming complete mortality data. This was permitted by IPC guidance, but it was also the most inference-dependent portion of the finding and therefore a legitimate focus of methodological debate. Israel was also correct that famine projections are not certainties. The March 2024 forecast of imminent famine in northern Gaza was followed by increased aid and improved conditions. The June review, therefore, did not confirm that famine had occurred during the projected period. The IPC itself says its forecasts can diverge from subsequent conditions when aid levels or access change. Where Israel's criticisms were misleading. Israel repeatedly claimed that the IPC invented a lower malnutrition threshold, changing it from 30% to 15% specifically for Gaza. That's incorrect. The IPC has long used 30% malnutrition is measured through weight for height, 15% when measured through hip, upper arm circumference. Those are different measurement systems with different expected prevalence rates. And the 15% standard had appeared in IPC methodology since 2019 and had previously been used outside Gaza. Israel's truck and tonnage figures were relevant, but they did not independently establish that food reached households. Supplies crossing the border can remain uncollected, be looted, become geographically inaccessible, be unaffordable in markets, or fail to reach especially isolated populations. The IPC's classification concerned actual household food consumption, malnutrition, and mortality, not merely the gross weight admitted through crossings. Israel also characterized all previous IPC forecasts as having been proven baseless. This is too strong. A warning followed by increased intervention and an improved outcome is not necessarily a failed warning. Moreover, the IPC did not mechanically maintain the worst classification. It reported improvement when aid increased, declared famine conditions offset after the October 2025 ceasefire, and currently classifies Gaza's governance as being in crisis rather than famine. So what does this mean for Destiny's statements here? Israel's methodological objections provide grounds for caution about the exact date on which technical famine thresholds were crossed, the precise number of famine-related deaths, whether projections should be described as established present conditions. They do not provide grounds for pretending that severe starvation and malnutrition were absent. By March 2024, when Destiny asked, where are all the people dying of starvation, documented child malnutrition and reported malnutrition dehydration deaths had already existed. His statement was broader than basic skepticism about whether the IPCC's technical area level famine classification had been satisfied. Whew. The Trib says, and thank you so much for the super chat, says, coming in a little late, but who would you say was more correct on the subject, or who was more closely aligned with reality? Well, so for the majority of the video, and this is a good question, for the majority of the video, I've been dealing with Professor Dave's propaganda. Now we're getting into some areas where Dave has, given his normative opinions. He's also given some more misinformation. But, criticizing Destiny, I don't like the way Dave criticizes in general, the personal attacks, the dehumanization. I don't like it when Destiny does that either. Or anyone for that matter. We shouldn't be doing that. But the majority of this video so far has been Professor Dave engaging in propaganda, getting like kernels of facts correct and then drawing this grand conspiracy theory from it. So someone says, okay, yeah, just for the sake of time, I'm only going to be dealing with super chats just because, we do have to eventually get through this video. It's probably going to be, we're probably not going to get through it today. It'll probably be tomorrow. Well, we'll see.
And yet it doesn't apply to Israel because reasons. In this clip, he also states that the invasion of Rafah needs to happen. Ethnic cleansing is not a real thing. He tries to deny the systematic sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners. It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going.
You understand, just as a real quick thing, you understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that's a euphemism.
Hold on, no.
That's right. If Israel was to forcibly transfer all Palestinians out of their territories to keep the land for themselves, effectively cleansing the land of the indigenous ethnic group, that wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. How?
Yeah, I think I want to watch that again, but yeah, I think Stephen's wrong about that. Have to look at the classification for ethnic cleansing.
Not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic.
It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going.
You understand, just as a real quick thing, you understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that
I want to see the ICJ's determine how ICJ determines all right, we'll get down to the ethnic cleansing issue now. Thank you for being here with me, everybody. I really appreciate it. It's much more lonely when I have to do things like this myself. Make sure you smash that like button. It just takes a second. If you enjoy getting down to the actual facts of political or scientific issues or philosophical issues, that's what I'm most interested in. I am not playing for any particular team. My moral quest is what guides me to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for myself and those around me. So that's a good... if Destiny is talking about temporary transfer there, then that is different. But let's see. Okay, so the ICJ does not treat ethnic cleansing as a separately codified international crime with its own fixed checklist. It uses the term descriptively and then asks whether the conduct violates a treaty over which the court has jurisdiction, usually the Genocide Convention or the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD, CERD. The court's working description, rendering an area ethnically homogenous by using force or intimidation to remove persons belonging to a particular group. Yeah, so they can be removed, right? They don't have to be killed for ethnic cleansing to take place, right? I won't read through the. Yeah, I mean, the court looks for a particular national or ethnic population that was removed from a defined area. The removal was involuntary. The conduct was directed at the population because of its national or ethnic identity. So there's a specific intentionality there. There was a systematic policy or pattern. Measures consolidated the removal. The conduct was attributed to the state. So, depending on what John Wagner, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. John Wagner says, it is uniquely disturbing how so many people are persuaded by a large volume of low-quality evidence over a small amount of high-quality evidence. People see this flaw in others, but not themselves. Yes, it is a major problem. One of the big problems is that people take on too much. They make too many claims, and they realize that, for Dave, making the amount of claims that Dave has made in this video, he would have to put in, he would at least have to do as much work as I'm doing here on the actual information itself to make sure it is accurate, make sure he's not spreading misinformation. But Dave did not do that. So I want to, I completely agree with you. And part of it is people not having discernible, articulable, epistemic values or standards that they understand well enough to make sure they're applying it across the board and not leaning into their own negativity or positivity bias with regards to information. Cognitive science studies this stuff deeply, and it is directly on to what human beings are doing in general. You have to work really hard to overcome your negativity and positivity biases. You really have to work hard to do it. And when it comes to political issues, things tend to slip by in ways that they don't when it comes to scientific issues. And Dave is demonstrating that example with this video. And that's not to say there have also been some recent ethical and epistemic issues with Destiny's positions here. When I say epistemic issues, I'm also talking about when you make claims and ask questions, look it up, investigate it, answer it yourself. Don't just put that on other people. Do it yourself. And I know, in general, Destiny does do this live, and he does a good job of researching and trying to make research popular. It's good, but and I also need to say that I'm doing a very thorough analysis of this stuff. I would like to see more of it in the world, but again, like I've been saying about Dave and about Destiny, these guys have put out thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours of content. These mistakes I'm pointing out, whether they're ethical or epistemic, do not mean they lose value in my eyes, that these guys lose value as people or as content creators or debaters or researchers. It's just that I am demonstrating where they have made mistakes. And we all make mistakes. I sure as shit have made a ton of mistakes in my analysis. But we need to be fallibilists and open to correcting them. We also need to not be so emotionally knee-jerk in how we deliver our political opinions and the kind of certainty posturing that can come with those political opinions. We should deliver this information more fallibilistically. Fallibilism cures all of this kind of epistemic error. It causes you to be more cognitively flexible as opposed to cognitively rigid. Cognitive rigidity leads to bad thinking, bad epistemic application, bad ethics, bad health, cognitive rigidity. And negative utilitarian lensing feeds, it made primary, feeds cognitive rigidity. So it feeds unhealthy ways of thinking. So we need to make positive utilitarian lensing primary, which is like thinking about how the positive side of things, what can, from a thriving perspective as opposed to a suffering avoidance perspective. So a little philosophical rant there. How's everyone doing? Am I hanging in there? Looks like we're hanging in there. Did I miss anything else? Okay.
That's a euphemism.
Hold on.
Correct?
No.
That's right. If
Wait, let's
Israel
go back
was
a
to
bit.
forcibly trade being indiscriminately slaughtered while their land is demolished and stolen. That's why it's a fucking genocide. There is no conflict happening in the world today that better fits the definition of genocide that he just listed, and yet it doesn't apply to Israel because reasons. In this clip, he also states that the invasion of Rafah needs to happen. Ethnic cleansing is not a real thing. He tries to deny the systematic sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners. It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going.
You understand,
all the way
just as a real quick
to
thing, you understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris.
It is if we're actually talking about like moving the populations like I just outlined, right? So rendering an area ethnically homogeneous by using force or intimidation to remove persons belonging to a particular group.
It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going.
You understand,
all the way
just as a real quick
to
thing, you understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing.
And Destiny's using the term transfer here with more context, and someone in the comment section did point out that, are we talking about a temporary transfer while things get rebuilt? Are we talking about a permanent forced transfer? Two very different things. The forced transfer would be an example of ethnic cleansing.
Right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that's a euphemism.
Hold on.
Correct?
No.
That's right. If Israel was to forcibly transfer all Palestinians out of their territories to keep the land for themselves, effectively cleansing the land of the indigenous ethnic
Yes, that would be ethnic cleansing. Dave is right about this.
group, that wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. How silly. My BFF Benny Morris told me so.
Like, I think a broad general problem with Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe, like, Jewish conspiracies are like the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. That Jews control all of the West, all of the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of them believe. I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah. It's probably a problem.
This is a
broad general problem with
Hold on. No.
That's right. If Israel was to forcibly transfer all Palestinians out of their territories to keep the land for themselves, effectively cleansing the land of the indigenous ethnic group, that wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. How silly. My BFF Benny Morris told me so.
Like, I think a broad general problem with Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe, like, Jewish conspiracies
We're going to investigate Destiny's claim there.
are like the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. That Jews control all of the West, all of the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of them believe. I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah. It's probably a problem.
This is a fucking insane thing to say out loud. Arabs in the Middle East have been dealing with Western imperialist aggression for their entire lives. Palestinians watched Zionist militias invade in the 1940s and murder entire bloodlines while stealing entire villages. They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers while a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their villages. They watched their land.
I got to screenshot this map. There is strong evidence that anti-Jewish conspiracy beliefs are widespread in many Arab majority Middle Eastern societies, but it would be inaccurate to say that such beliefs define Arabs generally or constitute the foundation of their entire understanding of the world. The most recent broad survey is the ADL's 2024 Global 100 study. It surveyed more than 58,000 adults in 103 countries and found that countries, and found that 76% of respondents in the Middle East and North Africa agreed with at least 6 of 11 anti-Jewish stereotypes. The index included claims that Jews exercise excessive control over international finance, global affairs, governments, and media. I mean, this is some of the conspiracy theory that Dave has been constantly pointing to in this video, by the way. The highest country or territorial scores include the West Bank and Gaza and Kuwait, both at 97%. Earlier country level results likewise found very high scores across Arab states, ranging in the 2014 survey from 74% in Saudi Arabia to 92% in Iraq and 93% in the Palestinian territories. Those are high polling numbers. Importantly, the ADL itself cautions that geography and social environment appear more explanatory than Islam as a religion. Muslim populations outside the Arab Middle East often scored much lower, and attitudes differed greatly between countries. Independent Pew polling also found extremely negative attitudes towards Jews in the Arab countries it surveyed in 2008, 97% unfavorable in Lebanon, 96% in Jordan, and 95% in Egypt. That survey measured general attitudes, not specific conspiracy theories, and it is now old, so it should be used as corroborating historical evidence rather than the current estimate. Several qualifications matter. The ADL figure does not mean 76% believed every specific conspiracy claim. MENA, MENA, includes non-Arab populations and countries. Opposition to Israel, Zionism, occupation, or American support for Israel is not automatically a Jewish conspiracy theory. Arab populations vary enormously by country, class, education, religion, political orientation, and personal exposure to Jewish people. Survey answers recorded during an extraordinarily violent Israeli-Palestinian conflict may partly reflect respondents conflating Jews with Israel, still prejudicial but analytically different from a fully developed world control conspiracy. Applied to Destiny's statement that Arabs genuinely believe Jewish conspiracies are the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world and believe Jews control all the West and all the banks and all the countries. The verdict is his underlying observation that Jewish control conspiracy theories are exceptionally prevalent in parts of Arab Middle East is supported by survey evidence. Its formulation is nevertheless sweeping, psychologically totalizing, and unsupported. A more defensible version of Destiny's statement would be anti-Jewish conspiracy theories, including exaggerated beliefs about Jewish control of finance, media, and Western governments, are disturbingly widespread in several Arab societies, although prevalence varies and these beliefs should not be attributed indiscriminately to Arabs as a whole. I think that would be a much better formulation. And also, genuinely believe Jewish conspiracies are the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. That's a pretty extraordinary claim. Their entire understanding of the world, I would say, is more closely related to their religious beliefs, for example, that aren't, and some might say, well, their views towards Jews or Jewry are connected to their religious beliefs in some way. That is true. But when you say, their understanding of the entire world, it's just, it's just too sweeping. It's an overgeneralization. I see this mistake in politics more often than like anywhere else, the overgeneralization of things and overgeneralization fallacy. It's like when the fact is right, or the facts are enough in and of themselves, and then there's just this thing on the end that makes the entire thing that was said just a big fat overgeneralization or overgeneralization fallacy, like the actual fallacy. So all right, let me get to some super chats here. Did I already get to this one? Oh yeah, no, I already did. No worries. Okay. I also want to check out the accuracy of this map that Dave is using.
Land being usurped and given to settlers while a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their family members slaughtered, their homes stolen with all of their possessions.
Yes, Dave, there's been a lot of conspiracy here in your video, but you might be specifically
in the
talking
Middle East
about
have
the
been
land.
dealing with either. People think Jews control the West, a cult of Jewish supremacy. But this kept your house and all your stuff, your murdered in the Middle East have been dealing with Western imperialist aggression for their entire lives. Palestinians watched Zionist militias invade in the 1940s and murder entire bloodlines while stealing entire villages. They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers while a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their family members slaughtered, their homes stolen with all of their possessions inside. If someone came to your house with guns, murdered a few members of your family, and then forced the rest of you to leave with just the shirt on your back while they kept your house and all your stuff, your hatred of those people would not be based on any fucking conspiracy. And this is not ancient history. There are people still alive today that were displaced during the Nakba, and many more from 1967 when Israel did it all again. These are victims of Western colonialism and a cult of Jewish supremacy. But this kind of dismissive bullshit doesn't work on American supporters of Palestine either. People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale, it's Israel. It's Zionists.
Yeah, but even if you're saying, Dave, that Israel controls the West, you haven't demonstrated that. You've demonstrated some anecdotes that seem to scare you, like even our police vehicles are getting this new technology that gives Israel direct access to our information, and that was just false. It doesn't necessarily, just because it's like Jewish or technology from Israel, it doesn't mean that Israel is going to have direct access to all the information that is collected by way of that technology. That's just one example.
Both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control, most obviously in the media. The pro-Israel bias across nearly all Western media outlets is so blatant that to deny it is pure insanity.
So that map I was looking at, The map is accurate as a simplified visual argument that Palestinian territorial control has been radically reduced and fragmented. It is inaccurate as a literal, consistently defined map of land ownership or sovereignty. So it lacks detail, but it's a simplified, visual argument of the of Palestinian territorial control that has been lost. Let's get to the apparent bias, media bias. Okay. The claim that Zionists control nearly all Western media. Let me just go back a bit.
People think Jews can both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control, most obviously in the media. The pro-Israel bias across nearly all Western media outlets is so blatant that to deny it is pure insanity. It's so self-evident that I don't even feel the need to expand on that statement. Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO.
We'll get to that part. This will eventually get to this claim that Zionists control nearly all Western media, and I'm going to look at the and Israel bias. All right. Where did that go? I just had it. Okay. So ownership concentration, elite networks, political lobbying, donor pressure, and measurable framing biases are legitimate subjects of empirical investigation. They do not establish coordinated Zionist control of almost all Western media. The formulation that Zionists control nearly all Western media reproduces a classic hidden group control narrative and supplies no ownership data set. So causal model or evidence of centralized direction. There's this occasional substitution of Zionist for Jew that does not make the structure of the argument methodologically sound in this video. Researchers can find systematic bias in media portrayal of Israeli and Palestinian victims without requiring a secret control theory. One more time. Research can find systematic bias in media portrayal of Israeli and Palestinian victims without requiring a secret control theory. This is something that's going to come up. So this claimed Israeli bias in Western media, it's not universal. Western media is not one institution, and some outlets, periods, and individual stories have leaned against Israel. But there is also some credible evidence of a reoccurring pro-Israel bias in some important parts of Western mainstream media, particularly in American and British coverage. The bias is usually subtler than overtly endorsing Israel. It appears through whose testimony is trusted, whose deaths are individualized, how responsibility is phrased, and how much historical context is supplied. So the strongest evidence, a 2025 study analyzing more than 14,000 articles from the New York Times, BBC, CNN, and Al Jazeera English found that the three Western outlets portrayed Israeli victims as identifiable individuals more frequently than Palestinian victims, reported Israeli and Palestinian casualty stories in approximately equal proportions, despite Palestinian casualties being vastly higher. Repeatedly returned to October 7th when covering later Palestinian casualties, use more credibility undermining language around Palestinian casualty figures. For example, the study calculated that the probability of individualizing a Palestinian rather than an Israeli victim was 13.6% lower at the BBC, 27% lower at CNN, and 38.9% lower at the New York Times. The authors explicitly defined bias as observable asymmetry rather than necessarily intentional propaganda. This is a substantial quantitative study, although it remains a preprint and partly relies on validated large language model classification. A peer-reviewed 2026 analysis of 300 articles covering the Rafah offensive found a marked difference between British and Irish reporting. BBC and Sky News coverage more frequently obscured or softened responsibility for Palestinian casualties, relied less on Palestinian sources, and used passive constructions where Irish outlets more consistently attributed the actions directly to Israel. This pattern predates the present war. A 2011 study of BBC and Channel 4 coverage of Israel's 2005 Gaza withdrawal found that Israeli voices had considerably greater presence and quotation time than Palestinian voices, producing what the author described as a noticeable pro-Israel bias. A 2025 peer-reviewed analysis of thousands of BBC and CNN articles argued that Palestinian men were routinely historicized and presented primarily through security and terrorism frameworks, with very limited discussion of the Nakba occupation or Palestinian refugee status. Its interpretation is explicitly critical and post-colonial, but its underlying textual measurement add evidence of asymmetrical contextualization. Something very important about this. The authors of this first study, the 2025 study, the authors explicitly define bias as observable asymmetry rather than necessarily intentional propaganda. So I think when we're pointing at bias here in the context that Dave is pointing at it, Dave is trying to say that, you know, this is intentional propaganda. But I don't think Dave has substantiated that. There's a lot of studies here that show that there's some bias, some large amounts in some cases. But there isn't any demonstration that there's a cabal or, you know, a group behind it, you know, pulling the puppet strings. Just checking on you guys, making sure you're all still there with me. Thank you for hanging in there. We're going for it. Let me see. We got a super chat here. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat from Xasa. The Avi Loeb CBS clip coming up is Dave seeing Zionism on his Rorschach test. Avi has been going on CBS for years. It has nothing to do with Zionism. We'll see when we get there. Okay. Oh, we are in this area. I do have a section for these media outlets. Okay. Where is that thing? Where is it now? That's the TikTok. Oh, Paramount, Warner Bros., CNN, HBO, and CBS. Is that what we're talking about here?
HBO are all under one entity, owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison.
So we went through this. This is earlier in the video because Larry Ellison was brought up with regards to TikTok when there was a claim that Larry Ellison bought TikTok. That's misleading. The U.S. TikTok arrangement placed control in a joint venture dominated by Oracle, Silver Lake, MGX, and Dell-linked investors, with ByteDance retaining approximately 19.9%. Ellison is deeply connected through Oracle, but saying he personally purchased TikTok is inaccurate. So now we're on to Paramount, Warner Bros., CNN, HBO, and CBS. They are now all one company owned by, guess who? Larry Ellison. So this is false or even maybe premature. A proposed Paramount Skydance acquisition of Warner Bros. Discovery would create a conglomerate containing major assets, including CBS, CNN, and HBO. As of 2 days ago, the transaction had not closed and faced antitrust litigation. So the Ellison family financing and influence are relevant, but not equivalent to personal sole ownership of every outlet. And let's make sure we, I want to hear the precise claims.
It is pure insanity. It's so self-evident that I don't even feel the need to expand on that statement. Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity, owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison.
So that's false. They're not under one entity, as I just demonstrated.
Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok, and for the exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape while also having their hands in military AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't.
No, it's not, Dave. You got the facts wrong. I just demonstrated it. You should have done better research, like you do for almost every other freaking video you make.
Don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives. Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, The Free Press, was one of the
I believe it's Barry Weiss. Owned, Dave. No, it's fine. Barry, whatever. But what's his problem with Barry Weiss?
Narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives. Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, The Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do when she got there? She gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley, who...
Okay, so that's where that claim Zionists control nearly all Western media. That's just an unsupported conspiracy claim. We already read through that. So ownership, concentration, elite networks, just one more time, political lobbying, donor pressure, and measurable framing biases are legitimate subjects of empirical investigation. They do not establish coordinated, quote, Zionist control of almost all Western media. The formulation reproduces a classic hidden group control narrative and supplies no ownership data set, causal model, or evidence of centralized direction. Yeah, this classic hidden group control conspiracy is an old one, Dave. It's a classic. Like Hound Dog by Elvis. I was about to say, what the F is his name? Elvis. Barry Weiss and Scott Pelley. The factual core is substantially accurate. Barry Weiss became a senior CBS editorial executive, and Scott Pelley was dismissed after a public conflict with leadership. Whether Weiss, quote, gutted CBS is obviously an evaluative judgment. Whew. We're getting into the thick stuff here, folks. Getting into the thick stuff. If you want me to answer any of your questions or investigate any of your claims or have something for me to check out, you can send me a super chat and I will do so. Thank you for being with me. Don't forget to smash that like button. It really helps the stream out, because you're not going to want to miss when I go live tomorrow around the same time for this final section, unless somehow I stay up until like 1 a.m. tonight. And of course, you guys have to stay up with me until 1 a.m. if I stay up that long. But what was the other thing? Oh, yeah, there we go.
Who publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing where Bari wants it to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council.
Dave loves Avi Loeb, by the way.
Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP side.
Yeah, but Zionist isn't unique here, Dave, because you basically already said that everybody who disagrees with you here is a Zionist, or if they disagree, that there has in fact been a genocide occurring in Gaza. So for me, someone like me who's waiting on the ICJ determination, which is probably going to happen in 2030 or 2031 with regards to this conflict, I guess in your eyes, I am a Zionist as well until I either, unless I accept, unless the ICJ finds that there was in fact a genocide that occurred, that's their determination, then I wouldn't be a Zionist at that point, because I will accept the ICJ's, conclusions and findings and determination. So, like you're saying Zionist here, like it's a shocking, crazy thing, but you've already seemingly labeled I don't know, half the world as Zionists.
Coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh? Speaking of which, let's move on to the American government to deny the overwhelming Israeli influence.
Someone on YouTube said something about Avi Loeb. I just didn't want to miss that context. Thank you so much for the additional super chat. I really appreciate that. I don't know. All I see is ass in your name. I just want to call you ass. This is what I was talking about in the other super chat. Avi was on CBS well before Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. Dave is a conspiracy theorist. So that's an important point to point out. I'm glad you did. I'm just going to make sure that's true. All right. Let's investigate that. That's interesting. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Psychor Games. I made a post which started like this. We should talk collaborating on a video going over Dave's rhetoric. I'd like to use quotes by you in my own video. You should see my Reddit post. Yeah, we can talk about that. Send me, if you wouldn't mind sending me an email, that would be great. Email travis@pang-burn.com. That'd be cool. I'm all down for collaborating so long as we are seeking to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for ourselves and those around us. It's my minimum requirement, moral requirement. Okay. Okay, commenter, thank you so much. The chronology is right, and Dave's framing is misleading. So Dave's sequence is Barry Weiss took control of CBS, gutted it, and after Weiss took over CBS News hosted Avi Loeb. He places that immediately inside his broader argument that Zionists control mainstream media, strongly implying that Weiss's leadership explains Loeb's appearance. What is literally true. By the way, this is also why, this is a great example to point this out. This is also why good epistemology, good sound epistemology is also teamwork. It's not just an individual effort. It's a teamwork consensus thing. We'll rely on scientific consensus, philosophical consensus, all kinds of consensus. Consensus between peers, thinking peers, intellectuals, intellectual consensus, expert consensus. This super chat that came in unveiled a really important piece that should be included in this full analysis. So thank you so much for that. I believe it was Ass. I'm just calling you Ass now because I look at your name and it just says Ass. It's not that I have ass on the mind, you perverts. So what is literally true? Barry Weiss came to be CBS News Editor-in-Chief on October 6, 2025. The particular clip Dave showed was from 2026 because the anchor introduced Loeb as the new head of the White House UAP Council. UAP Council. I love it. An appointment reported in July 2026. Therefore, that specific appearance did happen after Weiss arrived. I find it funny that with everything that's involved in this video, like the UAP stuff showed up in some way. I mean, you got to get those clicks. I mean, it's a popular topic. No, I'm just fooling. The particular clip Dave showed was from 2026 because the anchor introduced Loeb as the new head of the White House UAP Council, an appointment reported in July 2026. Therefore, that specific appearance did happen after Weiss arrived. What Dave leaves out, CBS had repeatedly platformed Loeb for years before Weiss had any authority there. CBS Boston covered Loeb's extraterrestrial technology theories in January and July 2021. Extraterrestrial technology theories. Okay. CBS News. I don't know why this is tickling me. CBS News interviewed him nationally about alleged alien meteor fragments in July 2023. CBS Boston. I think it's my body. Like after reading all that horrific stuff, it's like my body needing some lightheartedness. CBS Boston extensively profiled him on September 11th, 2025, nearly a month before Weiss's appointment. CBS had also covered his UFO claims and congressional UAP commentary repeatedly during 2023. CBS also covered him coming back, landing on planet Earth in an alien spacecraft that had just arrived back from Zeta Reticula. Okay, if you fell for that last one, you failed the test. So Loeb was already a reoccurring CBS guest and subject under the previous leadership. Why the 2026 booking was unsurprising, regardless of whether Loeb's alien claims are scientifically irresponsible. Well, yeah. He had just been selected to lead a White House Advisory Council on UAPs. Interviewing the newly appointed chair was an ordinary news decision. The appointment itself, not his Israeli nationality, alleged Zionist connections, or Weiss's editorial preferences, provides an obvious sufficient reason for the appearance. But Dave frames it as like, so the Zionists are in, the Zionist takes over, and then guess who shows up? A guy that has showed up many times on CBS. That crushes Dave's little conspiratorial line that he tried to draw there. Aw. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Cover the Reddit post that started the whole thing. I mean, yeah, maybe eventually, but we're doing this now, but we can. Thank you so much for this $10 super chat. Wow. Zog incoming. Thanks for trying. What does Zog mean? I'm too like Zog incoming. Thanks for trying to get the debate made, but we all know Dave will never talk to anyone about any of this. Well, he should. I mean, he's quite famously, someone who really wants to debate. I mean, he debated on our stage, the two anti-vaxxers, Steve Kirsch and Pierre Corey. If you guys haven't seen that event, it's wild. Like, Pierre Corey spent most of the time, I think, debating me, sitting at the back of the stage playing moderator, which I didn't want to do, but it was required. And yeah, it's a wild event, but it was fun. It was a nice time meeting Dave and Dr. Dan Wilson. Okay, so we dealt with that.
Influence on American politics is even dumber than denying media influence. In 2024, AIPAC spent CBS hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about Israel. This is why not a single Republican senator PSYOP coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh? Speaking of which, let's move on to the American government. To deny the overwhelming Israeli influence on American politics is even...
Oh, the Zog was from Zionist occupied government. Oh, I see. Zog incoming. Oh yeah. Thank you. That was a direct donation from the Zionist operated government. And apparently someone told me, I'm not going to say who, I'm not going to say who. Somebody told me that I should be expecting a $7,000 check per video from Israel that I would gladly take and donate towards the first Pangburn Education Center that we are in the early stages of planning to build in Uganda near Gulu City. So keep an eye out for that. We have a really awesome philanthropic project in the early stages.
Even dumber than denying media influence. In 2024, AIPAC spent $126 million supporting pro-Israel candidates and smearing anyone who dares utter a word against them, which is why not a single Republican senator or representative, and even very few Democrats, will publicly oppose Israel. This is a foreign country severely influencing U.S. elections and undermining the democratic process.
Let's go to AIPAC. I have a section on that somewhere. The claim that AIPAC political network spent approximately $126 million during the 2024 election cycle is broadly accurate, depending on which affiliated PACs and expenditures are exaggerated. The statement that no Republican opposes Israeli policy is false. Republican opposition is rare, but it exists. Representative, and I think he's about to make that claim. I don't think he just made that claim. Representative Thomas Massey, for example, introduced and voted for an amendment in July 2026 to eliminate $3.3 billion in military assistance. He was the only Republican supporting it. So the accurate academic conclusion is that AIPAC exercises unusually large and well-documented electoral influence, not that it exercises absolute control over every politician.
This shit runs so deep that it even trickles down to positions that have nothing to do with foreign policy. Check out.
When Dave says something like, this shit runs so deep, it speaks, it yells conspiracy theorist, 9/11 truther kind of language, like the information in and of itself needs something like that to like make it sound more convincing or something. It's a rhetorical tool, and it causes me to be suspicious why Dave's employing it.
Out this clip from when Mamdani was running for mayor of New York. Hey, candidates, first foreign visit as mayor. Where would you go?
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
All of them except Mamdani would visit Israel. They're so excited and so proud to brag about how much they
Well, it didn't go through all of them, Dave. But the ones that you showed.
love Israel, the genocidal ethno-state.
Oh, and this is what I want to look at. I love that my system can read these screenshots and give me so much information, useful information about these. Oops. Okay, that'll be interesting. We're hanging in there, folks. We're getting it done.
And how, as the mayor of New York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel. Why? Why the fuck would they do that? This isn't the president, not the Secretary of State.
Well, because you might not want to call it a war, but I mean, there is warring going on, and Israel is an ally, like Ukraine is an ally. There is virtue in wanting to spend your time going to visit an ally where there's warring going on. It's not hard to come up with a reason, Dave.
State, not even a senator, a goddamn mayor. It makes no sense. Only Mamdani.
It doesn't not make any sense.
Had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken. Anyone who denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well,
anyone who doesn't agree with me is this. That's cult-like speech, by the way. anyone who doesn't agree with what I'm saying here, there's problems with them. They are this kind of thing. They are, you dehumanize them. Ooh, two-parter. Thank you so much for the super chats, the trib. Part one, the biggest issue I have with the far left, with AIPAC, is that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy and racist, a group who supports the relationship between Israel and America. It's not shocking that they want candidates in line with that. That's what lobbying is. Yeah, I mean, a group. You're saying it's racist because, like what makes it racist? I'm gonna put your super chat, by the way, into my system, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, here are the things. Okay, this is where Dave is committing fallacious reasoning. He's counting the hits but not the misses. So remember when Dave showed us, I wonder if I should go back to that, but remember when Dave showed us the people just now saying, I might as well go back to it. Yeah.
Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of state, not even a senator. And how, as the mayor of New York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel.
Followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
All of them except Mamdani would visit Israel.
All of them except Mamdani would visit Israel, he said. Adrian Adams, who we heard from, said, I would visit the Holy Land. Brad Lander, who we didn't get to see his answer, said Canada, citing opportunities for closer partnerships. Jessica Ramos said, and I think he just flashed an image of Jessica Ramos, Colombia, where her parents are from. She also mentioned wanting to meet Mexico's President, Claudia Sheinbaum. Zelnor Miri said the Caribbean, reflecting his family and constituency. Andrew Cuomo said Israel, citing hostility and anti-Semitism in New York. Whitney Tilson said Israel, followed by Ukraine, describing both as allies fighting terrorism. Zora Memdani, he would remain in New York and focus on New Yorkers rather than take a foreign trip. Michael Blake said Jamaica, reflecting on his Jamaican heritage. Scott Stringer said Israel, potentially connected to his son's bar mitzvah. So, yeah, Dave, you said they all accept Mamdani. That, that's false. That isn't what happened. That doesn't accurately capture the facts of this situation you've kind of cherry picked for your
so
video.
Excited and so proud to brag about how much they love Israel, the genocidal ethnostate, and how, as the mayor of New York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel. Why? Why the fuck would they do that?
I already told you why there's warring going on in Israel, warring in Ukraine. These are allies. It's a virtuous thing to do. And also, you omitted the things that didn't agree with your narrative, and that would have been Brad Launder. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. You omitted 4 of those answers on that panel that didn't agree with your narrative. That sucks.
This isn't the president, not the secretary of state, not even a senator, a goddamn mayor. It makes.
Someone just said he was given this clip. I doubt he cut that himself. No. Dave is responsible for what he puts out on his channel. Full stop. None of that shit. He was given this clip. I doubt he cut that himself. It doesn't matter if an editor cut it for him or not. I mean,
no sense. Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person.
wait, why does that mean he has bigger balls than the people who are, going to areas like Israel, Ukraine, that are engaging in warring? They're in war times. How does that mean that Mamdani has more balls here? Can Dave explain that?
When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken. Anyone who denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well, Destiny is one such asshole, and it's finally time to listen to him talk some shit about me. Ready for this thing? Let's dive in.
I wish you'd mention anti-Semitism less. You have genuine important points to make regarding Zionism and genocide, arguably more, or important as debunking pseudoscience, but bringing them into all sorts of pseudoscience debunking just muddies the water. You help me deprogram from my scientifically absurd upbringing, and for that I'll forever be grateful. Please help others understand Avi is a grifter fraud without bringing Judaism into it one step at a time, mate. There's no muddying the waters here, sweetie. Avi is a Zionist douche, using the Zionist playbook of deception and victimization. And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control.
So Destiny's right a lot about Nazism there, but does it apply to what Dave said? And now Destiny is rightfully targeting the argument and not Dave himself. He's saying this is Nazism. He's referring to what's been said by Dave. He's not calling Dave a Nazi.
Denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well, Destiny is one such asshole, and it's finally time to listen to him talk some shit about me. Ready for this thing? Let's dive in.
I wish you'd mention anti-Semitism less. You have genuine important points to make regarding Zionism and genocide, arguably more, or important as debunking pseudoscience, but bringing them into all sorts of pseudoscience debunking just muddies the water. You help me deprogram from my scientifically absurd upbringing, and for that I'll forever be grateful. Please help others understand Avi is a grifter fraud without bringing Judaism into it one step at a time, mate. There's no muddying the waters here, sweetie. Avi is a Zionist douche, using the Zionist playbook of deception and victimization. And I didn't mention
Zionist playbook of deception and victimization. I need to go to I'm trying to find something. We're moving, folks. We're moving. Thank you for being with me. Make sure you smash that like button. I appreciate it.
In Judaism, I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you even know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of
deception and victimization with regards to Zionism is not necessarily Nazism. Okay, it's one way of just Nazism is so many more things. It's not that those two features aren't part of the Nazi playbook, but there are so many other features that are part of the Nazi playbook that I'm not sure if Destiny is justified in calling this Nazism. In reference to Zionism here. I have to think on this. What do you guys think? Do you think Destiny was justified in calling what Dave wrote Nazism? All right, let's do a little reading related to this. Well, if you would have said Jew, that would have been direct evidence of anti-Semitism, right? Okay, Destiny says this is Nazism right here. Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi. Okay, you guys heard what he said. Reacting to Dave, Avi Loeb as employing a Zionist playbook, a deception, gaslighting, victimization. Dave's underlying claim was not simply that Loeb had lied about science. It generalized the alleged behavior into a tactic characteristic of Zionists. Destiny interpreted this as reproducing a familiar neo-Nazi narrative. Jews or Zionists operate through coordinated deception. They manipulate institutions and public opinion behind the scenes. They exploit Jewish victimhood and the Holocaust to silence criticism. They consequently acquire social and political control. By the way, that's what Dave has been saying about Israel and Zionists in this entire video. So to summarize, Steve is saying Dave is using a neo-Nazi style anti-Semitic framework. This is an extremely serious accusation, but it is more specific than simply assigning Dave the personal identity of Nazi. That's an important distinction. It's not a baseless interpretation. There's a legitimate basis for concern. Calling deception and victimization part of a generalized Zionist playbook moves from criticizing the conduct of a specific person or government to assigning manipulative characteristics to an ideological population. That becomes particularly troubling when it is combined with broader assertions that Zionists control mainstream media, political institutions, and public narratives, like the way Dave has been doing for this entire propaganda video. Dave later explicitly claims that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists and describes Zionist oligarchs as commanding the media landscape. Those claims substantially resemble the control narrative Destiny was identifying, even though Dave substitutes Zionists for Jews. Saying I meant Zionists, not Jews, is irrelevant. It is relevant, but not automatically dispositive. Zionists can refer to a real political commitment, and criticism of Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic. Nevertheless, it can also be used as an imprecise collective label encompassing Jewish individuals, donors, journalists, and institutions. The relevant question is how the term functions in the particular argument. Yeah, this is great. This is why my system knows me so well. It knows my mind. It knows my rigorous epistemic standards. It knows my ethical standards. These are the kinds of things I'm wrestling with. So Dave's original remark did not literally say Jews control society. Jews are inherently deceptive. The Holocaust was fabricated. Jews' victimhood is illegitimate. All Jewish people participate in conspiracy. It referred specifically to Zionism, a political ideology supported by many Jews and many non-Jews, while also opposed by some Jews. Dave therefore had a legitimate basis for objecting that Destiny translated Zionist directly into Jewish without first demonstrating that Dave intended the two categories to be identical. Dave answers this at approximately 1 hour 17 in the video, arguing that he was being called a neo-Nazi merely for identifying Zionist deception and victimization. He says Zionists deliberately tether Zionism to Judaism so that criticism can be labeled anti-Semitic. The problem is that this defense largely assumes the truth of Dave's original generalization, even where particular Israeli officials or advocacy organizations use accusations of anti-Semitism opportunistically. That does not prove the existence of a universal Zionist playbook. Dave later makes and we will get to that, Dave later makes the Nazi comparison himself. At approximately 1:20 in the video, Zionism is to Jewish supremacy as Nazism is to white supremacy. They are indistinguishable. Zionism is Nazism. That statement occurs after Destiny's original accusation, so it cannot retroactively prove that Dave meant what Dave meant in the earlier Avi Loeb video, but it considerably weakens Dave's presentation of himself as someone arbitrarily dragged into Nazi rhetoric by Destiny. Dave ultimately embraces an explicit Zionism, Nazism equivalence himself. So Dave is correct that Destiny accused him of expressing aspects of Nazism, but slightly overstates it by saying Destiny simply and literally declared him to be a Nazi. And that didn't happen. Okay. Yeah, it's not something I would say to Dave in this situation. There's no muddying the water here, sweetie. Avi Loeb is a Zionist douche using the Zionist playbook. I would say something like, I don't think you need to appeal to a Zionist playbook. Like it's more high resolution to deal with the actual issues, specific issues you have with Avi Loeb, and I'll respond to those. Like, I don't think I would go to saying that this is, right out of the Nazi playbook. I don't really see that helpful in this context. Someone says, this was a question. In a vacuum, you see just Dave's sentence. Would you think a Nazi said it? No. I mean, actual Nazis aren't going to say it like that. They're going to say it in a way that I don't want to say on this video, or it will surely be taken down.
Of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
That's right, folks. I'm a neo-Nazi for pointing out Zionist tactics.
That's not what he said. He didn't say you were a neo-Nazi. He said, this is Nazism. He's pointing out what you're saying. He didn't call you a neo-Nazi.
tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception Israel engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior. Any assault on Zionism must be an assault on Judaism as a whole because they say so, no matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is. Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless non-Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping the benefits of its imperialism, and there are countless anti-Zionist Jews. Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world. But there are even some in Israel. There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them? Serves those anti-Semites right.
We're given no context as to what's going on here or what happened. Like, I don't like it. I don't like this kind of assault and bullying that I'm seeing. I don't know if it's, if it's consistent with Israeli law, this kind of behavior.
Don't you think? No, I wasn't talking about the police officers beating up Orthodox.
I want to know what happened here.
Orthodox Jews. That's not anti-Semitic, you silly goose. I'm talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology. They're anti-Semites, obviously. Anyone who conflates Judaism with Zionism or anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as Israel constantly does, and as Destiny just did, is a worthless anti-Semitic piece of shit. Zionism is
Human beings aren't worthless pieces of shit. Dave should stop attacking other human beings like that. Attack their ideas. That's the good, righteous thing to do.
Anti-Semitism. I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Zionism
is anti-Semitism.
is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. A
lot of things to look at here. Okay. Oh, we're still going. We're still going. Sorry, there's just a few things I want to look at here. So it's just going to take a little bit of time. Okay. So in that video we saw, of an officer of some kind attacking an individual. So this footage appears to be from June 5th, 2023, confrontation outside the IDF recruitment office on Rashi Street in Jerusalem. Not a demonstration supporting Palestinians during the Gaza war. What is happening? A relatively small group of ultra-Orthodox Haredi Jews was protesting military conscription and recruitment into the IDF. The footage was originally posted that day by Israeli journalist Itamar Cohen of All World News. More than 4 months before October 7th, Cohen described attempted arrest outside the recruitment office, an officer pulling or threatening to use a taser, protesters becoming angry because they believed a detained man was being choked or unable to breathe. The detained man eventually being released. The demonstration reportedly lasted about an hour and resulted in 2 arrests. The frame in Dave's video is consistent with this wildly recirculated footage. An Orthodox protester is restrained on the pavement while other Haredi men watch near storefronts. How the footage was subsequently misrepresented. After October 7th, the video was falsely circulated with claims that Netanyahu was arresting Jews for protesting the Palestinian genocide. The original journalist publicly corrected that description, explaining that his footage showed a pre-war protest against conscription, not a Gaza solidarity protest. Some accounts offered a more defensible caption. The demonstrators were anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews opposing forced recruitment into what they regarded as a Zionist army. That may accurately describe the ideological identity of at least some protesters, but it still does not establish that this particular demonstration was about Palestinians. What Dave says, Dave narrates the scene. Israeli police beat up Orthodox Jews who stand with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology. That description combines 2 separate truths into an unsupported claim. So some ultra-Orthodox groups, especially Naturai Karta and elements of the Erach HaSharidis, are explicitly anti-Zionist and sometimes demonstrate alongside Palestinians. Israeli police have repeatedly used force against Haredi demonstrators. So 2 different claims. But the pictured incident was about the military draft, and the available reporting does not show that the man was assaulted or detained because he stood with Palestinians. Opposition to conscription may arise from anti-Zionist theology, but many Haredim oppose service for other reasons: protecting Torah study, preserving their isolated religious community, avoiding secular military culture, or maintaining their long-standing exemption. Anti-draft does not automatically mean pro-Palestinian. So the video authentically shows Israeli police using force against Orthodox Jewish protesters. Dave misrepresents the demonstration reason for the confrontation. They were protesting IDF recruitment in June 2023, not protesting the Gaza war or being beaten specifically for standing with Palestinians. I want to watch this again, but it seems like, yeah, Dave is spreading more misinformation with this video clip.
We're talking about Jews around the world, but there are even some in Israel. There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them? Serves those anti-Semites right, don't you think? No, I wasn't talking about the police officers beating up Orthodox Jews. That's not anti-Semitic, you silly goose. I'm talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology. They're anti-Semites, obviously. Anyone who
Yeah, so Dave's trying to make it look like these people were being beat up because they're against
beating up
Zionists.
Orthodox Jews. That's not anti-Semitic, you silly goose. I'm talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in...
Yeah, he's making it sound like these Orthodox Jews are being beat up because they stand with Palestinians. That's just more misinformation. Another tick.
Apartheid and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest. Political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world.
So Dave also mentioned that Zionism is anti-Semitism. He then argues that Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of contemporary anti-Semitism because people react to Israeli conduct by directing anger at Jews generally. He also argues that Palestinians are Semites. Eventually he's going to argue that. So Zionists who harm Palestinians are in reality anti-Semitic. So this, I'm going to let this play and then we'll do this a little more.
World as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy as Nazism is to white supremacy. They are indistinguishable. Zionism is Nazism. I guess Destiny's little pea brain isn't big enough to wrap his head around that. Are you really implying that anyone who is Jewish can lie about science as much as they want? And if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite?
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
Avi lies a bunch about science. I exposed his lies, and in response, he just called me an anti-Semite. Exactly like the Zionist lobby that banned me from Twitter and tried to smear me for exposing their lies and propaganda. Same tactic. Literally 1 minute prior, you listened to Avi say he puts a viral YouTube video to make money in which he makes anti-Semitic claims, while making zero attempt to dispute any of the science I presented. You heard him say that. He was exposed by me, therefore I'm an anti-Semite. That's the logic he's putting forward. I'm articulating that logic clearly, and you burst into laughter like I'm pulling something out of my ass? Really? Furthermore, what's funniest about this tired angle is that you and all your piece of shit Zionist cronies are not Semites. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews like you and Bibi and all the rest are European. You literally are not a Semite, while Palestinians are Semites. Therefore, Zionists are, in reality, anti-Semitic. It's quite shocking that Destiny doesn't bite on this and go on a tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on. But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.1% Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense.
All right. So Dave then argued that Zionism is responsible for the, quote, lion's share of contemporary anti-Semitism because people react to Israeli conduct and direct the anger toward Jews generally. He also argues that Palestinians are Semites, so Zionists who harm Palestinians are in reality anti-Semitic. So the verdict here is false as a categorical claim. So Zionism and anti-Semitism are different kinds of concepts. Anti-Semitism means prejudice, hostility, discrimination, or violence against Jews as Jews. Zionism is a Jewish nationalist movement originally directed toward creating and sustaining a Jewish homeland or state in Palestine/Israel. One is a political national ideology. The other is a form of anti-Jewish bigotry. They may sometimes overlap, but they are not identical. The claim is comparable to saying American nationalism is anti-American hatred. A particular nationalist ideology may harm people, become supremacist, or generate prejudice. That does not make nationalism identical to hatred of the people whose nation it invokes. Dave says that Zionism is not Judaism. That is true. A Zionist can be anti-Semitic without Zionism being anti-Semitism. Yes. This claim that Palestinians are Semites is an etymological fallacy. So Dave's argument that Palestinians are Semites and therefore Zionist violence against Palestinians is anti-Semitism misuses the established meaning of the word. Although Semitic is a linguistic classification encompassing languages such as Arabic and Hebrew, the modern term anti-Semitism was coined and historically used specifically to denote hostility toward Jews. It does not conventionally mean prejudice against every population speaking a Semitic language, but this speaks to a deep ignorance or like an echo chamber relationship with the historical language and terminology involved in this entire video, including how he equates Israel to Nazi Germany. So harming Palestinians may constitute anti-Palestinian racism, anti-Arab racism. By the way, it seems like Dave is trying to rob Jews of anti-Semitism and say that it really, it really applies to Palestinians as well. It says harming Palestinians may constitute anti-Palestinian racism, anti-Arab racism, ethnic discrimination, dispossession, apartheid, persecution, war crimes, or genocide. Calling those acts anti-Semitism because Arabic is a Semitic language obscures rather than clarifies the relevant injustice. Zionism, the other claim, Zionism causes the lion's share of anti-Semitism, is completely unsupported. Dave gives no empirical evidence for this extremely broad causal claim. Anti-Semitism existed for centuries before, again, this is more like historical ignorance on Dave's part. Anti-Semitism existed for centuries before modern political Zionism emerged in the late 19th century. Its historical sources include Christian anti-Judaism, racial nationalism, conspiracy theories. We've heard a lot of that in this video. Economic scapegoating, blood libels, and political extremism. Israeli violence can certainly provide a political occasion during which anti-Semitic incidents increase. some people illegitimately hold ordinary Jews collectively responsible for Israel's conduct, but that does not make Zionism morally responsible for their decision to attack or vilify Jews. There's shifting of responsibility here. It's like, yeah, you Jewish Zionists, you are responsible for the anti-Semitism. It's like taking the blame off the bully or the rapist and putting it on the victim. Yeah, it just does not make Zionism morally responsible for their decisions to attack or vilify Jews. The causal chain is Israel commits or is accused of wrongdoing. A person chooses to blame Jews collectively. The second step is the anti-Semites' prejudice. Criticism of Israeli conduct does not logically compel anyone to attack a synagogue, threaten Jewish children, or repeat conspiracies about Jewish control. Again, this is really important. I can't believe Dave is saying this. The second step, so one more time, this is really important. Israel commits or is accused of wrongdoing. Like Dave has been doing this entire video, equating Israel to Nazi Germany. Then a person chooses to blame Jews collectively. The second step is the anti-Semites' prejudice. Criticism of Israeli conduct does not logically compel anyone to attack a synagogue, threaten Jewish children, or repeat conspiracies about Jewish control. There is no logical connection there. And if you're saying, well, I can see why someone would do that, I mean, I would be angry too, and that would cause me to be an anti-Semite or to blame it on the Jews, then that's like some anti-Semitic thoughts you're having. Saying Zionism is responsible for anti-Semitism risks shifting responsibility away from actual anti-Semites and onto the state or people whose conduct they use as a pretext. Yeah, and I also want to do the other stuff here. Ashkenazi, and I don't know if he's made this claim yet, but I'm going to go through this section. The claim is made that Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews are not Semites, while Palestinians are. This is scientifically and linguistically confused for a lot of the reasons I pointed out. Semitic properly designates a family of languages, including Hebrew and Arabic. Anti-Semitism is a historically established term meaning prejudice or hatred directed against Jews. It does not mean hostility toward every speaker of a Semitic language. The etymological word game does not alter the term's accepted meaning. Ashkenazi Jews are, I want to get that one right.
In me or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.1% Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense since Ashkenazi Jews look fucking European. This is also why these ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not fucking Middle Eastern. They pretend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from. Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously, but over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now. This is
Okay, Dave says Ashkenazi Jews are largely European now. This is false. Genomic research consistently finds that Ashkenazi Jews possess both Middle Eastern, Levantine, and European ancestry. Estimates vary by method, source, population, and genomic region, but the evidence does not support either, mostly European or mostly Levantine. God, there's just so much. There's just so much here.
And can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies.
Oh yeah, this part. Oh, where is that other? Sorry, I'm just trying to get this important piece of information. There we go. So we already dealt with that. This idea that Ashkenazi Jews are primarily or exclusively European. The exact transcript: Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. Over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European. So the exclusive or dismissive implication is false. Proportions remain debated. So genome-wide research consistently finds that Ashkenazi Jews populations carry both Middle Eastern, Levantine, and European ancestry. Studies differ over the proportions and maternal versus paternal contributions, but neither purely European nor purely Middle Eastern accurately represents the evidence. So, yeah, it's just another. It's just false, Dave. I want to deal with the ancestry.com issue. Actually, you know what? Where are we at? Oh, what up, Lex? Lex Friedman with the $100 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Just stumbled on this live. Didn't know these two were fighting. Surprised to learn they are. I've enjoyed listening to both a bunch in the past. That aside, thank you for your channel and the countless interesting debates you've hosted. Keep going. Thank you so much, Lex. Really appreciate it. All my love to you and yours. We should also have a chat sometime, Lex, about well-being. That would be a lot of fun. My email's travis@pang-burn.com. Just an episode about maximizing well-being in the world, physical, mental, and social health with Lex Friedman. I'd be down, but I refuse to comb my hair. Nah, I'd probably comb my hair. Yeah. Yeah, they're fighting, and it's gotten to a point where, you know, Destiny said that something Dave said was Nazism, but that wasn't. I don't think that was like, that's not the core of behind Dave's misinformation with regards to the Israel-Palestine issue. That's coming from somewhere else. But looping Destiny into the video is, I think it's just a small part of it. It's an opportunity to go after Destiny, who, took a couple shots at him. But yeah, it's still kind of shocking. Thank you so much, the Trib, for the super chat. Says maybe Dave is right, and the system, which is a collection of experts, is wrong. Maybe the facts the system gives is created by Zionists. Maybe. Okay, listen to all these maybes. Maybe Dave is right, and the system, which is a collection of experts, is wrong. Maybe the facts the system gives is created by Zionists. Maybe. Yeah, this is why possibility ought not weigh into your epistemic standards. Plausibility, folks. We want plausibility as that governing force, not possibility. Everything is seemingly possible by the standards of classical logic. Just, try calling into one of my call-in shows sometime and saying, and trying to demonstrate something to be impossible. And I'm going to show you that you're almost certainly relying on the argument from incredulity fallacy to get you to feeling like you've achieved. Lex said, I demand you comb your hair. Oh my God. Okay, that's coming right from the evil Israelis right there, right through Lex Friedman. I demand you comb your hair. I might just shave it bald if we get together. Really shock you. Lex says, I've been feeling mentally pretty low, so just hiding from the world for a bit. Well, I wish you all the well-being in the world. My moral quest is to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. That's what I've been trying to do for 10 years with my live events, featuring some of the greats, and my philanthropy and everything else, and doing fact checks and ethical assessments like these. But yeah, when you're feeling better, Lex, happy to link up and do something together. Would be good. Would do some good. Did someone just call me Baldburn? Yeah, that would be justified. I think my son would probably punch me even harder in the balls if I shave my head. I don't know why, but that just popped into my head. But I feel like, man, this section here is like there's so much going on in this section. I don't want to miss anything, and there's a lot.
A viral YouTube video to make money in which he makes anti-Semitic claims while making zero attempt to dispute any of the science I presented. You heard him say that. He was exposed by me.
By the way, thank you all for being troopers on the front lines of this analysis. There's still a lot of you with me, and it's getting late, at least where I am. So thank you for being here. I truly, truly mean that.
Therefore, I'm an anti-Semite. That's the logic he's putting forward. I'm articulating that logic clearly, and you burst into laughter like I'm pulling something out of my ass? Really? Furthermore, what's funniest about this tired angle is that you and all your piece of shit Zionist cronies are not Semites. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews like you and Bibi and all the rest are European. You literally are not a...
Oh, Dave. Well, we already went through that information, so that was just false.
Semite, while Palestinians are Semites. Therefore, Zionists are, in reality, anti-Semitic. It's quite shocking that Destiny doesn't bite on this and go on a tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video.
So, in the old linguistic cultural sense, yes, Benjamin Netanyahu is Jewish, and Hebrew is a Semitic language. But scholars generally avoid calling individuals Semites because Semitic properly describes a family of languages, including Hebrew and Arabic, not a coherent biological race. And this does not change the meaning of anti-Semitism, which I think Dave is unsuccessfully and unconvincingly trying to do here. Which conventionally means hostility or prejudice towards Jews. It's like Dave wants this to mean towards Jews and Arabs or Jews and Palestinians or whatever. But yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu, in an old linguistic cultural sense, yes, is a Semite. But we should try to be more scholarly, academic, and rigorous, Dave. And that's not what you're being when you're playing this Semite game. Why would Dave need to talk about Zionism in a science debunking vid? He doesn't need to do anything. The Trib, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Not Destiny, even if it helps Palestinians, which is sad. But is there anyone Dave would debate on this, or at least have a conversation with, you think? I don't know. Dave said he doesn't want to work with me anymore, so because I critiqued his propaganda video. I think we should be able to critique each other, tease each other, call each other out when we think they're wrong. I think that's healthy. Remove the cognitive rigidity. And in this video, holy shnikes, does does Dave have this certain disposturing that is accompanied by a lot of cognitive rigidity. Oh, someone just showed up. All right.
He just giggles and then moves on. But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.
I just have to run this again. It's just shocking.
1% Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense since Ashkenazi Jews look fucking European. This is also why these ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not fucking Middle Eastern.
Okay, we need to deal with that, the whole pharmacy thing. Okay. Let's getting late. I think we're going to finish, though, tonight with this, honestly.
Tend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from. Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously, but over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now. This is in stark contrast with Palestinians, who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity, along with Mizrahi Jews, who, by the way, experience systemic discrimination in Israel, which is socially and politically dominated by European Ashkenazi Jews. It's almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, wouldn't you say? You can talk about the etymology of the word anti-Semitism all you want, and that's totally fine, but the facts regarding biology remain, and that was the main point I was making. Europeans pretending to be Middle Eastern has the same vibe as some Karen in Massachusetts bragging about being 3% Cherokee Indian. This claim to ancestral land that Zionists espouse in order to justify murdering people and stealing their homes is total horseshit. We all originated in Africa, so white people should be able to steal African homes too, yeah? A little moot since Africa was very recently the victim of European colonialism for about 100 years, but still, the logic stands. Hey Avi, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting...
All right. So Dave's exact statement, these ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israel. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not Middle Eastern. So it is true that ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel. Israel's genetic information law regulates who may perform genetic tests, how samples and results are handled, and which laboratories may conduct testing. Tests legally establishing paternity or close family relationships require a court or authorized religious tribunal order, even when everyone consents. Israel also permits extensive genetic testing for legitimate medical purposes. The Ministry of Health funds population-wide carrier screening and allows broader privately funded testing through genetic institutes. Therefore, Israel has not generally banned DNA testing. The claim they can't be purchased in Israel is too absolute and presently false. Availability depends on the company. 23andMe currently identifies Israel as a country to which it ships its international ancestry service. The kit must be used and returned from Israel. MyHeritage, despite being headquartered in Israel, says its DNA genealogy test is unavailable to Israeli residents. Other major services may not offer ordinary domestic retail distribution or pharmacy sales there. So what would be more accurate for Dave to say would be direct-to-consumer ancestry testing has historically faced substantial legal and commercial restrictions in Israel, and some major providers do not sell their kits to Israeli residents. He cannot accurately say that no ancestry kit can be purchased anywhere in Israel. So that's just false. They don't want citizens to discover that they're not Middle Eastern. This is unsupported speculation presented as fact. Dave supplies no argument. Dave supplies no government document, legislative history, official statement, or other evidence showing that Israel regulates genetic testing to conceal Jewish ancestry. The stated purpose of Israel's genetic information framework include privacy protection, informed consent, laboratory accreditation, reliability of testing, control of sensitive medical information, prevention of genetic discrimination, management of legally consequential paternity and family status disputes. One may criticize the breadth of those restrictions, especially their effects on personal autonomy, but inferring a secret ethno-national motive requires evidence that Dave does not provide. Dave's been trying to infer, or sometimes make explicit, a secret ethno-national, or in some cases not even secret, ethno-national motive as the underbelly, pulling the puppet strings. Conspiracy theory, propaganda. The underlying genetic premise is also misleading. Population genetic research does not show that Ashkenazi Jews are simply Europeans falsely claiming Middle Eastern ancestry. Dave, stop spreading that misinformation. A whole genome study in Nature Communications modeled Ashkenazi ancestry as approximately an even mixture of European and likely Middle Eastern origins. Another major Nature study found that most Jewish diaspora populations displayed genetic origins traceable substantially to the Levant. European admixture is real and considerable, but so is Levantine ancestry. The exact proportions depend on the sample, method, comparison, populations, and whether researchers examine autosomal, maternal, or paternal autosomal, maternal, or paternal inheritance. For example, Ashkenazi maternal lineages appear substantially European, while many paternal lineages show stronger Near Eastern connections. A commercial service placing Ashkenazi Jewish under a European interface heading does not prove this is a crazy part, right? A commercial service placing Ashkenazi Jewish under a European interface heading does not prove Ashkenazi Jews lack Middle Eastern ancestry. Such headings are product taxonomy categories, not definitive statements about a population's entire genetic history. This should be obvious. So to summarize, Israel tightly regulates genetic testing. That's true. Paternity and legal family relation testing requires judicial authorization. True. Some consumer ancestry providers do not sell directly to Israeli residents. True. No ancestry kit can be purchased in Israel. False. 23andMe officially ships there. The restriction exists to conceal that Israeli Jews are not Middle Eastern. Unsupported conspiracy allegation. Ashkenazi Jews are exclusively or simply European. This is contradicted by mainstream population genetic research. What Dave is doing here is taking a real regulatory situation and attaches it to an inflammatory motive for which he presents zero evidence. Zero evidence. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people when they come across my treatment of this propaganda video that are going to do everything to avoid focusing on the actual facts of the situation and whether any of the facts I've provided are incorrect. You just watch them in the comment section.
Anti-Semitism and everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. What does that have to
We're going to do it, folks. We have 10 minutes of video to get through here.
do with it? What does being a lying, manipulative, gaslighting fraud in order to get away with scientific fraudulence have to do with this political ideology that involves lying and manipulating and gaslighting constantly in order to get away with war crimes? That's a
By the way, as we are approaching finalizing this great work, the next thing I'll be doing is going through Destiny's full reaction video, and I'll be doing a full analysis on that. Someone said you're doing God's work. You're supposed to say I'm doing dog's work. You're supposed to reverse those things. D-O-G.
Serious question.
My scientific. Can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really, really, really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big. I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionists?
By the way, by the end of today, we'll probably be over 20 hours on this. Pretty sure. Or I think we'll be close to 20 hours. I think we'll be over 20
Jews
hours.
who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith. I'd love to see that. There's nothing deep about it.
Yeah, I mean, there is some Destiny misinformation and some ethical quibbles I had with Destiny in this video as well, and people will fail to point that out. There will be people out there who are just going to frame me as like, oh yeah, he's shilling for the Jews or for Israel. He's receiving that $7,000 check per video. By the way, if Israel, the monolith, the evil monolith with its fingers in every pie, controlling the puppet strings, if they're listening, I'll take that $7,000 check per analysis video that's related to Israel. You might not like what I have to say sometimes. You probably didn't like what I had to say about a lot of these videos. But yeah, people will try to say, because I've found Dave's video here to be propaganda, that necessarily means I don't care about Palestinians or I like genocide or crap like that. So
anyone with a moral compass is anti-Zionist. Many Jews have a moral compass. Are you seeing the Venn diagram?
Like, I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for, like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country? Like, I don't even know if that's, like, a position that people have. I think people are generally just like, oh, yeah, I mean, they should, but, I mean, it sucks for them, I guess. I don't know, but, I mean, we don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West. But to have, like, a unique...
By the way, if anyone really wants me to answer any particular questions or investigate any particular claim, send me a super chat and I'll try to get to them before we end the stream, but we are getting close.
Unique perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird.
You're kind of missing the point here, champ. This is the old, but why can't Jews have a country bullshit talking point. First, ethno-states are bad. Equality is good. Supremacy of any group of people over another being codified into the laws of a nation is bad. But way more important is the fact that this particular ethno-state was established on inhabited land through the slaughtering and dispossession of the indigenous population.
This map, by the way, we looked at, I was able to screenshot it. It is like a very low resolution, but kind of is true enough to give you a general sense of Palestinian land over the ages. Some people have said that this particular map is all false and whatnot. It's not all false. That's a blanket statement that's incorrect. Someone said again that it's a fake map. Now that makes me want to run it again. Let's be triple sure on this.
That's the more bad part. If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they did the Holocaust and over 80% of the country is open land, very few people would have had a problem with that. It's the ethnic cleansing that's got everyone upset. Do you get it now?
The real, when you really say you're anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel because that's the only Jewish country.
No, we're saying that Israel shouldn't have the right to murder and displace anyone they want, the thing they've been doing on a daily basis since the state of Israel was established.
But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims in that, like the Palestinian.
So there are some claims Dave is making here, but they're repeats. They've been, the false aspects of them have been debunked many times already. So
Are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for. It's like really fun. Bro, I don't want to get into this. I don't give a fuck.
You don't want to continue rambling because you sound like an idiot. People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine and they got along just fine. Jews could have emigrated in large numbers to the Levant after the Holocaust and integrated into existing societies, including Palestine. They didn't do that. Zionist militias went in and started murdering and stealing everything. Pretty big difference. Anyway, at this point, Stevie got tired, realized that my video on Avi was hard science wall-to-wall, except for the 2 or 3 comments I made on his Zionism, which he failed miserably to address honestly, and he spent the rest of the stream, which was the overwhelming majority of the stream, looking at something else. Of course, that didn't stop him from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those clicks, right, Steven? Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy, as if the genocide denial wasn't enough. Here's a few other tidbits. Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago.
White supremacists should mass
rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that
Of course, that didn't stop him from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those clicks, right, Steven? Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy. As if the genocide denial wasn't enough, here's a few other tidbits. Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago.
Yeah, that's a deeply immoral take by my buddy Steven. Bad take. Bad, wrongful. That shouldn't happen. I despise violent protests and political violence as much as anyone else, but it needs to be, enforced by the law and policing, riot policing, etc. Yeah, that's a callous, insensitive thing to say.
White supremacists should mass murder protesters. They have Destiny's blessing. What a great guy. Now let's shift from the discussion.
Yeah, someone said this is Destiny talking about when they took over Seattle and were destroying mom and pop shops. There was also the situation where a store owner got murdered by some of the violent protesters. Horrible, terrible thing. But that doesn't justify what Destiny said. Unless you think it's virtuous to live in like an eye for an eye morality world, like the ancient Sumerians, I think we can. I think we can do a lot better than that. So, again, about this this map, okay, that's always called a fake map. It's the point is that it's not completely fake, but yes. Depending on the context, it can be misleading depending on what people how people are trying to use it. So the graphic uses real historical milestones, but it changes what the colors represent from panel to panel. It moves between private land ownership, population or settlement patterns, a proposed political partition, military armistice lines, occupied territory, Palestinian administrative control. That makes the sequence look like one consistent measurement of Palestinian land disappearing when it is not. So 1917, coloring the entire territory as exclusively Palestinian land is misleading if, quote, land means either sovereign territory or private ownership. In 1917, Palestine was still legally part of the Ottoman Empire before coming under British military occupation. There was no sovereign Palestinian state controlling the entire region. At the same time, Palestinian Arabs were the overwhelming majority and formed the established indigenous society. Jewish communities also existed and owned a small amount of land. One UN historical account estimates about 2.5% of Palestine's total area in 1917. So Palestine was overwhelmingly Arab populated in 1917, but the whole territory was not privately owned by Palestinians or governed by a Palestinian sovereign state. In 1946, this panel in this map is probably intended to show Jewish-owned land as white patches and everything else as Palestinian land. The broad point that Jewish ownership was geographically limited is accurate. Official UN historical material estimates Jewish ownership at approximately 6.2% by 1947. Testimony before UN SCOP similarly put it at just over 6%. But the map commits an important error. Land that was not Jewish owned was not automatically privately owned by Palestinian Arabs. The territory also included state domain, communal land, religious endowments, desert, it's just a descriptor, and land with complicated or incomplete Ottoman and British registration. Official UN cartography treated Jewish possession, state domain, and political partition boundaries as separate categories. This graphic collapses them together. By the way, let me just pull up this map while I'm talking about this, because there's a bit more to read here. Add new image, boom. Let's just get this map in here. Boom. All right, you all should be able to see the map. And I have to remember to turn the map off when I go back to the video. 1947 partition plan. This is reasonably close to the proposed boundaries under UN General Assembly Resolution 181, a proposed Jewish state, a proposed Arab state, Jerusalem under a proposed international regime. But there were proposed political jurisdictions, not a map transferring private land ownership. The Jewish state was allocated roughly, was allocated roughly 56% of mandatory Palestine, even though Jewish institutions and individuals owned approximately 6% of its land. Arab and Jewish residents would have remained living and owning property on both sides of the proposed boundary. The partition was never implemented as designed because war followed, War of 1948. The panel approximately represents the territorial outcome reflected in the 1949 armistice lines, not a clean ownership map and not precisely the situation on a single date in 1948. After the war, Israel controlled considerably more territory than the proposed Jewish state. Jordan controlled the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Egypt controlled the Gaza Strip. No sovereign Palestinian Arab state was established. The armistice agreement explicitly created military demarcation lines, not agreed permanent borders or determinations of private ownership. The map also leaves out the human reality behind the territorial change. Approximately 700,000 to 800,000 Palestinians were displaced, and large amounts of Palestinian-owned property came under Israeli control. In 1967, this panel is broadly accurate in showing the West Bank and Gaza becoming Israeli occupied territory. Israel occupied the West Bank, East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip. It also occupied the Sinai Peninsula and Golan Heights, although those fall partly or wholly outside the narrow Palestinian-shaped frame shown here. But again, occupation is not identical to ownership. Israeli military control did not turn all privately owned Palestinian land into Israeli-owned property. And then 1967 to 2017. This is the most misleading panel. The scattered dark areas appear to represent territory under some degree of Palestinian Authority administration, primarily areas A and B, rather than all land owned, inhabited, or legally claimed by Palestinians. Under the Oslo system, areas A and B comprise roughly 38 to 39% of the West Bank and consist largely of fragmented Palestinian population centers. Area C comprises roughly 61 to 62% and remains under extensive Israeli security, planning, and land control authority. Area C, nevertheless, contains Palestinian communities, privately held Palestinian property, agricultural land, and natural resources. It is simply Israeli land. The World Bank describes areas A and B as hundreds of smaller territorial enclaves surrounded by the contiguous Area C. The fragmentation is real, but coloring Area C as though Palestinians possess no land or legal interest there is false. So the central deception, 1917, entire geographic territory labeled ethnically. That's deceptive. 1946, approximate private Jewish holdings versus everything else is oh, wait a sec. And 1947, proposed state boundaries is what's really being represented. 1984 to 1949, military armistice control is what's really being represented. 1967, territory under occupation is what is really being represented. In 2017, fragmented Palestinian administrative jurisdiction is what is really being represented. So those are 6 different measurements. Putting them in one sequence under the common label Palestinian land creates a false impression of statistical continuity. So the map is not fabricated from nothing. It reflects the real expansion of Israeli territorial control, Palestinian displacement, occupation, and the fragmentation of Palestinian administered areas, but it is not a legitimate map series of land ownership. It repeatedly changes definitions and incorrectly equates political control, private ownership, proposed borders, and administrative jurisdiction. Okay.
To the creepy. This will be courtesy of another creator named Ryan Beard, who seems to have already done the deep dive on this stuff.
A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he's
Don, thank you. Look up malaria map for mandatory Palestine as compared with the Jewish settlement. 90% were purchased from landlord. I think that was covered. Thanks for the super chat, my brother. Just got to get this into the record. Good. Oh, I need to remove the map because it's in the way. Remove. Yes. Okay.
he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad." I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Mediker.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this, I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think I
Wait,
said
how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Did you get all that? Don't worry, it gets worse.
The next child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
Okay, sorry, I got distracted for a second. I got to go back
to
and
help
listen to
prove that this was these tweets where he.
You have another creator named Ryan Beard who seems to have already done the deep dive on this stuff.
A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad." I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but
yeah, I think that's a joke, but again, like, I think you, I mean, I understand that they're, in the most absurd, like, Louis C.K. stand-up situation. If I was to hear that in a Louis C.K., because he makes similar jokes like that, you know, I could see myself bursting out laughing in shock, right? Because he actually said that and he went there, because he is a shock comedian, right? I think Destiny engages in this kind of shock comedy as well, but he engages in it out, like, not on the comedy stage. He engages in it in, like, you know, in ways that can be made public. Was this like a private DM or was this public?
Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics?
These were
Check
tweets.
DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad." I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old.
That's an interesting question. Like, if Louis C.K. was writing this on Twitter, what would we say about it? Right? Yeah, it was a public tweet, right? I don't like the idea of stifling people's sense of humor, but you also have to be conscientious of others when you're online. Like, I think it's important, like, as a moral well-beingist, I care about maximizing well-being for myself and those around me. That doesn't mean I don't make absurd jokes to, like, my friends, and sometimes on our Discord server when we're in a voice chat together and things like that. Like, I love absurd jokes. I like shocking jokes. I like absurd humor. I like, what else is his name? Norm Macdonald used to do some hilarious racist jokes. You know, there's nothing wrong with this kind of joking. But that's that's like really extreme, really dark Louis C.K. level joke coming from Destiny, who's not Louis C.K. So it's going to come with a lot of scrutiny, including the scrutiny that's coming from Dave here and from other people who don't like the joke or think that the joke is weird or creepy. So, like, yeah, when you make jokes, you risk getting challenged like this. You just do.
Year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Mediker.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation
I never
to?
admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait,
I said
how
something,
old was she?
She said she was 15.
Did you get all that? Don't worry, it gets worse.
The next child related.
Yeah. So, again, I don't think he's joking here, but he's talking about like, there's the idea, and some people get really awkward talking about topics like this. So I'm sorry if this like turns your stomach thinking about this, but like in Canada, I think the age of consent is 16 years old. So the idea is like, the day before their 16th birthday, let's say you're 19 years old, right? And you really like this girl. And, and you didn't know, you like her. Let's say she lied to you that she was actually 16. But then you find out that tomorrow is going to be her, 16th birthday. Just the whole like idea of how to navigate the internal feelings of a situation like that. Obviously, it's against the law for good reason for adults to not be engaging in illegal, abusive contact with children, right? And so, yeah, I mean, and then the law, just from a legal perspective, it would say as soon as their birthday hits, now you guys can date and have a sexual relationship, as though the law is dictating by way of an erring on the side of safety based on our best child development, psychological modeling, erring on the side of safety of when, like in Canada at least, it obviously changes from country to country, but when we should expect that all, in quotation marks, people who are 16 years old are able to give willing, informed consent when it comes to sexual activity with people who are, adults or, I guess adults. I think that's the law in Canada. Yeah, and someone just said it's like being on a hockey team and telling the team to make sure you check IDs no matter how hot the person is. Yeah, like I can understand that. I can understand why I would give that advice to my son and daughter when they get to around those ages. That age of consent is a really important thing, and I actually think that like this is something that should be treated with more due diligence. Like there should be licensing. I know that sounds weird, but I think someone should have to, and I think this would solve a lot of issues. Someone should have to be able to demonstrate whatever that minimum age is in every country. Once they reach that age, someone should have to demonstrate by some way of testing that they understand willing, informed consent, because not everyone has the luxury and the privilege of a home or an education system or an engagement with the education system that allows them to know and understand all the things that are really involved when it comes to willing, informed consent. So I don't know. I think we need to do better. I'm kind of getting off the topic here, but I think we need to do better at confirming in some written way that in fact this person, by way of this test, has demonstrated that they understand willing, informed sexual consent. But it also, we should be talking about this in a frame like that isn't giving due seriousness to the things I just outlined. And I'm not sure Stephen is here, but let me listen to all of it.
To help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Medicare.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted.
So like when people are sending you, trying to send you photos or stuff on the internet, I'm married now with my 2 kids, but back when I was dating, right off the bat, with regards to dating, like, I would be using dating apps and things like that and meeting people. But, I would always like, one of the most important first steps for me was, and it's not like this like obsession, but a first step is like verifying the age, right? And in some situations you can realize that, okay, this person is an adult. But even once you start engaging in conversations with them, like the age thing tends to come up pretty early, at least in my conversations, in my dating. So, but again, talking about this stuff, I think it should just be given due seriousness, and we should be conscientious about the kind of language we use about around particular topics that if you speak with not due seriousness about the topic, let's say if you're talking about the N word, right, and you're not giving it its due seriousness or being conscientious with how you're talking about it, you could hurt a lot of people. I'm not saying you're like gonna like mentally damage them forever, or in this case like what Destiny's talking about, but like, you could hurt people or make people feel very uneasy or make them worry and things like that. So I think it's just important, like as you grow up, as you start maturing, as you become more wise, you're generally going to start becoming more conscientious with how you use language and how you talk about certain things, especially if it's in a public setting. If you're in a setting with like really well-known friends, like I have a few friends that we play games where we literally try to say the most effed up stuff to each other just to make each other laugh. So it's, I'm not for this idea of like destroying lightheartedness in the world. It's literally one of my 5th virtue. It is my 5th virtue, lightheartedness. So I just think it's important to be conscientious is really what this is all about.
To jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
He said it was really hard to turn down a 15-year-old. It shouldn't be hard to turn down a 15-year-old, not only because it's against the law, but something in your mind should kick in and say, they're 15. They almost certainly can't give willing informed consent, right? That should be the care. And this was a short snippet. I don't know if that's what Stephen got into, but anyways, that's my critique. The thing I would be thinking about there is like, not like my own, I'm not saying that this is only what Stephen was doing, but like my own gratification isn't the thing I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the lack of willing informed consent engaged with something like this. Oh, I was just taking a look. I thought oops. I didn't know how to do that. All right.
Did you get all that? Don't worry, it gets worse.
The next child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested.
What?
So, or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad. Okay. Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before, were part of the Bro Squad. And what we would do is we would go around just.
I wonder how old Destiny is in this video. Yeah, it's one of those things of being on the internet, being a public figure, and you're going through these, going through these different stages of maturity and wisdom in front of, and it's being recorded to the world, right? And me sitting here as someone who's been privileged enough to live the philosopher's life and spend my days thinking about thinking and conceptualizing, better conceptualizing in a higher resolution, the concepts in my mind. And then we have a situation where it's like, these people are growing up before our very eyes and saying things. I'm just curious, how old is Destiny in this clip? What happened? Oh, there we go.
Just in TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. And for whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. We had to do a double take because we didn't even fucking know, what the fuck was on, we were looking at an 8-year-old dick, on the fucking screen.
Yeah, don't just immediately quit the stream or anything. Really soak in that prepubescent penis. But
yeah, in a situation like that, I don't know if it's fair for Dave to say really soak in that prepubescent penis. Yeah, in a situation like this, if you're on Omegle or one of these, I still don't understand what the context is here. But if there's some kid, you want to, get away from that, hide the screen, hide the window, report it, might be good so that maybe the IP is connected and the parents find out and they can have a conversation with the child. When I think about this from a maximization of well-being perspective, that stuff should, cause you to get the hell out of there. Right. And it's hard to know what the context was. It's well, what happens if something like this happens and you're kind of preoccupied and you're shocked by it? There's there's a legitimate argument to being shocked by something like that. It might take you a moment to figure out what the hell's going on, but then you do the right thing. You tell them no, you tell them stop, you report them, you close the window, you do all that stuff. That makes me feel really bad that things like that happen on the internet. It's not a good thing.
at least he's not grooming anyone, right?
Even though a lot.
No, Dave. What did Dave say there?
Girl dick on stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the...
I also think that, like, I don't know how Steven will feel about this, and hopefully we'll do a stream together talking about this, this whole thing. But yeah, I think, like, looking back, had he had more wisdom, this isn't probably something you want to repeat. Like, in case like that kid somehow connected to this, and they didn't want that information shared. Like, I just feel like that's information that shouldn't be shared. Someone said Steven stated he turned the stream off immediately after. Yeah, I mean, good. Turn it off, report it. Contact the website or whatever and report it. Maybe they can trace and get in contact with the parents to make sure that this kid doesn't put themselves in danger.
The fuck was that? Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick like on the fucking screen.
Yeah, don't just immediately quit the stream or anything. Really soak in that prepubescent penis. But at least he's not grooming anyone, right?
Even though a lot of these situations involving children happen quite a while
Oh, he's saying at least he's not grooming anyone, right? Now we're going to get into something else here.
ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right?
Wait, let's hear this again.
In that prepubescent penis. But at least he's not grooming anyone, right?
Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old.
He said
and
randomly
text happened quite a while ago. I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old
Oh, sexting.
would not be grooming.
I thought he said texting.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right?
I mean, it's a sext, right? It's illegal for good reason. What is the do we really have to? What is the actual what is the actual academic definition for grooming? Ugh. How's everyone doing there? You still sticking around for this part? Yikes. We are getting close to actually finishing off this 20-hour analysis. We did 13 hours yesterday, well, plus 13 hours, so it would be over 20-hour analysis. If anyone has any more questions to ask or more claims they want me to investigate, make sure you send me a super chat before we get to the end here, or else we're going to be shutting her down until tomorrow. Where is the okay, in academic literature, grooming usually refers specifically to sexual grooming, not merely influencing, teaching, persuading, befriending. Okay, the deceptive process used by sexual abusers to facilitate sexual contact with a minor. I mean, this is sexual contact with a minor, right? So yeah, this is grooming.
But we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of context, so let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're old and you have experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old...
Yeah, so I think Destiny is just showing some ignorance on what grooming is. It doesn't sound like he's saying that that's not bad, right? he hasn't said that it wouldn't be bad for someone to be doing this. He's just saying it's not grooming, right? But I think that's just some ignorance there.
Randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into...
And yeah, so according to the academic literature on grooming, sexual abusers, the deceptive process used by sexual abusers to facilitate sexual contact with a minor while simultaneously avoiding detection. Well, surely that person would be trying to avoid detection. Yeah, whatever, it's grooming.
Sexting them, this would be grooming.
I can't believe I have to analyze this.
But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition does it say that grooming has to be a slow process.
Okay, that's weird.
I mean, all that pointed out was that he was thinking that grooming is something different than that version of sexual assault, right, or sexual abuse. I didn't see, but let's listen to what Dave has to say about that.
But those are just words and not actions, right?
All right, let's
Correct.
recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent. And in his messages to his Discord kitten Rose is Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said,
Okay. This is where we're at now. Let's go. Actually, let's go claim by claim. We got to do it.
the definition of grooming is the action of attempting. The definition of assaulting them or inducing them to say that grooming has to be a slow process.
Okay, that's weird, but those are just words and not actions, right?
All right,
Yeah.
let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman.
So we'll check that one. Has Destiny ever sexually assaulted a woman? Let's see what's available.
Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent.
Apes. All right, we got those two things cooking here. Tick tock, tick tock. I'm doing a very deep search of these things. These are very serious allegations. What up, Ding Dong? By the way, everyone, shout out to Don Prager in the chat. That's my Ding Dong. Very good friend of mine. Women in question told people to stop bringing it up, but here they go again. Well, I mean, it's serious allegations that should be taken seriously, right? Clear's case involves Mia Rose during a January 2012 live stream video, and contemporaneous discussion indicated that Destiny, while heavily intoxicated, grabbed or groped her breast after she had expressed a boundary against being touched. A contemporaneous discussion of the broadcast specifically refers to her saying, "No touching," before the unwanted contact. Maya Rose later publicly described the incident herself. At the end of the day, he did assault me. He had apologized. She also stated that intoxication was not an excuse to grab someone on a live stream, and later said she believed he regretted it. Destiny has publicly acknowledged wrongdoing and has reportedly referred to the incident as assault, although he has sometimes discussed it jokingly or emphasized how intoxicated he was. Intentional non-consensual sexual touching of someone's breast ordinarily falls within the definition of sexual assault or sexual battery, even when the people had an existing sexual relationship. Previous sexual consent does not constitute ongoing consent. There appears to have been no criminal prosecution, no conviction, no civil judgment concerning the Maya Rose incident. So the precise conclusion is not Destiny was legally convicted of sexual assault. It is a recorded incident occurred in which Destiny non-consensually groped Maya Rose, and she subsequently characterized it as assault. On the publicly available facts, calling that incident sexual assault is reasonable and well supported. Separate allegations that Destiny distributed women's intimate videos or recordings without consent concern sexual privacy, abuse, or cybersexual harassment. Pixie filed a civil lawsuit alleging that he intentionally shared an identifiable sex video without her permission, but that is legally distinct from physically sexually assaulting someone and should not be conflated with the Mia Rose incident. Therefore, Dave's claim that Destiny sexually assaulted a woman is substantially supported if he is referring to Mia Rose. So my information here says that Destiny has apparently publicly acknowledged wrongdoing. And again, what was it? He grabbed or groped her breast after she had expressed a boundary against being touched. Yeah. When anyone expresses a boundary against being touched within this context, I mean, really in any context, but, I was thinking about like fights, but nobody should be attacking anyone anyway. So yeah, in any context, you just simply don't do it. It's against the law for good reason. Luke To says, but they already figured it out together and they're on good terms. She says to stop using her as an attack whenever they're still friends. I'm going to check that claim in my system. Yeah, you don't do that. I mean, even if they've sorted it out and everything's good, it's important to point out that this is assault if this information is correct, and you shouldn't assault people. And I hope Stephen learned his lesson from this. So I'm checking to see someone in the chatter says she says to stop using her as an attack whenever they're still friends. Well, I'm not using it as an attack. But it's a bad thing Stephen did. It sounds like he made amends for the bad thing he did. And you got to learn from it and do much better. In 2020, she said she had no issues with Destiny. In 2022, she explicitly said, at the end of the day, he did assault me. He had apologized, and we left it alone. In 2023, she said intoxication was not an excuse. Initially, so she's still talking about it in 2023, right? She said intoxication was not an excuse for harassment. Initially expressed dissatisfaction with the apology, and then clarified that he had apologized indirectly and that she believed he regretted it. Therefore, two propositions: Destiny sexually assaulted her through unwanted sex touching. She later forgave him, maintained cordial relationship, or did not want incident weaponized against him indefinitely. Seems to be the case. Either way, there's no excuses for doing something like that. You don't do it. You don't. Your moral character, your moral foundation should stop you from doing things like that. We're almost there, folks.
Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent, and in his messages to his Discord kitten Rose is Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, "I went out and sucked the guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio. It's really scuffed in my pocket, lol. Did I ever send it to you?" He has a history of calling 15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social He sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, "I went out and sucked the guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio. It's really scuffed in my pocket, lol. Did I ever send it to you?" He has
Yeah, I mean, did that person want him to send it? Was he allowed to share that recording? There's no extra information given for that
has
case.
a history of calling 15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting
Jesus, why not a fucking police report instead of tweeting this? Fucking disgusting. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, I don't have any context here. But as you know, an ongoing critique of Stephen is to, don't attack people, attack their arguments. I think it's much more wise to do that. Leads to more cognitive flexibility. More cognitive flexibility leads to more openness to update.
very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife, and he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense.
Because you better fucking believe I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally, Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side.
Yeah, I didn't feel like spending a lot of time on this since it's not the point of the video, but that's a tidy summary. Sexual assault would be the big one, but he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior from
He's not being sued for sharing non-consensual nudes of a minor.
Of women that get on his bad side.
Yeah, I didn't feel like spending a lot of time on this since it's not the point of the video, but that's a tidy summary. Sexual assault would be the big one, but he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior from him. I'll link to that Ryan Beard video and this Substack post if anyone cares to follow up and get more details. I just wanted to briefly make people aware, but that's a tidy...
We'll check that. Yeah, my understanding is Destiny is not being sued for sharing material of a minor. That's not my understanding. Where is that? Sorry, I'm just waiting for my system to catch up. Thanks for hanging in there with me, everyone. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's been quite the project. The Trib says he's unironically getting sued for releasing or aiding in the release of his own revenge porn to damage Pixie. Yeah, so what Dave says is false. Dave says Destiny is currently being sued for non-consensual sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior from him. I mean, Dave, this is like grounds for defamation suit here. This is you like the rest of this has been, yeah, it's been propaganda where you get like very little factually right in this entire video, and it's honestly, it's taken over 20 hours to correct all this meticulously. I don't know how long it took you to take this video, but it just seems like you just like blurted stuff into a microphone, and you didn't give it the kind of academic rigor you typically give to your work. It's mind-boggling. So the nudes of a minor part is false. That's a really bad thing to get wrong, Dave. So what the lawsuit actually alleges in Doe versus Bonnell, the plaintiff alleges that Destiny unlawfully disclosed a sexually explicit video of her without her permission. The complaint brings claims for non-consensual discourse of intimate imagery, Florida sexual cyber harassment, invasion of privacy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The complaint says the plaintiff began communicating with Destiny when she was approximately 19. Their sexual encounter and the recording occurred approximately 2 years later, making her roughly 21. Destiny allegedly sent the video to another woman, Rose, who was 19. Thus, both the women depicted and the alleged initial recipient were adults. Dave may have confused the recipient's age, 19, with the age of the person depicted, but even the recipient was not a minor. But yes, Destiny is being sued for allegedly sharing an adult woman's sexually explicit video without her consent. That doesn't mean Destiny is guilty of this, of course. This is being adjudicated in court. And, like I always handle things like this, and all of the allegations of genocide that have been laid by Dave in this video, I will rely on the higher courts to make the determination, just like I will for Destiny's case. So with regards to the ICJ, it's looking like we're not going to get a determination with regards to genocide for at least another 4 or 5 years. So we're quite a ways away from that. But yeah, Dave, this is a horrible thing to get incorrect. It really is. This particular thing, Dave, is something you should be really fucking ashamed of. You might think it's like, oh, whatever, it's a minor or not, and it's a big fucking difference. It's a big fucking difference. And you should correct it. Okay, let's finish off here.
Summary. Sexual assault would be the big one, but he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior from him. I'll link to that Ryan Beard video and this Substack post if anyone cares to follow up and get more details. I just wanted to briefly make people aware that there is a pattern of predatory behavior that goes along with Destiny's genocide denial, so it's a rich tapestry. Speaking of being a sexual predator who supports Israel, do you think there could be a connection there? After all, Israel is a safe haven for rapists and child molesters. That's a whole separate rabbit hole we won't go down, but this is a very well documented fact that foreign sex offenders can relocate to Israel and exploit its laws to evade justice.
All right, let's deal with that. Dave's statement that Israel has sometimes functioned as a haven for foreign Jewish sex offenders. Did he say Jewish sex offenders?
After all, Israel is a safe haven. Wanted to briefly make people aware that there is a pattern of predatory behavior that goes along with Destiny's genocide denial, so it's a rich tapestry. Speaking of being a sexual predator who supports Israel, do you think there could be a connection there? After all, Israel is a safe haven for rapists and child molesters. That's a whole separate rabbit hole we won't go down, but this is a very well documented fact that foreign
a safe haven for rapists and child molesters. So there is some factual basis that Israel has sometimes functioned as a haven for foreign Jewish sex offenders. Investigations and Israeli reporting have documented accused offenders using the law of return, citizenship, and slow extradition proceedings to evade foreign authorities. Let's get some more details on this. Israel does extradite and prosecute offenders. The problem is not evidence that Israel officially endorses sexual offenders. Connecting this phenomena to Destiny's political positions through insinuation is guilt by association, not analysis. Just a little tidbit there. But let's get more information on this. I wonder if there's names or anything we can share. Almost there, folks. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. There we go. The Trib says, yeah, I think it would be crazy if people with dual citizenship who committed a crime fled to their other country. Sounds impossible. Who would do that? I mean, if they thought that they could be treated with a lesser offense or something like that. Oh, hurry up, machine. So I'm going to look into this this claim here.
Sex offenders can relocate to Israel and exploit its laws to evade justice. Especially Zionist Jews, of course. Maybe that's why he's getting so cozy with Israel? Food for thought. Oh, and did you know that Destiny has a son? He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which actually hates Jews and...
You're calling his minor child a Nazi in this video, Dave?
thought. Oh, and did you know that Destiny has a son? He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which actually hates Jews and flirts with Holocaust denial.
I'm going to investigate this claim. I don't think we should be involving minors in videos like this, Dave.
Destiny is such a shit dad that his son rebelled against him by becoming an actual anti-Semite who entertains Holocaust denial. How fucking hilarious is that?
Why is that hilarious, Dave? What a fucking immoral thing to say for you to say that. What about that is hilarious? Again, another thing you should be fucking ashamed of in this video. Yeah, Dave, you might get sued for this. We'll see. We'll see. So, Dave suggests that some foreign Jewish sex offenders have exploited Israel's law to evade justice. That underlying point is supported. His broader framing, especially attaching it to Zionist Jews as a category, is inflammatory and unsupported. Israel does not have a law granting sex offenders immunity, and it does extradite accusers accused offenders. The problem is that a combination of rapid immigration rights, historical incomplete background checks, community assistance, legal technicalities, and lengthy extradition proceedings has allowed some suspects to remain in Israel for years or decades. How the law of return can be exploited. The law of return gives Jews and certain close relatives a privileged route to Israeli immigration and citizenship, but it contains an explicit exception allowing authorities to refuse someone with a criminal past who is likely to endanger public welfare. Therefore, the law does not formally say that any Jewish criminal must be admitted. The practical vulnerability arises when someone moves before criminal charges are filed, an arrest warrant is issued, allegations become public, foreign records reach Israeli authorities, an extradition request is prepared. A 2020 CBS investigation cited Jewish Community Watch as saying that it had identified more than 60 accused offenders who had fled. Wow, 60? Who had fled from the United States to Israel since 2014. That is an advocacy organization's case count, not an official census or independently audited national statistic, but CBS documented several concrete examples. Following that investigation, Israel reportedly began requiring Americans applying to immigrate under the law of return to undergo an FBI background check. That's good. That reform suggests Israeli authorities themselves recognize a screening problem, although it cannot catch people who have allegations but no criminal record. Major documented cases: Malka Leifer, principal of an ultra-Orthodox girls' school in Melbourne, left Australia for Israel in March 2008, shortly after being suspended when abuse allegations emerged. Australia submitted its extradition request in 2013. Wow, in 2013? It's like, 7 years later, right? Wait, 7 years? What am I talking about? 5 years. It's getting late. Israeli proceedings then stretched across more than 70 hearings, largely involving claims that Leifer was mentally unfit to participate. She was eventually found to have feigned incapacity, extradited in January 2021, convicted in Australia of 18 sexual offenses, and sentenced to 15 years in prison in 2023. This case contained actual political interference. Former Israeli Health Minister Yaakov Litzman admitted abusing his office by pressuring a state psychiatrist in an effort to prevent Leifer's extradition. Why? He pleaded guilty to breach of trust and received an 8-month suspended sentence and a NIS 3,000 fine. 8-month suspension? Suspended sentence? That is powerful evidence that at least one high-ranking Israeli politician actively helped protect an accused offender. It is not evidence that Israel has a general government policy of shielding sex offenders. Then there's some other examples, but this is a huge problem. Yeah, but describing this as a safe haven, I think is incorrect. This idea that Israel has a policy of sheltering Jewish sex offenders, no, it doesn't. But obviously legislation and laws need to be adjusted so they can extradite these people, so they can serve justice. Okay, we're almost there, folks. Almost there.
Anyway, we can go ahead and wrap things up here. There's no point in trying to summarize everything we went over regarding Israel, but we can say a few last things about people like Destiny. This desperate insistence of conflating Zionism and Judaism is a Hasbara tactic. It is a Zionist talking point that is used to deflect from crimes against humanity. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Trying to insulate Zionists from criticism by shouting anti-Semitism is itself anti-Semitism. It is a deflection from the very obvious facts that incriminate Zionists, which reveal who they are and what they're doing.
Man, Dave, this comparison of Israel to Nazi Germany is sick. Someone's following the audit. Dave, the audit. Dave is almost at 2,500 comment deletes.
Who they are and what they're doing, something that any anti-Zionist Jew will gladly tell you. So when someone accuses someone else of being a Nazi simply for opposing what is essentially Nazism, they sound like a moron. So go ahead, Stephen, do your little reaction video to this. Make an even bigger fuss about what a vile Jew-hating neo-Nazi I must be. Dig yourself even deeper into this hole, because what you think you're doing to me, you're doing to yourself. You are exposing yourself as a disgusting supporter of genocide, because almost everyone knows what Israel is, and now they will know what you are too. Watch your viewership bleed out until you are left completely alone in your support for the most indefensibly evil people on the face of the earth, committing the most vile atrocities being enacted today. Shout into the void about what a progressive liberal person you are for thinking that tens of thousands of children deserve to be slaughtered like animals. It will be a fate entirely of your own doing. So there it is, my Israel video. May the monsoon of hateful comments from brainwashed Zionists commence, just like the brainwashed anti-vaxxers, climate change deniers, and every other delusional troll that infests my channel without having the courage to press play and learn something. I really don't give a shit. For the rest of you, I hope there was something informative and useful in here that you can use to help others see the truth about Israel. As always, thanks for watching.
Wow. We made it to the end. That last delivery by Dave, just like
Anti-vaxxers, climate change deniers, and every other delusional troll that infests my channel without having the courage to press play and learn something. I really don't give a shit. For the rest of you, I hope there was something informative and useful in here that you can use to help others see the truth about Israel. As always, thanks for watching.
All right, yeah, we can take a look at the comments here. Let's see. Can you guys see all this? Yeah, you can. If you want me to react to any final comments or questions, please, do so by way of super chat. And I'm just going to look at some of the comments here. Let's look at top comments. Someone gave $50 and said now it's monetized. This should never stop being talked about. Thank you, Professor. I used to like Professor Dave's content, but then he started calling out Israel. Now I really love Professor Dave's content. Someone said, I've never donated a single penny to a YouTube channel. Send this shit all the way up. Someone says these murders and murder apologists think they're serial killers. They keep going because they sincerely believe they are immune to consequences. One day there will be consequences. The evil they have inflicted on humanity will be reflected on them 20-fold. Well, I'm going to drop my comment. I just finished a 20-hour analysis of this video. There are some correct facts, but in total, this is a piece of propaganda. I'm pretty sure this comment will just get deleted, right? So just so everyone's seeing, like, I'm making this comment. There's no words in it that are against YouTube's comment policies. I'm a verified account. We'll see if it survives. Well, okay, everyone. Well, that's that. We went through the Dave Farina hit piece propaganda video. Well, I was hearing my little baby coming. But yeah, there's the hit piece propaganda video, whatever you want to call it. So many problems. I will be taking the 20 hours worth of transcripts. And I'll be compiling a final PDF report that will have all the details of how many pieces of misinformation I found. You'll be able to find that on our Discord server. I'll eventually probably publish it elsewhere, but yeah, I hope all of you join our the Pangburn Discord server. We have a lot of great fun there. We it's a very mature space. We govern the Discord server by the rules of good faith and helpfulness. And yeah, I hope you guys join us there. I'll be there for a little bit, hanging out in our digital tavern. If you want to come in and hang out. But I really, really deeply appreciate all of you being with me here today. Stay tuned. Tomorrow I'm going to be starting the full analysis on Destiny's reaction to the Dave Farina video entitled Destiny Loves Genocide. And then eventually I'll see if Destiny wants to come on and talk about it. And on Discord, we talk about all kinds of different topics. We have debates, conversations. It's a very social place. Thanks, Don. And yeah, but I'll be putting this this report together. Yeah, the things that are stuck in my mind right now, like, it looks like Destiny made amends with this person he assaulted. That's good that he made amends there. And I hope he never does anything like that again. I think it was very bad for Dave to include Destiny's son in this. I think it was very bad, his minor son. I think it was very bad that Dave wrongfully accused Destiny of being sued for sharing sexual material of a minor. That's a really bad mistake. But yeah, there you go. I, for one, with regards to whether or not a genocide has been committed in Gaza, I'm going to wait for the ICJ determination on that. And that's, pending some kind of very strange situation regarding the court, if something strange happens. But for the most part, I will be just going with the determination of the International Criminal Court. So yeah, that's enough for tonight. I'm going to head over to Discord for a bit, hang out in the tavern. And if you want to come hang out, the Discord link is right here. We also have with the Pangburn library exists on Discord if you like sharing content, if you like sharing ideas by way of text only, but you can also jump into our voice channels and video channels. But thank you all so much. And a real special thanks to those who sent a super chat today. It really does help out. It's yeah, it's a great thing. But I'm going to continue doing these videos. I really enjoy doing it. I think there's a lot of virtue in doing it based on my moral quest. And yeah, I enjoy it. Anyways, thanks everyone. Please make sure you're out there maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you.